243. Seeing a pure martial artist break through the fourth state from the third state, Song Yulan suddenly felt that it was not a loss to live a few more years, even if the current Jianghu was not pleasing. Song Yulan gently patted the old sword on his waist. The long sword in the scabbard was attracted by the vigorous qi on the other side of the waterfall and had a telepathic connection with the old man, standing in the waterside pavilion. Song Yulan said sadly, if Gaofeng were still alive, he might be standing here tonight. The second owner of Sword Water Mountain Villa, Song Gaofeng, who was the father of the young owner, Song Fengshan, was also a sword embryo with first-class aptitude in the world. Unfortunately, God was jealous of heroes, and trapped by love, he went astray. This was also the biggest knot in Song Yulan's heart. To a large extent, that tragedy was caused by Song Yulan because Song Fengshan's mother was also a mountain spirit, a taboo existence that was not tolerated by the world. However, at that time, Song Yulan was so high-spirited that he did not care about the eyes of the world. With only one sword, he looked down on the court of Calm Water Country and thought that he was invincible in Jianghu, so he began to climb mountains alone to visit immortals. In the end, he saved a kind little girl, who was a spirit of plants that turned into a human form. Song Yulan did not dislike her birth, but brought her back to the villa. She and the young Song Gaofeng fell in love with each other. Song Yulan still did not object to this. Finally, he calmly sat in the seat of honor and accepted the toast of the loving couple. If it ended there, it could be considered a good marriage. However, the world was unpredictable. The flower garden that the charming woman carefully cultivated was full of spiritual energy, and the flowers and plants were in spring all year round. No one knew when it would bloom. The people in the Wulin world spread false rumors that the flower garden at the back of the mountain of the villa became the miracle medicine that countless martial artists in Jianghu dreamed of. Eating one plant could increase one's power by more than 10 years. After that, if someone stole 1 or 2 plants, the kind-hearted woman would turn a blind eye and let the thief take them. The villa had also made it clear that the plants in the flower garden did not have the magical effect of increasing one's power. They could only slightly prolong one's life. As time passed, the masters and masters in Jianghu who coveted the flower garden gradually extinguished their filthy thoughts. However, one day, more than half of the flower garden was stolen. The thief was still not satisfied and trampled the rest of the flowers and plants, leaving a mess on the ground. The flower garden did not help the martial artists in Jianghu improve their cultivation, but it was an opportunity for Song Gaofeng's wife. After this catastrophe, the woman was heartbroken and skinny. Following the clues, Song Gaofeng found the culprit. It turned out to be a Jianghu woman who hated him because of love. Song Gaofeng did not hesitate to attack, but he was stopped by the woman's father. It should be known that the man was the chief of the Wulin Alliance in Jianghu at that time. He was a famous boxing grandmaster in several countries and was born as a border general. His official connections were deeply rooted, and he was highly valued and trusted by His Majesty. The so-called chief of the Wulin Alliance was just a way for His Majesty to control Jianghu. No matter how hard Song Gaofeng fought, he was no match for that man. After returning to the Sword Water Villa, the woman and her father also came to apologize. The old man, the chief of the Wulin Alliance, as a leader in Jianghu, who was of the same generation as Song Yufen, was willing to cut off one of his arms on the spot and stand outside the villa dripping with blood, saying that it was an atonement for his daughter. Even if Song Yufen's swordsmanship was better than that man's martial cultivation, what could he do? Cut off the man's arm again? Then cut off the head of the troublemaker with one strike? He could only give up. Song Gaofeng did not say a word. He did not even show his face. He just stayed by his wife's sickbed. After the father and daughter left, Song Yufen turned around sadly and told his son the result. Song Gaofeng closed the door and refused to see him. He only said 3 words, "Got it?" In the end, Song Yufan learned that his son, Song Gaofeng, had joined the Devil Path and practiced a secret book of the Devil Path. The last time he went to Jianghu, he destroyed his face, changed his weapon, and left the sword at home. On the day that the boxing grandmaster resigned as the chief, Song Gaofeng sneaked into the mansion. Although he was seriously injured, he still succeeded in killing the enemy. When Song Gaofeng returned to the villa, he was already exhausted. In the end, he and his dying wife both closed their eyes and passed away. At that time, Song Yufan stood outside the door. His young grandson, Song Fengshan, silently stayed by his parents' bedside. He did not cry or say a word. In Jianghu, people not only had no choice but also had no choice. Song Yufan transferred his guilt to his grandson, Song Fengshan, especially when Song Fengshan insisted on marrying a charming woman. After that accident, Song Yufan was completely disheartened and regretted himself more and more. Therefore, even if Song Fengshan colluded with the other three evil spirits of the Combe country, Song Yufan was still unwilling to kill him. He would no longer control the stubborn Song Fengshan with his own Jianghu rules. Song Yufan was well aware of what Song Fengshan wanted to do. That night, Song Gaofeng killed the former chief of the Wulian Alliance who had connections in the imperial court. However, the real culprit escaped. After that, the emperor did not want to fall out with the Sword Water Villa. Perhaps he also felt guilty, so he became the matchmaker himself. He made the poor woman who survived the disaster become the wife of a meritorious general in the Combe country. She became the highest-ranking madam of the country. Everyone knew that the old sage of sword Song Yufan followed the rules of Jianghu. Therefore, the emperor of the Combe country was not worried about the sage of sword of the Combe country. As for Song Yufan's grandson, he was very young at that time. Everyone thought that he must have a vague memory and was not destined to be a big problem. In this way, the Jianghu of the Combe country was peaceful and sunny for more than 20 years. The chief of the Wulian Alliance was empty for more than 20 years, until Song Fengshan opened the gate of the Sword Water Villa and entertained heroes from all over the country. The official chief ceremony would be held the next day. Song Yufan had long lost interest in Jianghu. However, he was not careless about everything. Why did he often travel alone in Jianghu for so many years? Was it because he wanted to relax? Out of sight, out of mind of his grandson? Absolutely not. However, Song Yufan clearly knew that one day a dark cloud would descend upon the city and directly attack the Sword Water Manor, the place where he had spent his entire life. His grandson, Song Fengshan, would step over the boundary and secretly become the target of public criticism under the seemingly splendid circumstances. Song Yufan had another knot in his heart. The first knot in his heart was that he felt guilty toward his son, Song Gaofeng. The second knot in his heart was that the Jianghu rules that he had followed were completely different from what his grandson had done. The sage of Sword of the Combe country was hesitating whether he should draw his sword against the imperial court. Once he drew his sword, Song Yufan actually did not care whether he would challenge the emperor's dignity or not. However, it went against Song Yufan's conscience, because deep down, the old man had never agreed with Song Fengshan's Jianghu. He could not tell anyone about all of this. Song Yufan's previous trip to Jianghu was originally to find a senior in Jianghu who was both a friend and a foe, the sage of sword of the colorful robes country, whose martial virtues and martial arts were as high as the clouds. Song Yufan not only wanted to learn from the sword, but also wanted to untie this knot in his heart. Unfortunately, the old man who was so good at swordsmanship had died. As a result, Song Yufan could only turn back halfway, which resulted in that encounter at the ancient temple. The black-shirt old man was filled with mixed feelings. His thoughts were all over the place, such that he didn't notice that the teen who punched out and broke through didn't leave the waterfall for a long time. When Song Yufan sensed that something was wrong and was about to go check it out, he saw Chun Pingon slowly walk out of the waterfall. He jumped back and landed in the pavilion. His bloody hands were wrapped in cotton. Song Yufan put away those annoying thoughts and smiled. You have tasted the wine of the villa, now that you are at Master Realm. How is it? Isn't it better? However, Chun Pingon's next words made the old man's eyes widen. It seems like I am just a little bit away from breaking through. Now it is like breaking through the waterfall with a punch. I am just one step away. Song Yuzai sized up the young man's restrained momentum. His fist intent was like a torrential waterfall, which was worthy of the evaluation of Qi Wuqian. The old man was stunned. You are clearly in the fourth state. I can even pat my chest and say that I have never seen a more solid and stable third state or the brand new fourth state than you. Chun Pingon, how can you still feel that you are one step away? Chun Pingon said helplessly, Senior Song, I am just a little bit away. I don't know the reason, but I know. But now that I know the general direction and have a path to take, I won't be like a headless fly running around. Before I reach Old Dragon City, I'll be able to endure it bit by bit. If I'm lucky, I might be able to break through by the time I reach your Brushwater Nation's immortal fairy. But my luck has always been bad. The chances of me breaking through by Old Dragon City are higher. Song Yufan put his hands behind his back and walked around the teen slowly before stopping. He said in amazement, There is always someone better than you. I have learned a lot today. Song Yufan laughed. Let's go and drink. No matter what. Even if you didn't break through completely, it is still something worth celebrating. Chun Pingon shook the wine gourd. There was still a lot of wine, so he nodded and smiled. Okay. Song Yufan suddenly asked, There is a restaurant in the town outside the villa that serves hot pot. The ingredients are so good that the guests can eat their tongues off. The wine is also good. Do you want to try it? It is lunchtime now. I have a good relationship with the manager there, so I can give you a 20% discount. When Chun Pingon heard the 20% discount, he immediately said generously, Then I will pay. Song Yufan laughed. Oh, let's make it clear in advance. A hot pot meal with good wine in the restaurant costs at least 5 or 6 taels of silver. Chun Pingon blinked and said without blushing, The town is a little far from the villa. Why don't we drink in the yard? Song Yufan gave him a thumbs up. You are really a hero who spends a lot of money. Chun Pingon suddenly laughed. Let's go. Why don't we go? We are having hot pot for lunch. Song Yufan was stunned. He didn't give Chun Pingon a chance to regret. He laughed and said, Follow me. Then he rushed out of the waterside pavilion, stepped on the branches of the trees, and rushed out of the villa. Chun Pingon had to give up the idea of calling Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng and followed him. When they passed the top of the waterside pavilion, Chun Pingon turned to look at the waterfall and smiled. On the stone wall behind the waterfall curtain, the teenager secretly carved 2 lines with his finger. From top to bottom, he wrote the name of a girl on one line, and Chun Pingon was here on the other line. The teenager hoped that the next time he came to the Sword Water Villa, the girl would be with him. Of course, Chun Pingon only dared to secretly think like this. In Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, as long as there was a wedding or funeral, the neighbors were willing to take the initiative to help. This was the same rule as adding soil to the grave. It was passed down from generation to generation, so there was no need to reason. Today, someone from Apricot Blossom Lane was getting married to a rich woman from Peach Blossom Lane. The family in Apricot Blossom Lane had a good reputation. Even an old woman like Granny Ma, who had a bad reputation, was close to this family. Therefore, there were nearly 20 tables of wine. As long as you gave a red packet, whether it was a piece of silver or a few copper coins, you could eat at the table and enjoy the happy atmosphere. At the table, there were a few unfamiliar faces. The leader was an old man from an old house in Clay Bottle Alley. He was dressed like a rich man and often wandered around the town. Over time, he became familiar with him. His surname was Chow, and the neighbors were used to calling him Old Chow. Old Chow was kind to everyone and greeted everyone with a smile. He didn't have the arrogance of a rich man and could chat with the people around him for a long time. Old Han, who was married to this family, often chatted with him. So today, he came to the wedding and gave a big red packet to give face. The old man, who had changed into new clothes, specially brought his son and daughter-in-law to toast. Old Chow brought 3 people with him. All of them had the surname Chow. The handsome young man, Chow Jun, also lived in the old house of the Chow family in Clay Bottle Alley. There was also a pair of grandfather and grandson who had rushed back to the town from other places. It was said that they were Old Chow's relatives in the capital. It seemed that they were doing well. They seemed to be scholars and had a bit of an official's aura. Of course, they could also be people in the capital. Old Chow was a lively person and often took the initiative to run around with a glass of wine to toast. The grandfather and grandson of the Chow family, who were from the capital, were obviously not used to this kind of noisy scene. They didn't move freely and sat where they were. Occasionally, they would pick up food with their chopsticks and drink a mouthful of medium-priced soju from the town's tavern. Chow Jun, on the other hand, was relatively more at ease. He stepped on the bench and drank by himself. He squinted at Old Chow and some old men calling each other brothers and smiled playfully. Although that old in-law's family in Peach Leaf Alley had declined, they were still much more well-off than those in Apricot Blossom Alley, so they were a little more dignified. The neighbors of Apricot Blossom Alley and Clay Bottle Alley also found this to be normal. Fortune Street's Peach Leaf Alley was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Regular people were still unable to climb up to them. If it weren't for the fact that Old Han's son had a promising future and was currently working in the Dragon Spring Commandery Manor, how could he have the fortune to marry a rich young lady from Peach Leaf Alley? Old Chow went to another table to fool around. Chow Jun drank a mouthful of strong wine and took a deep breath. He quickly picked up a piece of pork hoof meat with his chopsticks and turned to look at the grandfather and grandson. He asked with a smile in Dolly's official language, "What's wrong? You're not used to the food and drink? Why don't the 3 of us go somewhere else and have a good meal in a restaurant?" The old man in a plain green robe shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to be so particular. I'm just used to eating vegetarian food in the capital, and am not used to eating meat at a wedding banquet. It's not that I'm looking down on the local customs here. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Commandery's Huang County is the ancestral land of my Chow clan. As descendants, how can we forget our roots?" The handsome Chow Jun nodded and said with a smile, "It's our clan's misfortune to have such an unreliable ancestor." The old man did not dare to reply at all. Even if the old man was an important minister who supported the country in the Dali dynasty, he still did not have the courage to criticize a clan's ancestor, who was an 11th realm sword cultivator. The young man, who was elegant and graceful and had a bearing completely different from Chow Jun's, was called Chow Mao. He was the newly appointed supervisor of kills in Dragon Spring Commandery, an official directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. He was handsome and had the reputation of being the Chow clan's jade tree in Dali's officialdom. Back then, when he had received the Dali imperial tutor at the Huang relay station, Chow Mao had been the only one on his horse. He reeked of alcohol as he staggered off his horse and entered the relay station. It was enough to show that this noble young master of the capital was different from the rest. When Chow Shi returned to his seat, even Chow Mao subconsciously sat up straight. The green-robed old man even sat upright. He put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine pot, taking the initiative to pour wine for his ancestor, Chow Shi, who was separated by countless generations. Chow Shi finished the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. Looking at the endless stream of guests who came in to congratulate him, he stood up and said, "Stop squatting in the latrine pit. Let's make room for the people behind us. Let's go." The four of them left the courtyard. The courtyards of the few houses near the alley were filled with tables. Chow, she led the three of them into Clay Bottle Alley and asked casually, "Your emperor has returned to the capital?" The old man answered respectfully, "Ancestor, His Majesty the Emperor is unwell. He has already returned to the capital from the relay station in Dragon Spring Commandery." When Chow she passed by the Gu family's ancestral house, he turned to look at the dilapidated door and the old spring couplets. He stopped in his tracks and said, "It is said that the mother and son of this family have been brought to the Book Slip Lake's Qin Xia Island by true Lord Zhejiang. The little brat named Gu can obtain a great opportunity before he left the small town. He can control a water dragon that is comparable to a 10th level chi cultivator. Moreover, that water dragon's realm is rising rapidly. It is very likely that it can break through the bottleneck of the 10th level in just a few decades." The old man nodded and said, "Under the personal arrangement of the imperial tutor, the Dali Imperial Court specially built a new spy agency. It is responsible for recording the growth experiences of these children in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Apart from Guken, there are also Ma Kushuan in Apricot Blossom Alley, Zhao Yao in Falu Street, and Mei and Xielingqi in the Xie family. Most of them are from small towns. However, there are also foreign qi cultivators who obtained opportunities here, such as Gao Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. There are a total of 16 of them." Chow she walked forward slowly and stopped again. "What about these two families? The owners of the two neighboring houses. One of them was already recorded in the Song clan's genealogy as Song Mu. He had just returned to the capital with His Majesty the Emperor. The other one was named Chun Pingon. He had already traveled to the south. However, he owned 2 shops in the small town and 5 mountains in the western mountains." The old man said with an awkward expression, "Among the 16 people, His Highness and Chun Pingon shouldn't be included." "Chow," she said, "what about Li Shisheng?" As the pillar of Dali, the Qingshan elder shook his head and said, "Also no." Chow she turned to look at Chow Jun, who had 2 swords hanging from his waist. "You have fought with Li Shisheng before. He defeated you, a 9th level sword cultivator, with his 6th level cultivation. What do you think?" Chow Jun said unhappily, "What else can I do? He is powerful, and I am just a good-for-nothing." Chow Shi laughed and said, "After this, you good-for-nothing will soon go to the border and join the army. If you are lucky, you can stay beside Dali's vassal king Song Zhengqiang. You can follow the Dali Steel Cavalry down south. Who knows, you might not stop until you reach the center of Aquarius continent. What do you think?" Chow Jun said straightforwardly, "Just eat and wait for death." Dali's #1 aristocratic family, Chow Mao, admired Chow Jun from the bottom of his heart. Although he looked to be around the same age as this sword cultivator, he was actually 60 years older than him. In this period of time, they often drank and drank together. He knew that Chow Jun was frivolous and did not care about anything. It was something that came from his bones, and not something that he said. "Chow," she said sternly, "in 10 years, if you can't kill 1 or 2 10th realm old bastards, I will personally kill you." Chow Jun hugged the back of his head and laughed at Chow Mao. "After I die, remember to help me collect my body and bury it at the immortal tomb. I feel that the feng shui there is not bad. Being neighbors with many Buddhist bodhisattvas and Taoist heavenly officials will make my mood better. Because I don't have to listen to people nagging, my ears will be quiet, and no one will disturb my dreams." Chow, she flew into a rage and said, "You will be *starred. Do you know, in order to repair the sword Chi Lotus Pond in your lake, I had to pay a price." When Chow Jun laughed, his eyes squinted into slits, making him look like a sly fox. "How would I know? Why don't you tell me?" Chow Shi laughed coldly. "To have a descendant like you, it is also the misfortune of the family. No matter how much smoke rises from the ancestral tomb, it is useless. Scram, quickly go to the capital and find Song Jianqiang, then go straight to the southern border. I don't want to see you again for the next 10 years. Chao Jun left as soon as he said that. He rose from the ground and laughed wantonly, riding the wind towards the north. Supervisor Chow Mao, who knew the rules of this world, was just about to remind him, but it was already too late. In the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River to the south of the town, a military saint sneered, "Forgetful thing," somewhere in the blue sky of Longquan County. The scene of water gushing out from the mouth of a spring appeared, and a long sword slowly rose up. "Wancheng, are you not going to give me face?" Chao Shi's face was gloomy. He flicked his wrist, and the jade-green, rope-like, life-bound flying sword was the sword immortal Chao Shi's greatest reliance to be able to move unhindered in the south-swirling continent. It was a half-immortal weapon refined by an ancient deity into a sword. When Chao Shi's mind moved, the jade-green rope on his wrist did not reveal its true form, but it trembled slightly, and slivers of green water vapor flowed out, quickly sweeping towards the sky where Chao Jun's figure had disappeared. Wan Cheng's sword from the mouth of the spring slashed towards the head of the sword immortal Chao Jun, who had broken the rules. It was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of Chao Jun riding the wind towards the north. If there were no accidents, Chao Jun would be beheaded before he could even leave the borders of the old Pearl Grotto heaven. Fortunately, between Wan Cheng's flying sword and Chao Jun's figure, a surging river of water appeared out of thin air. The river cut off the sky, blocking the path of Wan Cheng's flying sword. The sword cut through the river water that was only a few kilometers wide, and the jade-green river actually folded on both ends, pressing down on the flying sword that continued to sweep forward. The river slammed against the shore, constantly blocking the flying sword that was like a small boat. Even though the river water was endless, the flying sword controlled by the military saint of the wind, Snow Temple, still cleaved through the river water, advancing courageously. Chao Jun's figure did not stop, but he turned around and unsheathed the long sword at his waist, perfectly striking the tip of Wan Cheng's flying sword. Chao Jun's long sword was sent flying high into the air, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his figure flew backwards at an even faster speed. The river water that was 100 miles long rolled into a ball, tightly wrapping around Wan Cheng's flying sword. In the jade-green river water ball, sword aura constantly shot out until the river water finally shattered and turned into raindrops all over the sky. However, before the raindrops fell to the ground, they condensed into wisps of jade-green sword aura again, leisurely returning to the small town of Mud Bottle Alley. Wan Cheng's unscathed natal flying sword hovered in the sky, pausing for a moment. A small pool appeared under the long sword, and the flying sword slowly descended into the pool, disappearing into the air. The swordsman from the Hassa continent, who had previously suffered a punch from Wancheng, successfully left the battlefield. Chao Jun laughed heartily. "Good wind, with strength, send me to the sky." "Thank you, Saint Wan and Old Ancestor, for sending me off together." In Mud Bottle Alley, the old pillar of the Chao family had mixed feelings. Although he was not a chi cultivator, there was no lack of experts on the mountain among the family's guests. However, he had only seen such earth-shattering fights with his own eyes. Chao Mao, the supervisor of kills of the Chao family in the capital, asked Old Ancestor, "What if this angered the saint here?" Chao Shi sneered and said, "I can't defeat the 12th realm Taoist, Heavenly Lord of the North Continent. But do you think I can't defeat a new 11th realm Taoist from the Aquarius continent? Chao Jun can embarrass the Chao family, but I won't embarrass the Qi cultivators of the Hassa continent." At this moment, the pillar of the Chao family and the supervisor of kills, Chao Mao, finally realized why this seemingly kind old ancestor in the small town could become the gatekeeper of the magnificent town building by the sea. A man stood at the other end of Mud Bottle Alley, Then let's try it out. Chow, she grinned and said. Sure, you pick the place, I pick the time. The man from the sword shop who came to criticize without hesitation said, in the mountains in the west, there is a valley with a radius of 100 miles. It is deserted. Now, there is a formation restriction set up by Dolly. It is enough for you and me to determine the winner. Chow, she nodded vigorously and said, Okay, we will fight 100 years later. Wan Chung was stunned for a moment. He spat on the ground and turned to leave. Chow Mao covered his face with his hands. The pillar of the Chow family did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chow, she rolled his eyes and said, What? This is called a battle of wits. You know nothing. Chow, she took the lead and walked into his old house. Just as the grandfather and grandson behind him were about to follow, the door slammed shut. Chow Mao and Dolly's grandfather looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had no choice but to leave Mud Bottle Alley and go to the inspection office to secretly discuss the next layout of the family. The storm in the north of the Aquarius continent was brewing, and the situation was favorable for the Dolly dynasty. Of course, the sooner they entered the battlefield, the more benefits they would gain. Moreover, the Chow family had a piece of great news today. Old ancestor Chow, she would stay in the Aquarius continent for a while, and the genius swordsman Chow Jun would join the Dolly border army. Presumably, the emperor would be more or less grateful for this. In the next 100 years, the Chow family would be able to suppress their mortal enemy, the Yuan family. The old man surnamed Chui, who was used to wearing coarse hemp clothes and walking barefoot in the bamboo house of Luo Pa Mountain, changed his temperament after the lotus flower crown Taoist Lu Qin visited him. He changed into a scholar's green cloth and made himself a bamboo cane to walk through the forest and a pair of climbing wooden clogs. He often went down the mountain to purchase ancient books and stationery. He decorated the second floor of the bamboo house like a study of a scholarly family, and whenever he was free, he would pick up his brush and paint. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink looked at each other and mistakenly thought that the old man had gone mad. Later on, the little girl in pink looked at the old man's calligraphy and often chatted with the old man. Only then did she realize that the old man was a true Confucian scholar. He was an expert in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was even more knowledgeable about the orthodox Confucian studies. The little boy in green clothes was a heartless and cowardly person. All he wanted was for the old man to practice martial arts properly and become a big shot in this small world as soon as possible, so that he could be at ease. Therefore, he often beat around the bush with the old man, telling him that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Longquan County, and that the old man should not lower his guard. He also earnestly told the old man about the treacherous Jianghu of Great Li, and that the old man still needed to rely on his top-notch cultivation base to intimidate the weak. Unfortunately, the old man was not willing to pay any attention to this fellow. At most, he would chat with the little girl in pink who was asking for advice. As for the so-called martial arts, it was as if he had just thrown it on the ground and never picked it up again. The little boy in green sighed helplessly, lamenting that it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. He could only continue to cultivate diligently, trying his best to digest the 2 high-grade snake gallstones that had entered his stomach. Recently, Wei Pai, who had been very busy welcoming and sending off the new North Mountain god, would still come to the bamboo building from time to visit the little pond where a purple gold lotus seed had been thrown in. Other than the purple gold lotus seed that had been left in Luapa Mountain, Chun Pingon had listened to Wei Pai's suggestion back then. Since he was the owner of Luapa Mountain, he had left a piece of idol seal on the first floor of the bamboo building as an item to suppress the mountains and rivers. The seal was none other than the 11th chin that Qi Jingchun had carved. There was nothing special about it. It was just a beautiful vision that Qi Jingchun had given to Qin Pingon at that time. Above the 10th realm of martial arts was the martial god of the mortal world. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the chi cultivators at the peak of the world. The little girl in pink regarded this with extreme importance. It was almost more important than the book box that the young man Chui Dong had entrusted to her. 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night, she would secretly take out the small seal that her master had taught her and use a silk handkerchief to carefully wipe it. No matter how the little boy in green cheated her, she would not allow him to have a share of it. Now, the little girl in pink from Wanting Country's Jilon building had already broken through the last threshold of the lower 5 realms with the help of the snake gall stone that Chinpingan had given her. She had ascended to the first realm of the middle 5 realms, the cave realm. After that, it was the 7th Sea View realm, the 8th Dragon Gate realm, the 9th Golden Elixir realm, and the 10th Nascent Soul realm. It was still a long way to go, and was out of reach. However, compared to the little boy in green, who suddenly wanted to improve himself, the little girl in pink was more natural. Other than tidying up the bamboo building every day until it was spotless, she would flip through books and enjoy the scenery. Her state of mind was peaceful. Compared to the ferocious imperial river water snake and the demonic fire python of the library, she was more relaxed and casual. So now it was the little boy in green who would despise her for being stupid and lazy, not knowing how to make progress. On this night, the little boy in green was meditating and cultivating at the edge of the cliff. The little girl in pink was sitting on a bamboo chair and eating melon seeds. The old man surnamed Chui went downstairs and moved a bamboo chair to sit beside the little girl. He said softly, "The 1,000-year-old Chui family, the top scholarly family in the Aquarius continent, was unable to give birth to a fire python with spiritual intelligence like you. From this, it can be seen that opportunities are hard to come by." The little girl in pink smiled obediently and asked, "Grandpa Chui, do you think my master has broken through the realm?" The old man gloated. "How can the strongest 3 realms of the martial way that I personally cultivated be so easy to break through? I reckon it's still early. Who knows, maybe when he reaches the southernmost old dragon city, Chun Pingan's realm will still be the same. He will stay at the bottleneck of the 3 realms and drink to drown his sorrows every day. Then he will become a depressed alcoholic." The little girl in pink complained softly, "Half of my master's fist was taught by you, Grandpa Chui. If my master doesn't break through the realm, how can you be happy?" The old man laughed. "Oh, you're not a martial artist. You don't know the weight of the strongest 3 realms in the world. When I killed Sun Shujian, who was at the peak of the 6th realm, with one punch, I only used the strength of the 5th realm. Why? It's because the foundation of a martial artist is different. If the foundation is bad, it's like a tall building that swings in the wind. If the foundation is good, it's like a famous mountain that stands tall on the earth. A little wind and rain is nothing. It's just a tickle." The little girl in pink said worriedly, "My grandpa has no one to take care of him. When he's outside, he has to do everything himself. Will it affect his practice?" The old man glanced at the back of the little boy in green and retracted his gaze. He looked at the worried little girl and sighed. "To be able to let the 2 of you stay together without fighting, Chun Pingan must have taught you well. I wonder if Chun Pingan will still be able to treat people with fairness when the family business expands in the future. Whether the rules of a small family are good or not, and whether the family style of a rich family is upright, are 2 different things." The little girl in pink raised her head and said innocently, "If that day really comes, Grandpa Chui, will you help my master?" The old man stroked the little fire python's head. "There are some family matters that outsiders can't help with." The old man stood up slowly and pointed into the distance. "Think about it. If that day really comes and Chun Pingan establishes a sect, there will be you, the little water snake, and the black snake from Chiduan Mountain who has golden lines under its belly and 4 dragon claws. There will be so many mountains. In the future, Every mountain will have an expert overseeing it. For example, the one who acknowledged Chin Pingon as his teacher, and the children who called Chin Pingon their junior uncle. Then, all of you will become immortal mansions in the eyes of the world. There will be sect elders who will want to recruit disciples. Chun Pingon has gathered 10, 100, or even thousands of people under him. Once there is a conflict within his own family, Chin Pingon will have both his palms and the back of his hands. It won't be a matter that can be resolved with a punch or a sword. How should he deal with it? Ooh. The girl in the pink dress had read the history books of various countries in Jilan Tower. She knew how tricky this problem was. She didn't even have the mood to eat melon seeds. Old Man Chui smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to be too worried. There's one good thing about Chin Pingon. Perhaps not many people will notice it. The girl in the pink dress waited for a long time, but the old man didn't continue. She couldn't help but ask, 'Grandpa Chui, my master already has so many good points. Is there anything good that I don't know about?' The old man laughed heartily. 'There's one good thing about this little girl of yours. She's a bootlicker, especially towards your master. She's able to silently moisten things with the spring wind and rain.' The girl in the pink dress blushed. She thought to herself that she wasn't bootlickering. Her master was just that good. The old man returned to his bamboo chair and no longer kept her in suspense. He smiled and said, 'Chin Pingon is very easy to talk to. Everyone close to him will take this as a matter of course. However, one day, Chin Pingon will become very difficult to talk to regarding certain matters. In fact, he might even become the most difficult person to talk to. When that happens, strange things will happen. Everyone will feel guilty and afraid. They definitely won't be the first to refute anything.' The girl in the pink dress quickly clasped her hands together and murmured, 'I don't want my master to be angry.' The old man sighed. After he had killed someone outside the bamboo house, he had aggressively asked Chin Pingon, 'Do you want to practice boxing with me or learn how to be a person with me?' This was the old man's heartfelt words. In fact, he was also an arrogant old man who admitted that he wouldn't be able to convince Chin Pingon on the matter of being a person. However, if that wasn't the case, why would the old man be willing to take Chin Pingon as his successor for his boxing skills? If he wanted to take in a disciple, he had to take in someone who had a chance of surpassing him in the future. One was enough. Otherwise, so what if he took in a bunch of level 9 or level 10 disciples? Wouldn't they still be a few ants under the big picture? The girl in the pink dress suddenly asked timidly, 'If one day, Grandpa Chui, you did something wrong and my master got angry, would you be afraid?' The old man knocked the little girl's head and stood up to leave. He said angrily, 'Little girl, you really don't know how to chat.' The little boy in green, who had been eavesdropping by the cliff, turned around with a smirk and gave the girl in the pink dress a thumbs up. The girl in the pink dress started munching on sunflower seeds happily. She thought to herself, 'I'm not the one who's awesome. It's my master who's awesome.' Old Man Yang of the Yang family shop had been guarding that small backyard year after year. For countless years, generation after generation of descendants of the Yang family, other than the head of the Yang family who had taken over the Yang family, and some hidden figures who were lucky enough to become Qi refinement warriors, knew about that shocking secret and carefully guarded that secret for the old man. The rest of the descendants of the Yang family, regardless of whether it was the descendants of the Yang family who died of old age or the shop assistants who went in and out of the medicine shop generation after generation, they only knew that the Yang family had such an old senior who was of the same age as their elders in the Yang family shop. That was all. They only knew that the old man did not step out of the house all year round. He had a strange temperament and was not easy to deal with. However, he was very good at treating illnesses and saving lives. Old Yang was still smoking in the backyard today. However, there was a new book published by Dolly Bookstore in his hand. It was from the School of Novels, which was once one of the top 10 schools in the world. However, as time passed, Just like the school of Mo, one of the four prominent schools of learning, it was no longer a prominent school. The school of novels had also become one of the most common schools of thought. Most of them wrote some unorthodox, unofficial histories of the officials, as well as erotic literature that the common people loved. Of course, they also criticized current affairs. A large part of the reputations of many emperors and kings in history were actually ruined by the words of the school of novels. For example, some capable officials who spent their lives on political reform ended up being the most familiar thing to the later generations. Not the good ways to govern the country, but things like having 10 women in a night and not being happy without a woman. Another example was that some of the great gentlemen and sages of the Confucian school, who had made great contributions, established virtue, and established the three immortal immortals, would actually sleep at night in a nunnery. In the end, they only became a shameless old man, and the great etiquette and principles contained in these people's moral essays all became empty talk and jokes. Therefore, there was once a sage of the Confucian school who had to say angrily, "The school of novels is the #1 school of ruining the country and the people." However, the sage of rights who set and controlled the rules of the world still treated them with the greatest tolerance, just like how he treated the demon clan. Therefore, old Yang, who was reading the novel at this moment, didn't like the fight between the third and fourth schools in the Central Plains. At most, old Yang was willing to give a thumbs up and say good to the fourth school of philosophy. As for the third, he was the scholarly sage who ranked third in the Confucian temple even though he was conferred as a secondary sage. Old Yang didn't like him at all. He thought that sanctimonious was the most appropriate way to describe this person. The novel in Old Yang's hand was bought by the shop assistant from the bookstore street in Longquan County City. It was filled with the experiences of many heroes in the Jianghu who became famous. When they were in a desperate situation, they would always say some heroic words that made their hearts ache. They were all about how they resented the heavens for not opening their eyes. Every time old Yang read these, he seemed to be quite happy. However, in the end, he closed the book and said cheerfully, "You young people, just let the heavens go." After laughing, the old man kept the book and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then he shook out a small object that looked like a small temple from his sleeve and threw it on the ground. After thinking for a while, he knocked the ground beside his feet with a bamboo pipe and said softly, "Songqing, come out." Green smoke rolled out from the entrance of the small temple on the ground. Soon, it condensed into the appearance of an old man. When he saw old Yang, he bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Greetings, divine lord." Old Yang turned a deaf ear to him and only ordered, "You are allowed to leave this territory. Within the Aquarius continent, your realm is still the same as before. You are the guardian of Chao Jun, a disciple of the Chao clan in Mud Bottle Alley. As long as Chao Jun repairs the Heart Lake Sword Pool, your branch of the Song clan will definitely rise in this general trend and enjoy the glory of the mortal world for at least 100 years. After that, your family's descendants will have no one to blame but themselves." The old man was only in the shape of a ghost, but there was still green smoke that condensed into a long sword hanging on his waist. The sword chi was gone, but the sword wool was abundant. Obviously, the old man must have been a swordsman when he was alive. After hearing old Yang's promise, the old man showed joy on his face. He bowed again and said, "Thank you, divine lord, for your grace." Old Yang then waved his sleeve. Immediately, golden talismans covered the body of the old man with green smoke. It was a protective talisman that ensured that the old man with the otherworldly item could walk freely in the world. The latter's spirit was stabilized, his aura skyrocketed, and his sword will flourished. If not for the smoke that old Yang breathed out to cover him, he would probably be furious and alert all the chi cultivators in the Longquan County. Old Yang said, "Go. Chao Jun has already gone to the capital of Dali. You can tell him directly about this matter. Song Qing, if you dare to break the rules, not only will your soul be scattered on the spot, I will also guarantee that your branch of the Song clan will be completely eradicated. I will cut off your bloodline, and there will be no trace of your branch of the Song clan for thousands of years to come. The old man clasped his fist and said solemnly, I won't dare to offend you, divine lord. Old Yang sneered and said, It's useless to say more. I will see what you do. The old man received the order and disappeared in a flash. After the otherworldly item in the small temple disappeared, old Yang raised his head and looked at the vast and heavy sky. He was speechless for a long time. In the end, he said helplessly, God is watching over us. Whatever we do, God is watching. If that's really the case, why do we have to do this? On the second floor of a restaurant in a small town outside the Sword Water Villa, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other by the window. They were eating hot pot. The table was filled with dishes: spring bamboo shoots, yellow throats, lamb meat, goose intestines, duck blood. Of course, there were also 2 pots of good wine and a plate of fresh spicy sauce that he had made himself. It was bright red and could make people who didn't eat spicy food feel numb. In fact, Chun Pingan didn't eat spicy food that much. However, he couldn't stand Senior Song's persuasion. He said that the restaurant had more than 7 kinds of homemade spicy sauces, and that it would be a pity if one of them was missing. Therefore, Chun Pingan forced himself to add a spoonful of each dish. Since Song Yusher never showed his real identity in the villa or the town, the chubby restaurant manager didn't know who the sword sage was. He didn't even know who the old master of the Sword Water Villa was. He only knew that Brother Song was an expert in food and wouldn't let his hot pot and good wine go to waste. Therefore, when he saw the old man come with his friends, he was very happy. He personally led them to the second floor and picked a good seat. From the beginning to the end, he didn't need the waiter to serve the dishes and wine. The manager did everything himself. Chun Pingan was sweating profusely and his face was flushed. However, he couldn't beat the delicious food in front of him. Besides, he was paying the bill this time. If he didn't eat as much as possible, Chun Pingan would feel uncomfortable. Song Yusher looked at the young man who was eating freely. When he couldn't stand the spicy food, he would even drink a mouthful of wine stupidly. It was really spicy. However, he was unwilling to put down his chopsticks. He stared at the food in the hot pot that was about to be eaten. Song Yusher was in a good mood. Compared to the past, when he came here alone, the old man ate much faster. Song Yusher picked up a cup of wine and stopped calling himself old man. He suddenly said, Chun Pingan, actually, according to the old rules, I shouldn't appear in the waterside pavilion. When a martial artist breaks through the realm, it's the same as when a chi cultivator goes into seclusion on the mountain. The most taboo is to be seen by outsiders. Therefore, I punish myself with a cup of wine. The old man drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Chun Pingan quickly picked up the wine cup and swallowed the food in his mouth. He drank a cup of wine with the old man and poured another cup to toast the old man. If it weren't for the old man, I definitely wouldn't have been able to cross the threshold of the 4th state today. I should toast the old man with a cup of wine. The old man also drank a cup of wine. Song Yusher looked out of the window at the scene of the endless stream of people on the street. Occasionally, his gaze would linger for a moment. Some people's expressions would change slightly, and they would quickly lower their heads after making eye contact with him. Song Yusher smiled slightly and withdrew his gaze. The reason why I went to the waterside pavilion at that time was because I have something to tell you face to face. Whether you can break through the realm today or not, you have to leave the villa tonight. You can't attend the Wulin chief ceremony tomorrow. Chun Pingan continued to pour wine. However, the speed at which he picked up the food slowed down a little. He asked softly, Someone wants to harm the villa? Song Yusher didn't hide anything. He smiled calmly and said, They have a great background and great influence. But it has nothing to do with you. Chunpingan. The old man raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine. I'm not looking down on you and your friends. It's just that some of the family affairs of Swordwater Villa are inconvenient for people of Jianghu to intervene. But no matter what, as the host, it's not very kind of me to ask the guest to leave. So I still need to punish myself with a cup of wine. Chunpingan, do as you please. Chunpingan really did do as he pleased. He just raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine for little Rice. The old man didn't care. He continued to pick up the fresh goose intestine with his chopsticks and dipped it in the hot pot for a little while. Then he put it in a plate of spicy sauce. He gently stirred it in the spicy sauce and then put it in his mouth. Chunpingan wanted to say something but stopped. Song Yusher smiled. Let's just eat and not talk about other things. In this world, there are only beautiful scenery and food. These are the three things that can't be let down. Chunpingan buried his head in the food and occasionally drank. All good things must come to an end. No matter how delicious the hot pot was, there was also a time when the chopsticks had to be eaten. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chunpingan put down his chopsticks and finished the pot of wine. This was the first time that Chunpingan drank half a caddy of wine in one breath. Not to mention his face, even his ears and neck were red. He said drunkenly, "The father and daughter of Hungdao Villa didn't seem to make trouble for me." Song Yusher chuckled softly. Green mountains and clear waters, the future is long. The grudges of Jianghu are also the same. You're not from the brushwater country and will soon leave. You may not come back in the future. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Song Yusher remembered something. You seem to be full of anger after the incident at the waterside pavilion. I'm a bit curious. If Song Yusher, was just an ordinary Jianghu man, it's reasonable to say that Wang Yiran, the owner of Hungdao Villa, a renowned Jianghu grandmaster, treated you with respect without knowing your background. Not only did he not bully you with his power, he was even willing to apologize for his daughter. Why do you still seem to be a bit unconvinced? Chunpingan burped and took off the blade-strengthening gourd from his waist. However, he didn't drink. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "It's not that I have an opinion about Wang Yiran, but I think there's something wrong here." Song Yusher curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Chunpingan subconsciously took another sip of wine. With the help of dizziness, he slowly said, "I once heard an old gentleman talk about the order of right and wrong. I haven't read many books, so my understanding is very shallow. But when I have nothing to do, I'm willing to take out this knowledge and think more about it. I think there's a sequence of right and wrong. Of course, there's also a sequence of big and small. I can't use the right at the back to cover the wrong at the front. Even if the right at the back is big and the wrong at the front is small, I still have to break down the small mistakes at the front and explain the reason thoroughly. Only then can the right at the back really stand firm. It's like a person can't walk by jumping." But what I've blindly figured out may not make much sense, because I've read a lot of books during my trip to the South, and the books don't talk about this, so I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong. But according to my theory, if I apply it to what happened at the waterside pavilion, you, Wang Yiran, don't actually need to apologize to me. You only need to ask your daughter to stand up and say sorry to me. Otherwise, in the end, you, Wang Yiran, are the great guru of Jianghu, apologizing for others. Do you think I have to accept it? Even if I take a step back and am willing to accept it, then your daughter is not wrong, right? I don't think so. Wang Yiran, no matter how right you are, your daughter's words and deeds are wrong. It's like this today, and it's like this tomorrow. In the next 10 years, if it's someone else, that woman named Wang Shanhu with a saber, she may still be wrong. Chunpingan held the wine gourd in one hand and scratched his head with the other. "Senior Song, I'm just talking nonsense. Sorry to make you laugh at me." Song Yulan was stunned at first, then at a loss, and finally in a trance. He only felt that the Jianghu he believed in was turned upside down. In the end, Song Yulan recalled his life. especially the unbearable memory of his son, Song Gaofeng. The old man originally didn't want to think about it again, and he didn't want to delve into the grievances. But today, at this moment, the old man found the knot in his heart. Where was it? Why did he feel so guilty and remorseful? But he didn't know why he couldn't get rid of the knot. The old man's eyes were red. He trembled as he picked up the chopsticks, picked up some food from the bottom of the hot pot, put it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. The old rules that were regarded as the guiding principles by the old generation of Jianghu were regarded as the golden rule. It turned out that there was something wrong with them. What did my son, Song Gaofeng, do wrong? Even if there was a mistake, it was this son of a B***tch Jianghu that was wrong first. It was that former chief of Wulin, who was born as a general on the battlefield, who was wrong. That grievance was not about that arm at all. It was your daughter who owed me, Song Yulan's son, and my daughter-in-law an apology. In front of a young man, Song Yulan, whose face was full of tears but didn't feel ashamed, slowly put down his chopsticks and stood up. He laughed at Chinpingan and said, I, Song Yulan, invite you to this meal on behalf of my son and daughter-in-law and on behalf of Jianshui Villa. The second floor of the restaurant was in an uproar because of Song Yulan and Jianshui Villa, because this meant that half of the Jianghu of Kong country would have 100 years of romance. In the end, the old man cupped his fists and said to Chinpingan, I have something to say to my grandson, so I'll go back to the villa first. I may not be able to say goodbye to you later. So I'll repeat the old saying in Jianghu, green mountains don't change and green rivers flow forever. I hope we'll meet again someday. Chinpingan stood up in confusion. He watched as the old man flew out of the window and flew all the way over the roof. Song Yulan had been carrying that rusty iron sword for many years. Today, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man flew all the way to the gate of the villa and strode over the threshold. Ignoring all the flattery, he directly found the young man who was resting with his eyes closed in a small courtyard that had been empty for many years. His grandson, Song Fengshan, was standing in the distance. Song Fengshan opened his eyes and didn't say a word. Just like when he was young, he stayed by his parents' sickbed. Song Yulan took the iron sword from his waist and held it with one hand. He handed it to Song Fengshan, whose face was cold and indifferent. The latter asked why. Song Yulan said in a deep voice, This is the sword of your father, Song Gaofeng. As a son inheriting his father's legacy, it should be handed to you, Song Fengshan. Song Fengshan didn't reach out to take the sword. He sneered and said, Oh, another strange thing. First, Grandpa, you came in advance to celebrate my grandson's alliance chief ceremony, and now you give me a broken iron sword. What? Grandpa, do you finally want to put down the burden of being the sword saint of Kong country and the old master of Swordwater Villa and enjoy your grandson? The young man put his hands behind his back. His eyes were sharp, but his face was full of smiles. He said, I'm sorry, but I have to tell Grandpa bad news. His Majesty has personally issued several secret orders. The Imperial Court's army of nearly 10,000 elites has already gathered outside the city. I think the army will come tomorrow and annihilate me, the rebellious new alliance chief of Jianghu. Grandpa, I don't expect you to help me. Really, these are my heartfelt words. I only ask Grandpa to just stand by and watch from the beginning to the end. I only ask that you don't give me another sword strike. Song Yulan stared at his grandson's face and laughed heartily. He took a step forward and slapped heavily on his shoulder. He didn't hide his smile and gratification at all. The old man said in a deep voice, You are indeed the son of Song Gaofeng and Lu Qian. Grandpa knows that the person leading the army this time is that woman's husband, General Chu Hao. Song Fengshan was puzzled and frowned. Song Yulan smiled and said, Since that vicious woman wants a yard after taking an inch, I can take this opportunity. Song Yulan, also have a reason. I want to make it clear to Jiang Hu and the imperial court." The old man's eyes were wet. He raised his other hand and gently smoothed his grandson's frown. He murmured, "After so many years, Grandpa should do something for you." The young man took a step back and lowered his head. He raised his hand and covered his face with his arm. The old man said softly, "Fengshan, from now on, Grandpa won't nag you about those old rules. But I still hope that you will listen to me one last time. Although it's wrong to be a veteran in Jianghu, I hope that you won't deny all the things that are right and good in Jianghu." The old man put the old iron sword that his grandson was unwilling to take over on the stone table in the courtyard. He then walked to the door alone. During this time, the old man looked at the main room of the small courtyard. However, he didn't say anything. Song Fengshan asked with a hoarse voice, "Grandpa, where are you going?" The old man strode forward and smiled. "Grandpa's sword has been left in the pool under the waterfall for so many years. I'm going to retrieve it." Song Fengshan stood there motionlessly until the old man's figure was far away. The door in the courtyard slowly opened, and a young woman walked out. "Aren't you going to stop Grandpa?" Song Fengshan wiped away his tears and reached out to gently press the sword on the table. He smiled confidently and said, "Since we already have a plan, everything is under our control. Don't you want to see a man with a sword standing in front of the army and preventing the army from advancing? Anyway, as your grandson, I want to see it. I've been secretly thinking about it for so many years." Ooh, the young woman was baffled. How did old ancestor think it through? Following which, the woman became somewhat worried. In the future, the old ancestor might not like what we do in the villa. Song Fengshan snorted, "At most, I'll let Grandpa stab me a few more times. When the time comes, I'll take out my father's sword. Let's see if old master is willing to be ruthless." The young woman joked, "Oh, you haven't called me Grandpa for over 20 years. Today, the sun has risen from the west. Calling me Grandpa is so smooth." Song Fengshan turned and stared at her. The young woman smiled sweetly. She was actually a Dali death soldier. One day, when the Dali army stepped on the central territory of the Aquarius continent, she would be able to openly hang up the peace plate that the Dali imperial court had issued to the people on the mountain. Song Fengshan was well aware of this point. On the second day, the General Assembly to elect the new martial arts alliance leader was held at the Sword Water Villa. On the road from the Sword Water Villa to the Sword Water Villa, the cavalry galloped. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky. In the army, there was a general in bright heavy armor, riding a tall horse. The man had a smile on his face as he looked into the distance. It could be said that he was very proud of his achievements. After he flattened that Bulsh *T Swordwater Villa, he would be the undisputed number one person in the Shu Shui nation with the greatest military exploits. The great general suddenly squinted his eyes. In front of the army, a black-robed old man, who was hailed as the sword saint of the sword water country, took out his sword from the waterfall and stood in front of the army. But behind the old man, there was a young man carrying a sword with a wine gourd hanging on his waist. Before punching the thousands of soldiers and horses, the young man took out the sword's strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. A peepap. 244, 10,000 words chapter. The sword hanging on Song Yufan's waist was taken from the waterfall yesterday. It was a divine weapon that even the Qi cultivators in the mountains had to avoid. It was named Iran. In fact, the place where Song Yufan first saw this sword was in the deep pool under the waterfall. It was at the foot of the waterfall where Chen Pingon practiced the sword furnace stance under the waterfall. There was a hidden mechanism in the boulder. That year, Song Yufan got this sword by chance. His swordsmanship and the famous sword complemented each other. That was how he became the future sword sage of Combe country. After the death of his son, Song Gaofeng, Song Yufan changed his sword and hid the Iran sword with a special bamboo scabbard in the boulder again. Song Yufan rummaged through the ancient books and finally found a secret record. It was said that this sword was once made by a martial god from another continent and was lost in the Aquarius continent. It was unknown where it went. There was a record of sharpening light splitting 5 mountains, sword chi-cutting blasphemy. At this time, Song Yufan hung the yellow long sword in the scabbard. He looked at the imperial army that suddenly slowed down. The old man in black was worthy of the name of the sword. He stood upright without fear. There were nearly 10,000 people in the rebellion suppression army of the Kong country. 3,000 of them were the direct subordinates of General Chu Hao. They were all born in the frontier battlefield and were the first-class elite soldiers of the Kong country. In addition, there were 4,000 to 5,000 local elites drawn from the garrisons in various places. There were also more than 1,000 old constables dispatched by the provincial government, and Jianghu heroes who were bought over with a lot of money. Of course, there was also a group of Jianghu masters gathered by General Chu Hao himself. Almost all of them were the rich dowry of the woman that the emperor had married personally. Although the old father-in-law died in the Jianghu vendetta, he had been the chief of Jianghu for almost 20 years before that. He also had the imperial court as his backer, and secretly cultivated many shady Jianghu subordinates. Later, they all became the retainers of his son-in-law Chu Hao. Although so many years had passed, the woman who slept with Chu Hao still hated the Sword Water Villa and had a knot in her heart. Chu Hao was very clear about this. He agreed but would not act rashly. Before the emperor said anything, he would use the identity of the general's residence to provoke a martial Dao master whose swordsmanship was the best in Kong country. Therefore, the woman had a lot of complaints. Fortunately, the Sword Water Villa's courting death, and the emperor was enraged. Chu Hao took advantage of the opportunity to ask for help. To be honest, if a wife had a knot in her heart, it would be hard to untie it. Chu Hao, as a famous figure who had been at the border for many years, also had a knot in his heart. You, a woman, clearly knew that Song Gaofeng was already married. The two of them loved each other, and even had a sword saint as a father. Why should he divorce his wife and marry you just because you were the daughter of the Wulin Alliance head? Then, in a fit of anger, you found someone to destroy the flower bed? If it were Chu Hao, he would have mobilized the army under him and killed until blood flowed like a river. But then again, Chu Hao was not the pitiful Song Gaofeng who suffered an unexpected calamity. Since they were already husband and wife, he had obtained the emperor's trust and married this beautiful woman. He also had more than 10 top experts of Jianghu under his command. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone and made such a profitable deal. The ambitious and ruthless Chu Hao did not think much of this knot in his heart. In addition, the old chief of Jianghu had been killed by Song Gaofeng, who had destroyed his face on the day he washed his hands in a golden basin. This made the woman much more restrained these years. For the most part, she was content to take care of her husband and children. In the capital of Jianghu, she had formed good relations with other titled madams. This had increased Chu Hao's prestige and made his official career much smoother. Chu Hao felt that he had to thank Song Gaofeng for teaching her a lesson. Otherwise, he would have been the one to suffer. Before leaving the capital this time, his wife had secretly followed him. Now, she was secretly living in the provincial capital. She suggested that after they flattened Jianghu Manor, the old sword Saint Song Yufan did not have to die. He could escape, but the evil spawn Song Fengshan, who was said to look like his mother, had to be burned to ashes. When the time came, she would personally take Song Fengshan's ashes and smash it on the tombs of that adulterous couple. She wanted them to personally see the end of the Song family's bloodline, the mouth of a green snake and the stinger of a wasp. Both were good, but a woman's heart was the most vicious, as expected of Chu Hao's legal wife. This was a good thing. Chu Hao collected his thoughts. He held the reins of his horse with one hand and blocked the sunlight with the other. He continued to leisurely gaze at the road. The official road here was wide, and the two sides of the road were flat. Not only was it suitable for infantry to form a formation, but it was also not too difficult for cavalry to charge. That old man's song, who was used to tyrannical behavior in the Jianghu, was truly a reckless man who did not know the difference between life and death. He did not know how to lead an army to war, and still dared to play the hero. It was time for him to be burned to ashes along with Jianghu Manor. Chu Hao looked at the old man from the Jianghu that he had heard of even in the distant capital. The corner of his mouth twitched. He put down his arm and rubbed the golden paper knife that the emperor had bestowed him. He smiled and said, "It's a pity for this heroic spirit. That's good too. In the future, when people talk about this matter, they will only say that I, Chu Hao, killed a sword saint in front of a formation." On the battlefield, there was a saying that one could fight against 10,000 people. Unfortunately, those were just words of flattery. There were indeed fierce generals that could not be underestimated. They had astonishing physical strength and were good at personally breaking through enemy lines. If they had a divine steed as a mount, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. However, fighting against 10,000 people, that did not exist. Chu Hao was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was definitely not someone who would lie down and enjoy life. He had never seen such a godly person. Song Yufan stood in place. Since he had already come this far, the old man was not willing to take a step back. He only looked back helplessly. "Why did you, Chun Pingon, come here to join in the fun?" Chun Pingon had come out this time with the sword case that contained the demon subduing sword. The rope had long been tied tightly. He ran all the way to Song Yufan's side. The old man was faintly angry. He said, "Over at the waterside pavilion, you had a conflict with the horizontal blade manor." "At that time," I said, "in the Jianghu, one is responsible for one's own life and death." "Chun Pingon, do you know the meaning of these words?" Chun Pingon nodded. Song Yufan laughed angrily. "What do you know? That Wang Shan who pointed the tip of her scabbard at you. She was in the Jianghu. That retainer from the horizontal blade manor was also shooting arrows from behind. My grandson, Song Fengshan, also did the same every time he looked for someone to test his sword. Today, I, Song Yufan, am blocking in front of the army. That's even more so." Song Yufan's words were like a storm. In the end, he only sighed. "Chun Pingon, you shouldn't have come." Chun Pingon said softly, "No matter what Senior Song does today, I'm only responsible for one thing, and that is to bring Senior Song out of here alive. There are so many people here. I won't kill anyone." Chun Pingon added, "I'll try my best not to kill anyone." Song Yufan took a deep breath and tried to persuade him calmly. "Now, the two sides are equal to two armies confronting each other. How can you not kill anyone? Do you think this is child's play? In the army, there are thousands of cavalrymen who can run and attack. There are heavily armored infantrymen in formation. There are also thousands of strong bows aimed at you. Without a word, you will end up with heavy rain. Not to mention that there are dozens of Jianghu experts under Chu Hao's command, as well as some military officers who are armed with divine bows. They are the national weapons used by the imperial court to target qi cultivators and Jianghu grandmasters. Even I, Song Yufan, will be seriously injured if I'm shot in the vital part by an arrow." Chun Pingon asked in reply, "Since the other side is so powerful, are you here to die?" Song Yufan said in a deep voice, "I want to capture the leader first. I'll try my best to take down the commander-in-chief Chu Hao so that the army will be leaderless. Then I'll threaten Chu Hao to hand over the woman. If I act alone, I have 50% confidence. But if you follow me to charge and break through the enemy lines, you'll only be a burden to me once you're surrounded." So listen to me and quickly return to the villa. Bring your two friends away from this troublesome place. Song Yufan raised his head. It was summer, but there was still such a sunny day that seemed like spring. It was really not bad. He turned his head and smiled at the northern teenager. Chun Pingan, I appreciate your kindness. But whether I, Song Yufan, live or die, whether Sword Water Villa exists or perishes, I have a clear conscience. Isn't this enough for me to roam the Jianghu? It's very enough. Chun Pingan patted the wine gourd at his waist and smiled brightly. I'm not bragging when I run. I'm definitely faster than a four-legged warhorse with two legs. Moreover, I have a trump card that can save my life. Senior, you don't have to worry about me. You just have to deal with that Chu Hao. If I didn't have this confidence, I wouldn't have shown up today. Song Yufan was so angry that he wanted to smash a chestnut on this blockhead's head. Idiot, do you really think that your broken wine gourd is the sword-strengthening gourd at the waist of the mountain sword immortal? Besides, you're just a pure martial artist who refines his body. What's the use of the legendary sword-strengthening gourd? Chun Pingan moved his feet and stood behind Song Yufan. They came to a place where the soldiers of the imperial court of Calm Water Country couldn't see them. He patted the sword-strengthening gourd heavily and said in a low voice, Chi, someone is looking down on you. Come out. Song Yufan was stunned. What's going on? The red wine gourd didn't move at all. Chun Pingan was a bit embarrassed. 15. With a whoosh, a streak of shocking green. Sword light rushed out of the sword-strengthening gourd. It was so fast that it could be called lightning. The crystal-clear pocket-sized sword suddenly hovered in the air between the two of them and then slowly wandered, as if it was asking for reward from its master, Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan had already known that there were two little ancestors in the sword-strengthening gourd. Flying Sword 15 was docile and obedient. Whenever Chun Pingan wanted, 15 would follow the tip of the sword. It was simply his intimate little jacket. As for Chi, he was really arrogant. Unless it was in a life-or-death situation, or it was interested in something, Chun Pingan basically couldn't order it around. However, Chun Pingan wouldn't force it. He didn't expect Chi to be like 15, who could do everything smoothly. At least in the few critical moments, Chi had never tricked him. Song Yufan was surprised. It's really the sword-strengthening gourd of a great sword immortal? Chun Pingan grinned. However, Song Yufan's next choice, and words were still full of old-fashioned pedantry. He patted Chun Pingan's shoulder and said, Chun Pingan, remember, the son of a rich family doesn't sit under the awning table. Let's go. Since you've come to see me off, it can be considered that you've done your duty. Since your path of martial arts is already smooth and you possess precious treasures, you should cherish the present stability even more. Let's go, let's go. Don't be so wishy-washy. Believe it or not, I'll beat you to a pulp before fighting with the army. Song Yufan said sternly, I, Song Yufan, am a man of my words. But there was still a but. The young man, who just came out of the Jianghu, was as straightforward as Song Yufan, who was experienced in Jianghu. The young man from the north who wore straw sandals, carried a wooden box, and had a sword-strengthening gourd with a flying sword in it, said to the old man solemnly, I, Chun Pingan, come from Mud Bottle Alley in Huaihuang County, Longquan County, Dali in the north. I'm also traveling in Jianghu. The old man turned around and laughed. Kid, don't you look like a kid? Chun Pingan stepped forward and stood side by side with the old man. I'll treat you to a hot pot in return. The old man was still worried. Although he looked into the distance, he had to ask again. The situation is not good. Can you really run away? Chun Pingan nodded. Not only do I have the sword-strengthening gourd and the flying sword to protect me, but I also wrote 20 mind talismans last night. They can help me shrink the ground into an inch. If I really run away, I'll be so fast that even I can't help but give you a thumbs up. Although it sounded like a joke, the old man turned around and looked at the young man carefully. It didn't seem like a joke at all. The old man was relieved. Heroically, he reached out and pressed the hilt of the upright sword. Good. Then I'll wait for you to treat me to a hot pot. Chun Pingon suddenly asked softly, Can I bring my own wine to eat hot pot in a restaurant? Although he had the sword's strengthening gourd, the flying sword, and the mind talisman, he was still as stingy as before. The old man laughed and said, It's not about being generous. It's very generous. Song Yufan rushed forward and pulled out his long sword from the bamboo scabbard. Sword Chi lingered between heaven and earth. He laughed loudly. Let me go first. Just bring up the rear for me. On one side, there were only 2 people. On the other side, there were 10,000 soldiers. However, the latter faced the old and young Jianghu people, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. When the war drums sounded, some young soldiers from the local garrison swallowed subconsciously because the sword chi was close. When facing 2 Jianghu boorish people, it was enough to exhaust them. There was no need to pay attention to the arrangement of troops on the battlefield. It was nothing more than the cavalry in the vanguard charging and then appropriately pulling the front line and supporting from the left and right to cover the path of the sword saint from the Combe country. Then the infantrymen at the rear would set up the formation. With the swords and shields in the front, the spears pierced out and formed layers of iron walls. In addition to the standard infantry crossbows of the Combe country, there were also dozens of divine bows taken from the imperial treasury. They were meticulously made by the craftsmen of the Mahis school and had always been relied on by military generals. The tip of the arrow was engraved with cloud-patterned talisman. The shaft was made of fine iron, and the arrow feather was made of golden eagle feathers. Each arrow was tough and heavy. Therefore, ordinary divine archers couldn't control it. Only soldiers with good martial arts attainments could pull the bowstring to the fullest. It was very powerful, and its speed, range, and accuracy were far better than ordinary strong bows. In the end, there were close to 20 lackeys of the Jianghu gathered around Great General Chu Hao. It was extremely difficult for Song Yulao to open the formation alone and kill his way to Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao knew that he had victory in his grasp. The 3,000 elite cavalry under his command didn't fear the title of Sword Saint and dared to charge head-on. However, it didn't mean that the rest of his troops were fearless of death. Chu Hao had been on the battlefield for a long time, and he was well aware of this. Therefore, he sent someone to pass a message to the local garrison generals. For every soldier that died in the war, the imperial court would give a jaw-dropping 100 taels of silver as compensation. The family of the soldier that died in the war would be exempted from military service for 10 years. However, those who dared to back out would be executed immediately. Moreover, they would be punished according to the law of the border army, and their families would be exiled thousands of miles away. With the rewards and punishments, the entire army could only fight to the death. Great General Chu Hao rode his horse and stood under the mighty banner that swayed in the wind. He was very satisfied. With the army at the border, the boorish people of the Jianghu were just manises trying to stop a chariot. The emperor had privately promised him that he could take half of the property of the Jianghu manor as a reward for the Chu clan's army. The remaining half would be handed over to the national treasury. However, he had to take care of all the compensation for the local troops alone. He wasn't allowed to trouble the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. As long as the manor was confiscated, Chu Hao would still be able to earn a lot of money. Song Yulao didn't immediately rush up to the sky to be the eye-catching target. He lowered his head, bent his waist, and held his spear as he charged forward. His aura was like a rainbow, and he was as fast as lightning. He clashed with the Chu clan's elite cavalry that had already pulled out a neat front line. The first wave of arrows rained down. The dense black dots in the sky shot over. The bowstrings that were pulled taut suddenly released, making a buzzing sound. This was only the first wave of arrows from the mounted bows. Song Yulao stomped heavily on the ground. His originally swift and violent figure became even more ethereal. He charged forward at an even faster speed. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and spun his body. The sword aura rolled. Within a radius of several feet, the majestic sword aura condensed into a ball and then suddenly exploded. The ground behind Song Yulao was instantly filled with arrows that fell in an arc. The soil was overturned and dust flew up. The remaining arrows that happened to be coming toward him were all shattered by Song Yulao's sword aura. Although Song Yulao's speed was beyond imagination and his sword aura was so strong that it opened the eyes of the soldiers on the battlefield, the second wave of arrows still followed in an orderly manner. They fell like rain. Song Yulao held his spear, and his body spun like a top. Hundreds and thousands of Iran swords instantly appeared around the old sword saint of the Brushwater country. The tips of the swords all pointed outside the circle. In one breath, tens of thousands of sword auras were formed. Song Yulao no longer held his sword. He put his two fingers together and made a sword sign. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Go." Then he stomped his foot. The sword formation in front of him and the sword aura condensed into long swords. They were swung toward the front row of elite cavalry who were charging with spears and spears. In an instant, the legs of dozens of horses were broken, and the necks of 20 of them were penetrated. The path of the charging cavalry was instantly turned upside down. A towering sword soared into the sky. Under the guidance of Song Yu's sword technique, the sword chi swept out like a huge umbrella blocking the rain. When those arrows landed on the umbrella, without exception, all of them shattered into pieces. Two groups of elite cavalry on the two sides sped up and charged forward. At the same time, the archers on the sides shot their bows at Song Yulao. The remaining half-circle of sword aura behind the old man quickly filled up the semicircle sword formation and shot out again. Dozens of horses on the two sides of the cavalry were killed on the spot. The riders fell off their horses. However, Chu Hao's ability to lead troops was outstanding here. Except for a few who fainted, most of the riders floated to the ground or rolled up. They pulled out their sabers and directly charged at Song Yulao. The title of the sword saint of the Combe country, the so-called number one person in the Jianghu, was not enough to scare these elite warriors who had been soaked in blood and laid in piles of bones. In the western region of the Aquarius continent, there were dozens of countries around the colorful dress country. Among them, the colorful dress country had the most troops and was the most powerful country on the table. This was especially so for their number of cavalry troops. As for their actual combat strength, whether it was the ancient Yu country that produced heavy armored infantry, the Songshi country that was proficient in archery and horse riding, or the Combe country with valiant folk customs, they were all qualified to laugh at the colorful dress country's border army. It was not easy for a powerful general with the surname Ma to emerge, but he was pushed aside by the big boss at the border to retire in Yanji County. Such a big piece of greasy meat was enough for the three countries bordering the colorful dress country to have a full meal. Chu Hao personally led troops to intimidate the Jianghu, not only because of his wife's personal grudge, but also because he wanted to fight for the position of the commander-in-chief of the punitive expedition against the colorful dress country. He wanted to gain more prestige for himself. Otherwise, even if His Majesty was more inclined to Chu Hao, it would inevitably attract criticism from some meritorious seniors and the influential members of the imperial family. The sword saint's head that he delivered was not lighter than the weight of a sword water manor. Chu Hao, who was under the heavy protection of the formation, couldn't help but laugh. The heavens are helping me. Song Yubern, kill, just kill. When you are an arrow at the end of its flight, let's see how you can still show off. Chu Hao, will soon have hundreds of thousands of border troops and lead them to the north. When I get the first merit of destroying the colorful dress country, There might be a place for me in the Aquarius Continent's Decennial Lakeview Academy General Evaluation. That Dolly Song Jangkyung in the north is just relying on his status as a relative of the imperial family. When it comes to commanding troops on the battlefield, a northern barbarian who drinks raw meat and drinks blood is nothing. Chu Hao clenched the paper cutter that was bestowed by the imperial family. His smile grew wider, and he couldn't help but repeat, "The heavens are helping me." On the road, Song Yuburn, who was facing the opposing cavalry, was already less than 50 steps away from the cavalry formation after successfully blocking 2 waves of arrows. With his forward speed, the cavalry had already given up on shooting and charged toward the black-clothed old man in a familiar charging posture. Song Yuburn's mind moved slightly. He rushed forward and moved a few steps to the side, dodging an extremely swift and insidious arrow. The momentum was far greater than the cavalry's previous volley of arrows. After that, the old man changed his position 3 times and perfectly dodged the special arrows. He shook his 2 fingers and controlled the long sword in the air to charge forward. He laughed and said, "Cut the horses and open the formation." Those saber-wielding cavalrymen who fell from the horses wanted to fight to the death, but their sabers missed the target. They only felt that an illusory smoke brushed past them, and the black-clothed old man was no longer in front of them. The sword swept forward like a flying sword, like a flood dragon swimming in the river. Several war horses had their legs chopped off in the blink of an eye. The sword only cared about opening up an unobstructed path for the master behind it. It either pierced through the back of the war horse, slid a huge bloody groove on the side of the horse, or pulled out a large mass of bloody intestines from the abdomen. Wherever it went, the war horse fell to the ground, the rider fell to the ground, and then a faint figure like smoke swept forward confidently. The elite cavalry formation with excellent combat power was pierced through by the sword saint of the brush country just like that. After Song Yuburn successfully broke the first formation, he found that the shields in front of him were like mountains. They were lined up in a line, and saber lights were shining between the gaps. There were also long spears that were slightly tilted like a forest. They were as tall as a man and a half. The neat spearheads were shining under the sunlight, emitting the unique aura of the battlefield. If he leaped high and flew toward the banner where the leading general was, the Chu army would definitely treat their guests by shooting down the archers in the back of the spear formation. Earlier, because Song Yuburn broke the formation too fast, the archers didn't work. But it didn't mean that the archers were not intimidating, not to mention that the archers were mixed with the magic bows of the school of Moism, which were regarded as treasures by the imperial court. Song Yuburn forced himself to take a breath of fresh qi, and the qi in his body flowed like a flood. At this moment, behind the infantry formation that Song Yuburn couldn't see, there were several top masters of the Jianghu of the Brush Country who were affiliated with the imperial court. They stepped on the heads and shoulders of the soldiers and attacked together. They calculated the gap between Song Yuburn's breath and jumped high over the dense forest of spears. Each of them had a sharp weapon and just happened to hack down on Song Yuburn's head. Song Yuburn tiptoed lightly, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He held the long sword in one hand and swung it horizontally, slashing at the empty waist. He calculated that Song Yuburn needed to take a breath, but because of the difference in martial arts realm, this Jianghu master in the eyes of the world didn't know how fast the qi flow of a 6th realm martial artist was. 3/4 realm martial artists with different weapons were cut in half by the half-arc sword qi on the spot. Born in the Jianghu, they died on the battlefield. No one knew if the 3 of them would die in peace. Song Yuburn swung his sword down again, and the 4 or 5 heavily armored soldiers and the people behind them were all smashed into pieces by the sword qi that tore through the air. Their armors and weapons were all smashed into pieces. The armor of the surrounding soldiers was instantly covered with blood and broken limbs. Fortunately, the heavy armored infantry formation was known for its stability. After a path was cut open by the sword chi, the soldiers at the back rushed to the front almost instantly, madly filling up the gap, and the soldiers on the left and right sides also consciously moved closer to the center. In the battlefield, those who weren't afraid of death might not survive, and those who were afraid of death would usually die. Song Yubern saw the thickness of the infantry formation in the blink of an eye when the path was opened and closed. He sighed in his heart, and his body still jumped up with the sword chi in his hand. A wave of sword chi was wantonly released, cutting down the dense rows of spears in front of him. At the same time, he held the long sword tightly, and his sword chi covered the body of the sword. The sword chi shook violently, and Song Yubern felt like he was holding a full moon, as if he could compete with the sun above his head. Song Yubern yelled, and his body grew more than 3 meters tall. His sword chi and sword chi skyrocketed at the same time. The full moon that was as big as a jade plate suddenly became extremely huge, covering Song Yubern. No matter how many arrows were shot out, it didn't change the rule of the straight line, rolling toward the huge banner. After the arrows hit the full moon, the tips of the arrows were all broken, and the arrow shafts were all shattered. When the old man in black broke the formation for the second time, the young man with a sword on his back didn't just stand by and watch. He also started to run forward, moving like a rabbit. Of course, the cavalry of the Chu clan didn't need to turn their horses around, which would only disturb each other. So naturally, they vented their anger on the young man. However, no one expected that the sword sage of the Combe country, who had been famous in Jianghu for 60 years, could break the formation so brazenly, and a young man from Jianghu who came out of nowhere was also so difficult to deal with. The young man with a sword on his back was so fast that he could cover 2 or 3 meters with one step. He was so agile in the narrow space that he not only dodged 4 or 5 arrows of the school of Mo at tricky angles, but also rushed through a round of arrow rain. During the period, as long as there were arrows in his way that he couldn't dodge, the young man would simply use his hands to push away the heavy arrows. When the young man collided with the cavalry, he had the advantage with the momentum of the rushing war horse. However, the young man, who did not know his roots in Jianghu, was like a slippery loach slipping through the gaps between the elite cavalry's charge. Occasionally, when they fought, he would punch the side of the war horse, sending the rider and the horse flying 2 to 3 feet away. Sometimes he would hit the horse with his shoulder. Similarly, the horse's hooves flew into the air, and the rider and the horse were flipped over. In the end, he even jumped up lightly and stepped on the back of a horse like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The heads of the horses or the backs of the war horses behind him flashed and disappeared, which made the cavalry feel like a breeze blowing on their faces. They chopped with their sabers and stabbed with their spears, but they couldn't even catch a corner of the young man's clothes. He was definitely a grandmaster at the peak of the 4th state, or even the 5th state. A cavalry general held an exquisite long spear and stabbed it accurately at the young man's neck. He roared, "Go to hell!" Chun Pingon tilted his neck and just happened to dodge the long spear. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the horse spear that all cavalry generals on the battlefield dreamed of. Even though the cavalry general's palm was covered in blood, the beloved long spear passed down from his ancestors was still snatched away. Chun Pingon switched to holding the long spear with both hands in midair and stabbed it heavily into the ground. The extremely resilient long spear was like a bowstring, and with a muffled bang, Chun Pingon was thrown 7 or 8 meters into the air. His hand still held the end of the long spear, not abandoning it. The young man with a sword on his back, with a face full of determination, looked like an immortal flying through the wind and landed in the empty space in front of the foot formation behind the cavalry formation. The young man's sleeves fluttered, and after his feet landed, he didn't stop. He took a step back and raised his arm, throwing the horse spear high into the air with all his strength. Then he made a gesture of patting the wine pot at his waist and jumped up, his figure instantly disappearing. It was as if an immortal had used the magical ability to shrink 1,000 li. Then they saw the young man step on the long spear in an inconceivable manner, 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind, like the legendary sword immortal flying the sword, full of a carefree and relaxed feeling that was difficult for martial artists on the battlefield to understand. If the enemy camp wasn't mentioned, perhaps there would be people who couldn't help but cheer. Then a scene that made people stomp their feet and curse occurred. That young man in the formation. Not only did he fly forward on the long spear, he even picked up the wine gourd and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred. But in the depths of their hearts, weren't they also a little fascinated? The tragedy of the battlefield, the heroism of the Jianghu. Originally, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth, just like how the sword saint from the Shu Shui nation broke the formation. Especially when his sword energy cut through the foot formation. How tragic and bloody was it? However, this young man with a sword on his back didn't kill a single person as he moved forward. He just followed the old man in black to break the formation without saying a word. They were both breaking the formation, but they were both so elegant because the long spear swept forward too quickly, and this action was too unbelievable. The foot archers in the square formation were somewhat confused. However, under the orders of the leading general, they specifically ordered the strongest elite soldiers in the army to intercept and kill this person with their strong bows. Of course, there was no need to mention the experts on the battlefield who were qualified to wield the Mahis divine bow. They had already drawn their bows like a full moon, and the treasures of the military school shot out one after another. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere, and there were even more shocking surprises that appeared. From the red wine gourd on the waist of the young man with a sword on his back, 2 dazzling fireflies suddenly flew out, 1 white and 1 dark green. Under the long spear, they shattered the arrows 1 by 1. There was no need for the young man to dodge at all. The small number of arrows that were extremely intimidating all fell to the ground without any effect. After flying for hundreds of feet, the long spear under his feet had already begun to fall. Chun Pingon stepped on the long spear and didn't care about the long spear falling to the ground anymore. His body rose up, and he just happened to dodge the attack of a top swordsman in the Jianghu. The latter landed on the ground regretfully and looked back. His eyes were fierce, and his face was full of anger. If he had not been able to stop Song Yujin earlier and had been smashed into the array by the overwhelming sword aura that was almost invulnerable, it would have been pardonable. But what was going on when he did not even get close to a nameless young man? Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. How could he enjoy the glory and wealth under General Chu Hao in the future? Further ahead, the massive sword energy enveloping Song Yufan, which was only 100 steps away from the commander-in-chief's banner, had already been seriously damaged by countless spears and arrows. Coupled with the continuous attacks of dozens of Jianghu experts, when a green sword energy came with the sound of wind and thunder, Song Yufan held his sword horizontally in front of him. Although the sword energy as thick as a green python finally broke the old man's full moon sword formation, it was also cut into 2 by the long sword. The sword energy whizzed past the old man's side, and dozens of heavily armored soldiers behind him were killed on the spot. Song Yufan stopped holding his sword horizontally. Traces of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Even so, he didn't dare to breathe easily. It was because the person who launched the sword attack 100 steps away was at least a grandmaster in the 5th realm. That person stood under the banner next to General Chu Hao. He was wearing a green robe. One of his hands was behind his back, and the other hand was pointing the tip of his sword at Song Yufan. This person wasn't old. He looked to be in his early 30s, but his real age might be 40. The long sword in his hand wasn't some divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was a piece of green bamboo that was 2 feet and 6 inches long, which was as long as the sword. He stood proudly on the back of the horse. General Chu Hao, who was much shorter than him, didn't mind at all. He was full of smiles. The swordsman who used the green bamboo as a sword smiled and said, "The bamboo sheath of Song Yufan's sword is pretty good. General Chu, can you give it to me?" Chu Hao laughed heartily and said, "Why not? Not to mention the bamboo sheath. I'll give you the sword as well." The swordsman shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need for that. If General Chu can give this sword to your emperor, it'll also be a good story to tell." Chu Hao was enlightened. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Green bamboo sword immortal is so thoughtful. That'll be the best." Song Yufan held his breath and focused his mind. He stood in a small space that the soldiers automatically made way for. It was the young swordsman from Pine Stream Country, Green Bamboo Sword Immortal. He smiled and said, "Old Sword Saint Song, do you believe that when you take a breath, you'll die?" Song Yufan's face was cold. There was an uproar behind the old man. Chu Hao narrowed his eyes and took out a small object that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve. He pinched it in his palm and then tilted his neck. Soon, 2 white-haired old men with long breaths walked out from beside him. One of them was wearing a brocade robe and was holding a green talisman with golden words between his fingers. The other was tall and sturdy. He held 2 axes that were engraved with auspicious cloud seal patterns. The 2 of them didn't wear any armor and were clearly not soldiers. The 2 of them looked behind Song Yufan. Compared to Green Bamboo, Sword Immortal's calmness, the 2 old men who followed the army had a serious expression. As great Shi refinement warriors that were consecrated by the Combe country's royal family, they knew what it meant for a sword cultivator who had nurtured a natal flying sword to fight like a cornered beast regardless of age. Chu Hao said softly, "One of you will help Green Bamboo, Sword Immortal, to end the battle quickly and kill Song Yufan. The other must hold that young man back." The brawny man with the double axes strode towards Song Yufan and grinned. "I'll force the old man to take a breath." The old man in brocade robe smiled bitterly. He gathered his thoughts and threw the green talisman that he had treasured for many years into the air. In the face of a great enemy, there was nothing he could do about it. After the talisman rose into the air, it disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 150 steps away. Golden light exploded, and the last golden-armored general crashed to the ground. It was 20 feet tall and stood out from the crowd. It held a great halberd in its hand, and within that dignified golden armor, there was only silver light circulating. The general didn't have a physical body. Chun Pingon flew all the way. It seemed like he was flying in the air, but in fact, every time he landed, he would step on the 2 flying swords of Chu Yi and Chu Wu. It would be right to say that Chun Pingon was a stubborn person. However, Chun Pingon had changed a lot when he started to roam the Jianghu on his own, and remembered the young man from Clay Bottle Alley who liked to jump across streams. At this moment, he saw the golden-armored and silver-bodied strongman not far away. It held a golden halberd and was ready to attack. It was staring at him. Chun Pingon's heart skipped a beat. In Yanji County, Daoist Chong Miao had 2 brass strongmen escorting him. One of them seemed to be a high-grade talisman that could rival a 3rd realm martial artist. The 20 feet tall, golden-armored strongman in front of him was estimated to have the combat strength of a 4th realm martial artist, or even a 5th realm martial artist. However, he dared to challenge the mountain-moving old ape of Xinjiang Mountain at the beginning of his boxing practice. When Chun Pingon was stubborn, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After accumulating for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Chun Pingon reached behind him almost naturally and grabbed the scholarwood sword. At the same time, he said in his heart, "Chu Yi, Chu Wu, go help Senior Song deal with the swordsman and the brawny man. I'll deal with this strong man myself." The distance between them was less than 20 steps. The two sword lights under Qin Pingan's feet, one on the left and one on the right, drew an arc around the golden-armored strongman, who began to stomp on the ground and run forward with the halberd. Chun Pingan, who still had his hand behind him and held the hilt of the wooden sword, leaped forward and shouted, "Senior Song, don't worry about it." In the face of a great enemy, the brawny man's double axes were about to chop down, and Green Bamboo Sword Immortal was eyeing him covetously. Song Yu smiled knowingly and actually took a breath. Green Bamboo Sword Immortal, who was standing on the horse's back, struck with his sword. Chun Pingan, who was in the air, mumbled something that no one could hear. Then he fell into a state of emptiness that he had never experienced before. He forgot about everything, and his sword heart was clear. There was once an ancient temple scholar with sword that easily split open the pink-robed great demon's golden light formation. Since I'm not strong enough, I'll use the sword today like I'm learning boxing. One punch at a time, I'll take it slow. There will be a day when I can throw out 1,000,000 punches. First, I'll take the meaning, not the form. I'll just throw out the sword. If there is a mountain, it will split the mountain. If there is a river, it will break the river. The 18 halts of sword chi in his body was no longer restrained, like a flood breaking through a dam. It rushed through the deserted chi residences that had long been regarded as useless by modern sword cultivators. Chun Pingan suddenly pulled out the scholarwood sword in an instant. With a dazzling sword chi that he couldn't see, he slashed at the 2-foot-tall golden-armored strongman. Along with the giant halberd, the golden-armored strongman was slashed apart. Chun Pingan, who had landed on both feet, raised his head. A huge crack appeared on the golden-armored strongman's body. Silver light burst out, and the golden armor shattered. It fell to the ground in front of him and then shattered with a loud bang. Golden light and silver radiance filled the sky. Chun Pingan, who was sweating and kneeling, was dazed for a moment. However, he quickly came back to his senses. He straightened his back and gripped the scholar with sword in his hand. "In the Jianghu, I have a sword." The young man had never felt so hearty before. He wanted to vent the pent-up frustrations in his heart so much. In the midst of the army of 10,000, he held the scholar tree sword that had been completed in one strike. He shouted loudly, "Great Li's Chun Pingan is here." 2:45. There was a deathly silence on the battlefield. After a moment of astonishment, the large military formation with the youth as the center set off the uniform clanging of iron armors. The army was not here to watch a show. In an instant, spears and bows were raised. All of them aimed at the young sword immortal who claimed to be from the Great Li. Then Chun Pingan made a very inappropriate move. He put the locust wood sword back into the wooden box with his left hand and skillfully took off the wine gourd with his right hand. Then he suddenly raised his left hand high, as if he was saying to the army of Shu Shui, "Everyone please wait a moment. It won't be too late to fight after I drink some wine." Immediately, it caused a tidal wave of uproar. Even some of the captains who were good at fighting looked at each other. Could it be that this young sword immortal, who killed the golden-armored person with a single sword strike, was really someone who could fight against 10,000 people? Could he be so leisurely from the beginning to the end, charging straight ahead and ignoring the army of 10,000 people as if they were nothing? How could they fight this aggrieved battle? They couldn't let their brothers fill a bottomless pit with their lives, could they? The compensation of 100 taels of silver was very high, but among the soldiers on the battlefield, who would be willing to watch the familiar lives around them turn into a pile of dead silver, the two natal flying swords, Chu E and 15, had made great contributions in the battle. Imperceptibly, they helped Chun Pingan increase the illusion of invincibility. Green Bamboo Sword Immortal's sword slashed at Song Yufan's sword, Aura. It surged forward like a tidal wave, but Chu E, who was flying recklessly, shuttled back and forth between the waves, nibbling away at it bit by bit. The military cultivator of Shu Shui, who was holding the giant axes in his hands, was pointed at between his eyebrows by 15, who was so fast that the burly man had to withdraw his attack. He didn't want to exchange his life with Song Yufan, so he kept using the axes to block around his body. There was a series of crisp and pleasant clanking sounds, and the axes even sent sparks everywhere. Song Yufan took the opportunity to take a breath of fresh air. He stretched out his arm horizontally, holding the sword Radiance and the bamboo scabbard at his waist. His whole body's sword intent skyrocketed, and his black clothes fluttered without wind. He was extremely happy to be able to fight with all his might again. After Qin Pingon raised his arm, in a deliberately mystifying manner, he raised his head to drink and silently said in his heart, "Chui, Chu, continue to entangle your opponents. It doesn't matter if your moves are a little fancy." Flying Sword number 1 was like a scoundrel who would not give up. He stared at Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, the little girl. 15 even gnawed on the heavy weapon double axes until they were unrecognizable. They were full of holes, which made the burly man's heart ache. The Green Bamboo Sword Wiz, whose eyesight and cultivation were much better than everyone else's, was a grandmaster of swordsmanship who wanted to take the head of the old sword saint of Shui Kingdom. While defending against Chu Yi's attacks, he furiously shouted with a murderous look on his face. His words hit the nail on the head. The 2 times that the young man drank wine were fake. The change of breath was real. The battle between the martial Dao grandmasters was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chun Pingon had already lowered his arm and pinned the blade's strengthening gourd to his waist. He leaped over the army formation and grinned at Green Bamboo Sword Immortal. Song Yubern, who had changed into a new outfit, added fuel to the fire. He laughed and said, "Idiot!" After losing his trump card. The old man in the brocade robe, who used the talisman to invite out a golden-armored strongman, smiled bitterly. He took out 3 green talismans, but the runes were no longer golden. 1 was silver and 2 were red. He threw them out again. Another 3 strong men from the Taoist talisman sect landed on the ground. They stood side by side in front of the main general, De Wu. There was 1 silver-armored strongman and 2 bronze-armored strongmen. When Song Yubern and the young sword immortal arrived in front of De Wu, the 2 sides had unknowingly switched offense and defense. Without the latter, Song Yubern would have died in the battle. However, with the addition of an inexplicable troublemaker, Song Yubern had a slight advantage. Chu Hao's judgment of the situation on the battlefield was very clear. He had been in the military for half of his life and had never been defeated in more than 30 battles. He still had this ability. As a result, this general with a gloomy expression quietly poured his martial jinqi into the silver ingot-shaped military treasure in his hand. This was the most precious armor pill from his wife's generous dowry back then. In an instant, it flowed on the outside of Chu Hao's armor like mercury. The originally pitch-black military heavy armor turned into a set of snow-white armor covered in ancient cloud patterns. It was called the Deity's Dew Armor, commonly known on the mountain as the Dew Armor. Although it was the lowest grade of the Jia pill of the military school, in the dozens of countries, including the Shu Shui country, there was not a single general who could own this item. Of course, it was not that these pillars of the country had no money in their pockets, but that there was a price but no market. Otherwise, even if the price was doubled, the generals would be willing to sell their pots and pans to buy 3,000 Jia pills of mountain snow, 300,000 taels of silver, in exchange for the best life-saving talisman, who would not be willing to fork out this amount of money. It was just that they couldn't buy it at all. The military cultivators on the mountain had almost monopolized the armor pellet. The qi cultivators, other than sword cultivators, couldn't compare with the former 2 in terms of physique tempering. Therefore, they wanted to buy the armor pellet as a protective talisman. How could the warriors at the foot of the mountain touch it Wasn't that a waste of God's gift? Song Yubern began to move forward. He no longer had any worries about the rear. One man with one sword. He moved forward with an indomitable will. This was because Chun Pingon was helping to bring up the rear. Chun Pingon laughed. He took a step forward and moved more than 20 feet away. Come back! Chu-yi reluctantly let go of Green Bamboo Sword Fairy and moved back slowly. Obviously, he was a little angry. In the blink of an eye, Flying Sword 15 had circled around Chun Pingon, blocking the spear tips and arrows that were swarming towards him. Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, who had been standing on the back of his warhorse all this time, sighed. He glanced reluctantly at the bamboo scabbard at Song Yubern's waist. This Pine Stream Sword Fairy, whose reputation in the Jianghu was even greater than Song Fengshan's, leaned back and pushed off with the tip of his foot. In an instant, he flew backwards. He turned around in the air and stepped on the heads of the soldiers behind the banner. Just like that, he drifted far away. After completely leaving the Shu Shui army, the young sword fairy put away the piece of bamboo hanging at his waist and slowly walked towards the provincial capital. Looking back at the banner, he said regretfully, "If I want to seize that green Immortal Mountain bamboo scabbard again, I don't know how long I'll have to wait. If this Song Yubern can survive this time, he should be able to live for at least 20 or 30 years, right?" Green Bamboo Sword Fairy's desertion immediately caused the morale of the Shu Shui army to fall into chaos. Chu Hao's eyes were somewhat puzzled. He turned his head and looked at the formations of the various garrisons. It was only slightly better than blowing up the camp. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be in such a mess. Although these 4 garrisons of the Shu Shui army were far inferior to his own troops, 2 of them were elite infantry headquarters. They had been nurtured by border battles for many years and were far from being in such a sorry state. When Chu Hao saw the commander of one of the garrisons, not only did he not stop the terrible situation that was on the verge of collapse, he instead sat high on his horse with his arms crossed over his chest as if he was an outsider. Chu Hao's face immediately turned ashen. He was so angry that he clenched his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to urge his horse to gallop over and hack him into mincemeat. Chu Hao's expression changed greatly. He raised his butt and looked into the distance. He didn't know when, but the solid formation of the garrisons had become an obstacle to the rescue of the Chu clan's elite cavalry. It had already isolated him and dozens of his personal retainers from the 3,000 elite cavalry. Song Yubern was facing the strong man with the axe and the talisman invited by the old man in the brocade robe by himself. He still had the strength to spare and was observing Chu Hao's every move. Chun Pingon gradually discovered the strangeness of the development of the situation. The ferocious attack of the formation gradually decreased. Except for the group of Jianghu masters who had gathered to attack him, the arrows and spears in the army became sparser and sparser. In the end, they simply watched the fire burning across the river. Moreover, there were constantly generals who looked like commandants riding their horses in the gaps of the formation, constantly telling something to some of their subordinate Dakarches and elite soldiers. Song Yubern cut a brass strongman in half at the waist with his sword. The talisman, who had been beaten back to his original form, turned into ashes in the air. Then he slashed 2 huge axes with his sword. A long string of dazzling sparks exploded and shot out in all directions. The hot sparks from the axes shattered the armors of the soldiers in the distance. When they hit the armors of the soldiers in the distance, they even made a slight sound of metal and stone. It could be seen how shocking the cultivation of the number 1 martial artist of the Combe country on the battlefield was. After forcing back the military cultivator of the imperial court of the Combe country, Song Yubern pointed the tip of his sword at Chu Hao and said with a smile, "I've come a long way to welcome you. I only invite General Chu Hao to the villa as a guest. As for the rest of you, if you want to fight to the death, then fight to the death, standing under my sword." You are responsible for your own life and death." Under the big banner, there was a loud bang. It turned out that Chun Pingon had unknowingly moved the battlefield with more than 10 Jianghu experts to a place less than 50 steps away from the big banner. Then he entrusted his back to the 2 flying swords of Chuyi and Shiwu and secretly used a mind talisman. He directly passed the small battlefield of Song Yuburn and the 2 Qi cultivators and appeared 10 steps away from the horse of General Chu Hao, who was wearing the Sweet Dew armor. With a big stride, he stomped heavily on the ground. Then he tilted his body upward and punched the head of the handsome horse with his right fist. The tall horse's head was smashed, and its legs were broken. Chu Hao, who was second to none in the military talent of the Kong country, and was only at the 3rd realm of martial arts, immediately fell forward. In the end, he happened to be punched in the chest by Chun Pingon's left fist, although the anima energy contained in the Sweet Dew armor condensed at the area where Chun Pingon's fist hit almost at the same time. Chu Hao was still smashed into the sky by the punch. He fell heavily on the ground 30 feet away, stirring up a cloud of dust on the official road. Chun Pingon continued to run forward. A squire of the Chu clan's elite cavalry rode forward angrily. The squire, who was skilled in horsemanship, tightened the reins and drove the horse to raise its 2 hooves high, stomping heavily on the head of the young sword immortal. Chun Pingon accelerated and dashed forward. He bent his back and appeared at the belly of the horse. Then he straightened his back in an instant and slammed his shoulder into the horse, causing it to fly backward with its hoofs in the air. Chun Pingon went straight forward, exerting strength in his legs. It was exactly the same as the scene of the young eagle crossing the stream in his hometown. Chu Hao, who had just struggled to get up, was punched in the head. The Sweet Dew armor of the military school emitted a dazzling spiritual light. Chu Hao fell backward dizzily again. His eyes rolled, and he completely fainted. Chun Pingon had also come to the side of this guy, who vowed to be one of the top 10 generals of the continent. He squatted down and stretched out his hand to grab Chu Hao's neck. Then he stood up and lifted the neck of the Kong country's great general, who was suspended in the air to the height of his shoulder. He shook it and turned to smile at Song Yusha. "Senior Song, I have caught him." The situation was already over. The 2 Qi refinement warriors of the royal family exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Song Yusha was not aggressive. He kept his Iran sword and put it back into the bamboo sheath. He cupped his fists and said to the 2 top Qi refinement warriors of the Kong country, "Sorry for the offense. Please pass a message to His Majesty. No matter how the imperial court deals with it in the future, the sword water villa, and I will take it on." Then the old man dashed forward. Sword auras fell like rain. The dozens of retainers and elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan who were desperately charging towards Chun Pingon were all chopped off. The old man landed beside Chun Pingon. "Let's go. As long as we leave the battle formation and return to the villa, we will be safe. The soldiers of the imperial court are disunited. They are no longer a threat for the time being." Ooh. The entire Kong country's infantry fell into silence. The elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan, who were blocked outside the infantry formation in the distance, probably realized that something was amiss at Dawu's side. After communicating with the infantry formation to no avail, they began to charge towards the formation under the lead of a cavalry general. The infantry formation in front, which did not dare to fight against the elite cavalrymen with swords and spears, and did not dare to disperse without permission, slowly dispersed to the sides, trying to make a path for the cavalry to gallop. Chun Pingon said in a low voice, "I can still use the mind talisman one more time." Song Yusha laughed. "Then I will cover your rear this time. Remember not to turn around and cut through the formation. Retreat to the right side, and we will return via the mountain path. Otherwise, the 3,000 elite cavalrymen of the Chu clan will be a little difficult to deal with." Chun Pingon nodded. He took a deep breath and grabbed Chu Hao's neck activating the mind talisman. Only now did everyone know why the young sword immortal was able to disappear on the spot several times. The young man's figure disappeared without a trace, but Great General Chu Hao's figure was almost floating horizontally, like a woman's long sleeves dragging in the air. When the young sword immortal finally revealed himself, he began to display the graceful bearing of a celestial being who rode the wind. But for some reason, the young man with the sword on his back staggered at the beginning, and only after that did he seem to be walking on flat ground. Song Yusha dashed forward and followed Chun Pingan away from the battlefield. After several ups and downs, he and Chun Pingan soon turned into two black dots and finally entered the mountain forest on both sides of the official road. Once they entered the mountain forest, the outcome was already decided. Song Yusha thought of Chun Pingan's stagger and asked worriedly, "Did you suffer from internal injuries?" Chun Pingan smiled and shook his head. "There is a little ancestor who is throwing a tantrum with me. I'm fine." The first time he rode the wind above the army, he actually stepped on Chu Yi and 15. The second time, Chu Yi was unhappy and purposely let Chun Pingan step on empty air. Then it returned to the blade-strengthening gourd to sleep. Fortunately, 15's flying speed was extremely fast and could keep up with Chun Pingan's pace. Song Yusha sighed. Legend has it that there is a martial arts master who successfully reached the martial god realm in the north. Not only can he hover in the void at will, but he can also ride the wind and fly, just like a sword immortal riding a sword. Ooh. Remembering what Chu he said at Chess Block Mountain, Chun Pingan nodded and blurted out, "That is the 8th realm of martial arts called the Ascendant Realm, because it can ride the wind. It is also called the Distance Travel Realm. It is very cool." Song Yusha was confused. Isn't the realm above the 6th realm called the Martial God Realm? Chun Pingan was also confused. He shook his head and said, "I heard that is not the case. The realm above the 6th realm does start to focus on spirit refinement, but it doesn't seem to be qualified to be called martial god. I only know that the 7th realm of the Golden Body Realm is qualified to be called Master. The 8th realm is the Ascendant Realm, the 9th realm is the Peak Realm, and then there is the 10th realm. Now, there is one in Dali, Song Jenkyung. He is the uncle of the guy next door to me in Mud Bottle Alley. I have seen Song Jenkyung once in the alley. He is very powerful and looks like a master." The sword saint of Combe Country felt like he was listening to a book from heaven. Chun Pingan saw the expression on the senior's face and quickly swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. For example, the barefoot old man who taught him the fist art, and the 3rd realm of martial arts was a 10th realm martial artist. Moreover, the old man with the surname Chui was the first 10th realm master in the Aquarius continent after hundreds of years. Song Yufan quickly understood and smiled. "You are just a frog at the bottom of the well. No worries, no worries. As long as there is a great scene above the 6th realm of martial arts, then it is a great thing. Otherwise, if all the beautiful scenes in the world are seen by the gods on the mountain, then wouldn't us martial artists have no face at all? It shouldn't be like this." Chun Pingan, who was still holding Chu Hao in one hand, nodded his head. He thought that if old Song could go to his hometown, he would definitely have the same taste as that fellow in the bamboo house. In the end, there were still some people who wouldn't sit at the same table and drink just because of the difference in martial arts realms. This old Song beside him was really amazing in Chun Pingan's eyes. So no matter where this old man went or who he met, he would be respected. After Chu Hao's true chi was used up, the dew armor turned back into a silver ingot and fell to the ground. Chun Pingan picked it up with the tip of his foot and put it into his bag. Then he used a bit of strength and shook his wrist, causing that General Chu, who had woken up but didn't dare, to open his eyes to faint again. Song Yufan smiled knowingly. To encounter such a young sword immortal from Great Li, it could be said that Chu Hao was blessed. Chun Pingan asked, "What's next?" Song Yufan sighed. No matter how eager the 3,000 elite cavalry are to save their master, they won't be stupid enough to attack the Sword Water Manor. My grandson Fengshan is obviously behind this imperial army. They are already in a mess and won't assist the Chu clan's elite cavalry to attack. They will only retreat to the provincial capital and wait for the changes. Song Yufan's face was a bit gloomy, but the sudden death of the sword immortal of the Tsai kingdom, the appearance of a demon in Yenji County, and our Sword Water Manor, I think the Academy will make a move. Chun Pingan asked, Academy? Is it the Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 Confucian academies? Song Yufan sighed. Yes. For thousands of years, the Aquarius continent has been peaceful on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, the Academy is the credit of all the imperial courts. However, I never thought that this time, the Sword Water Manor might stand opposite the Lakeview Academy. Once the teachers of the Academy appear, the manor will probably be like this imperial army. The people's hearts will be scattered, and the manor's century-old reputation will be destroyed overnight. Chun Pingan had some impression of the Lakeview Academy. First, it was as famous as the former Cliff Academy founded by Mr. Chi. Second, it was the disturbance of the wedding dress ghost. On the way back from the Great Sui Kingdom to the Huangting Kingdom, the young Chui Dong mentioned some incredible inside stories that were related to the scholars of the Lakeview Academy. The last one was the first gentleman of the Lakeview Academy, Chui Ming Huang, who once represented the Confucian school of the Aquarius continent to enter the Lizhu cave heaven. But why did Senior Song, who dared to take the head of a general in the army, have such complicated emotions when he mentioned the Academy? Song Yufan mocked himself. Facing the Academy, I don't have the courage to fight to the death. I'm so worried. Chun Pingan didn't quite understand. Song Yufan seemed to see through the young man's mind. With his hands behind his back, he slowed down in the forest and looked at the sparse sunlight shining through the leaves like grains of gold on the ground. After a moment of silence, the old man finally said helplessly, Don't you know that the words of the teachers of the Academy are the greatest truth in the world? I once saw with my own eyes a sage from Lakeview Academy. At such a young age, he was able to make the sword god of Colorful Robes Nation come out to welcome him from afar and ask for advice on morality and knowledge. The young sage was wearing a high hat and broad belt, sitting upright and still, sitting opposite the sword god who was like a child. That lofty bearing was really another kind of invincible. Ooh, Song Yufan smiled. So, 100 or 1,000 Song Yufans can't compare to the words of the Academy's teacher. You are wrong and you should be punished. Chun Pingan asked a question. What if the teachers and teachers of the Academy don't make sense? What if the gentleman and sage also make mistakes? Song Yufan smiled and said, There will be the teachings of the sage. Chun Pingan was deep in thought. He grabbed a general by the neck. The latter's feet were dragged on the ground in the forest, making rustling sounds. "246. It was common sense that one needed to rest after a battle, since the army of the imperial court was no longer a threat, and Song Fengshan was guarding the manor. Song Yufan wasn't in a hurry to return. He was waiting for Chu Hao to wake up so that he could ask him some questions. As long as a martial artist didn't harm his body, soul, and vitality, he could recover to his peak after a period of rest. The duration differed from person to person. Song Yufan originally thought that the martial god realm was Chun Pingan's so-called golden body, ascension, and mountain peak realms. It was said that the transformation of the old and new true chi could be completed in an instant. Outsiders wouldn't be able to see the truth, so there were no flaws. Green bamboo, sword deity, wouldn't appear when he was waiting on the battlefield. Therefore, there was a domineering saying in the underworld of the Aquarius continent, martial gods are at the peak before they die in battle. However, Song Yufan only heard about it from rumors, and Chun Pingan only knew about the realms. As for the Marshall Path mountain peak, the three realms of spirit refinement were still shrouded in fog. Song Yufan saw that Chen Pingon didn't look too good and felt that it was abnormal. Logically speaking, after a martial artist left the battlefield, his aura should be stable. However, Chen Pingon showed signs of fatigue and stopped walking. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened? Did you suffer an internal injury?" Chen Pingon first checked on Chu Hao. Chu Hao's breathing was slow and steady, and there didn't seem to be any signs of him waking up. However, Chen Pingon didn't say anything. It was as if he had followed Lu Xianyang around the mountains when he was young and caught a snake. He only needed to shake the snake's body to loosen its tendons and scatter its bones. Then he shook his wrist and completely knocked out the general of the Comb River Nation. Chu Hao, who thought that he had concealed himself well, cried out in grief. His vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. With such a bullsh T sort immortal, who didn't care about the rules of the pugilistic world, he was really at his wits' end this time. Chen Pingon then explained to Song Yushao, "Because I am not a sword cultivator from the mountain, it takes me a lot of effort to control the two flying swords. Although they can kill enemies on their own, after leaving the blade-strengthening gourd, I still need to divide some of my spirit into the flying swords, like their scabbards. Otherwise, they would not stay outside the Qi Palace or the blade-strengthening gourd for too long. Also, I have used the mind talisman a bit too much, and the two breaths were a bit rushed. I feel a bit uncomfortable now, but it doesn't matter. As long as there are no major battles in the near future, I can make up for it by breathing in and out." Ooh. Song Yufan felt relieved as he walked in the forest. The shade of the trees and the sunlight complemented each other. The old man felt relaxed and happy. It was not only because the knot in his heart had been untied, but also because he had met a young friend whom he could entrust his life to. His hope for Jianghu had been rekindled. Even if people's hearts were no longer what they used to be, Jianghu still existed. The old man suddenly laughed. "Chen Pingon, although you have a blade-strengthening gourd and don't need to spend a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to repair the flaws of your natal flying swords, that's another matter." Chu Hao actually invited the green bamboo sword immortal from Songshi country to help him. "This time, without your help, I would definitely have died under the siege of the army. Therefore, when I return to the villa, I will take all the light snow money as a reward. It's not a lot, less than 2,000 pieces after so many years." Fengshan went to the Immortals Ferry to buy Tsang water and used half of it, so I can only give you 800 to 900 pieces of light snow money. Speaking of this, the old man was a bit embarrassed and mocked himself. "I never thought that the life of sword sage Song Yushao from Brushing Water Country was worth less than 1,000 pieces of light snow money." Chen Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. "Senior Song, I only need 300 to 400 pieces of light snow money. You don't have to give me all of it. Song Fengshan will definitely need it in the future." Although in the square-inch item of the Flying Sword 15, there was a pile of light snow money that the green-clothed child had used to buy the ordinary snake gall stone, as well as 8 pieces of even more precious light snow money, so it wasn't a small amount. However, under Wei Pai's recommendation, Chen Pingon had seen with his own eyes the scene of Oxhorn Mountain's Chuizhai. He was worried that when he arrived at the Immortals Ferry, he would miss out on the mountain item that he liked. As for Senior Song and the Sword Water Villa, Chen Pingon believed in the old man's words. The green hills did not change, and the green waters flowed forever. Chen Pingon's choice to accept the money, but not all of it, was beyond Song Yushao's expectations. The old man couldn't help but laugh. "You're so polite. You're not polite at all." "Shao, do you not know what the older generation of Jianghu people would say? Would they pat their chest and say, 'Between brothers, talking about money hurts feelings. If you treat me as a brother, don't talk about this anymore. Otherwise, we won't be brothers anymore.'" Chen Pingon shook his head. "It's even more uncomfortable to owe people money. At least, I'm like this." Song Yushao had a deep understanding of this and nodded. That's true. The old man finally added, that's how it should be. In the mountain forest, the mountain breeze blew, the green leaves swayed, and the tree shade was cool and refreshing. Because of Chun Pingan's physical condition, Song Yushao couldn't walk fast. However, since there was no trouble in his heart, the old man took it as he enjoyed the scenery along the way. Song Yushao only reminded Chun Pingan that the next time Chu Hao woke up, he wouldn't knock him out. He had something to ask. Chun Pingan didn't have anything to say. After determining Chu Hao's martial arts cultivation, the cautious Chun Pingan also felt relieved. He didn't want to carry Chu Hao on his back in the mountains, but he couldn't carry Chu Hao by his neck. After thinking about it, Chun Pingan simply dragged one of Chu Hao's legs like a mountain king patrolling his territory, and used a broom to sweep the dead branches and leaves in his courtyard. Green Bamboo Sword Deity wasn't afraid of being chased by Song Yushao and the young man. He followed the official road back to the provincial capital leisurely. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the forest by the road in the distance. After he stood still, he reached out to grab the green bamboo, hanging by his waist. From the forest, an acquaintance of Green Bamboo Sword Deity slowly walked out. He was 70 years old and had a chiseled face. At first glance, he didn't look like a Jianghu person who was easy to get along with. There was a sword hanging by his waist. The scabbard was wrapped with green threads made of unknown material. It was much longer than the long sword of an ordinary swordsman and was extremely eye-catching. Green Bamboo Sword Deity walked out of the official road and walked towards the swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom, whom he had met several times. The two stopped at the same time with a distance of 20 steps between them. The old swordsman smiled. Su Lang, it's been 5 or 6 years since we parted at the riverside, right? Green Bamboo Sword Deity said indifferently. Lin Gushan, why are you looking for me? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in a good mood now. The old swordsman was not bothered by the arrogance of a junior from the Jianghu. He went straight to the point. I've been entrusted by the imperial tutor this time to kill Chun Pingan. We've fought before, and a Qi refinement warrior from the royal family, and Madam Snake, and Scorpion died in the hands of Chun Pingan. Now, only the owner of My Mei Tower and I are left. We're unwilling to stop here. Previously, I've witnessed an exciting show of immortals chiseling the formation. I was wondering if I could join forces with you to hunt down Chun Pingan and Song Yushao after we succeed. Regardless of whether Song Yushao is dead or alive, you can do whatever you want with him. Chun Pingan will be brought back to ancient Yu Kingdom by us. Su Lang glanced at the dense forest in the mountains and asked 2 questions. Can we make it in time? Do we have a chance of winning? Lin Gushan, the venerable swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom, nodded and said, the owner of My Mei Tower is best at assassination. He will make the first move and launch a sneak attack to delay the 2 of them. As for the chances of success, I can only say that it depends on the effort. Even if the 3 of us join forces, I can't guarantee how many of us will survive in the end. Su Lang smiled and said, if Senior Lin says that the chances of success are high, then I won't nod my head. Lin Gushan asked, does this mean you've agreed? Su Lang nodded and said, you go and support the owner of My Mei Tower first. I want to go back the way I came and look for the deputy general of the Chu clan's elite cavalry, as well as the 2 Qi refinement warriors from Combe Country. As long as the 2 of you can stop Song Yushao and Chun Pingan, I can increase the chances of success. Lin Gushan was somewhat hesitant. Su Lang smiled and said, we've joined forces in a hurry this time. We'll gather if there's an advantage, but we'll scatter if there's no advantage. It's normal that you don't trust me, but at the very least, you have to believe that beheading the old sword sage of Combe Country with your own hands is a great temptation for a sword immortal from Song Shi Country. Lin Gushan sneered and said, Are you going to take the head of the venerable swordsman of ancient Yu Kingdom's head as well? When that time comes, you'll be the only sword immortal in the pugilistic world of dozens of countries. Wouldn't that be even better? Su Lang twirled a strand of black hair, hanging down from his temples with 2 fingers on one hand. He bent his other hand and lightly tapped on the green bamboo, appearing casual and undisciplined. Your sword, Lin Gushan, has never caught my eye. Lin Gushan, who had an extremely bad reputation in the pugilistic world, narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile, "You sure talk big." Su Lang's expression was calm. The truth has never been pleasant to hear. Lin Gushan sneered and said coldly, "No matter what, Song Yushao and Qin Pingon are our true enemies today, the owner of Mai Mei Tower, and I will wait for good news. If you guys had come late, I can't guarantee that the vengeful owner of Mai Mei Tower will not take revenge on you, Su Lang. I, Lin Gushan, will definitely seek justice from you and the royal family of Song Shi country." Ooh. Su Lang extended a hand and gestured for Lin Gushan to go first. The venerable swordsman swept away. Su Lang also turned and swept towards the official road. But halfway through, Su Lang suddenly stopped. He saw an innocent and charming girl dressed in a light yellow-pink dress, standing in the middle of the road without a speck of dust on her body. Su Lang slowly walked forward. The young girl fished out a secret letter from her sleeve. There was a vermilion seal on top of the letter to prevent the sender from opening it privately. The young girl said with a smile, "Song Fengshan wanted me to give it to you. He said you'll know once you open the letter. That guy also said that if you agree, you have to nod your head in front of me." All right. Song Fengshan promised that in the next 60 years of the pugilistic world, you, Su Lang, will steadily occupy half of the world as a sword immortal. Su Lang pondered for a moment, then fished out 2 gloves sewn from snow-white silk from his sleeve. After putting them on, he beckoned with his hand. "Throw it over." The young girl was one of the 4 evils of the Brushing Water country, the Nanib of the ancient temple. She left the Sword Water Manor this time to not only keep an eye on Song Yufan, but more importantly to find an opportunity to personally deliver this secret letter to Su Lang. This renowned green bamboo sword immortal was actually a relative of the royal family of the Song Shi country. However, due to his impure bloodline, he had long lost the opportunity to inherit the throne. Su Lang carefully removed the seal. After opening the letter, he quickly skimmed through the contents of the letter. The corner of his mouth hooked up. Then, with a shake of his wrist, he shattered the letter. Taking off the gloves and putting them back into his sleeve, Su Lang nodded. "Miss, you can go report to Song Fengshan. Since the Sword Water Manor is so sincere, I, Su Lang, will return the favor. Miss, tell Song Fengshan that there will soon be some good news related to the old sword saint. As for the letter, I hope Song Fengshan will keep his word." Immediately, the young girl felt light. She placed her hands behind her back and intertwined her fingers. She smiled sweetly. Although Song Fengshan doesn't understand romance, he's still very steady when doing things. We devils who've lived for hundreds of years still need to be experienced. So, Su Lang, you can rest assured. In the future, you'll be the ruler of more than 10 countries. It's better to sit on the dragon throne than to sit on the dragon throne. Ooh. Su Lang smiled. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. Great sword immortal Su, if you lack someone to sleep with in the future, just let me know. I'll be at your beck and call. The young girl threw a coquettish glance at the handsome man and let out a string of bell-like laughter. Her figure fluttered and dissipated. Then she turned into a billowing green smoke and rose from the ground. Soon, she disappeared in the air. Su Lang continued to move forward alone. However, he began to weigh the pros and cons. Was it to rush for quick success and get the benefits in his pocket early? Or was it to join forces with Song Fengshan and let him push him to the high position of the ruler of Jianghu? Su Lang suddenly laughed involuntarily. There was a suggestion in the secret letter that was really interesting. Song Fengshan promised that there would be a mighty Jianghu campaign between them every 10 years. The two of them would engage in a battle of the pinnacle. When the time came, Song Fengshan would inherit the title of Sword Sage of Swordwater Manor. As a sword sage, he would engage in a so-called battle of life and death with Su Lang, who had the title of Sword Immortal. In the letter, Song Fengshan had even chosen 3 locations for the battle. The first was when Song Fengshan challenged Su Lang. The location was chosen at the peak of the main hall of the Song, Shi Kingdom's imperial palace. Su Lang won. The second was chosen at the peak of the waterfall of the Swordwater Manor. Song Fengshan won by a slight margin. The third was arranged at the burial mound of Yanji County in the Tsai Kingdom. Su Lang won. Su Lang felt that it was rather interesting. Therefore, he decided to take the heads of the revered sword sage of the ancient Yu Kingdom and the head of the Maoyao sect as a form of reciprocity. Su Lang quickly saw the figures of the Combwater Kingdom's imperial army. His mind was still filled with Song Fengshan's interlocking plans. He muttered, "Jianghu can be played like this?" In the end, this sword immortal of the Song, Shi Kingdom did not head straight for the army. Instead, he turned abruptly and rushed towards the forest alone. It was still 3 against 2. However, this 3 was Song Yushan, Qin Pingan, and Su Lang. They would deal with Lin Gushan and the head of the Maoyao sect together. After Su Lang entered the mountain path in the forest, he deliberately slowed down his pace. He smiled and said, "The Jianghu is dangerous. In the provincial capital, there was an inconspicuous and secluded residence. Esteemed guests from the capital were staying here. Although the residence could not be said to be extravagant, it was unusually clean inside. There were various decorations, and it was filled with the simple elegance of a scholarly family. Furthermore, the location was quiet and noisy. Clearly, a great deal of thought had been put into it. There was a woman who lived like a prince standing in the courtyard. Although she was not young, she maintained herself well and still retained her charm. If one did not look closely at the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she seemed like a young woman in her 30s. At this moment, she was bending over and tossing food into a large vat to feed the fish. There were a dozen or so goldfish with exquisite bodies raised inside. There were also numerous lush green water lotuses. The 2 colors of gold and green complemented each other beautifully. Other than this woman with a luxurious bearing from the capital, there was only a sturdy maidservant with a saber in the courtyard. There was no one else. However, there were mysteries hidden in the alleys and streets around the residence. Not only were there elite guards, there were also several martial arts experts hidden in the marketplace. There were some capable old bailiffs in the provincial governor's residence who had long arrived here to secretly guard the place. From this, it could be seen that this guest from the capital must have a great background. However, under the heavy protection, the maidservant with a saber in her hand, who was even more burly than a man, collapsed to the ground without any warning. Behind the maidservant, a handsome young master holding a folding fan appeared. He fanned himself with a cool breeze, causing the hair on his temples to flutter slightly. He smiled at the woman who was still bending over to feed him. The plump woman's figure was fully displayed. She was charming and gentle. The young master only felt that this scene at this moment was too beautiful to behold. It was not a wasted trip. The woman stood up, turned her head, and silently looked at the young man. The young man smiled and said, "Madam, we have met before in the capital." The woman's expression was calm as she mocked. When did the children of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain have the guts to arm wrestle with a great general? After the young master put away his folding fan, he covered his face with both hands and slowly wiped it down. In the end, a face that the woman was extremely familiar with was revealed. The young man laughed in a voice that the woman was also extremely familiar with. "What about now, my good madam?" Before the woman screamed in shock, Han Yuanshan, a child of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain, stretched out a finger and gently shushed her. "Madam, don't worry. Han Yuanshan, only like to steal hearts. I have never stolen or snatched a woman's body. However, I believe that one day, Madam will be willing to recommend herself to sleep with me." At this moment, Han Yuanshan, who was using the face of Chu Hao, pointed at the fish tank. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Helping each other in difficult times. The joy of fish and water." In the Yanji County of the beautiful clothes country, there was an old Confucian scholar with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He stood on the city wall with a serious expression. In the imperial study of the beautiful clothes country's capital, there was also an old Confucian scholar with his hands behind his back. He also had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. The old man stood by the window without saying a word. The emperor of the beautiful clothes country stood beside him in trepidation. He did not even dare to sit down. In the ancient Yu country, there was still a green-robed Confucian scholar in his 30s. He still had the same jade pendant hanging from his waist. He sat in a coarse carriage that he had hired and then looked down on the young coachman along the way. When he was still 20 miles away from the ancient Yu country, he was dumbfounded. With his good eyesight, he saw that there were thousands of elite cavalry and a large group of high officials standing there. There seemed to be a man wearing a yellow robe standing by the side of the road with his hands behind his back. It seemed like he was waiting for someone. The scholar in the carriage put down the book in his hand and said to him, "Stop the horse when we reach the relay station. Don't worry, they are waiting for me. Other than the deposit that I paid earlier, the reward that the ancient Yu country's imperial court gave you in private will be the rest of my expenses." After saying this, the young scholar packed his book box and said with a smile, "It is not easy for us to come out. Now that we have reached the Kong country, don't make our mountain chief angry again." And in the Sword Water Manor, the Martial Arts Alliance Leader ceremony was about to begin. In the main hall, there were fewer faces that had appeared at the banquet previously. However, there were many famous Jianghu big shots from both the good and the bad. Most of the Jianghu heroes of the Kong country were present. Song Fengshan sat high up in the main seat. When he saw these influential people, he did not have much of an emotional reaction. There were people who were opportunistic, people who harbored evil intentions, people who judged the situation before placing their bets. There were also people from the imperial court who thought that they were going to see a big joke. Not far from Song Fengshan sat his wife. She was dressed to the nines. Her graceful bearing was probably not inferior to that of the concubines in the palace. Of course, Song Fengshan had a card up his sleeve. The people below also thought that victory was in their grasp. However, neither side had expected that the arrival of an uninvited guest would destroy their many years of painstaking planning. There was no report from the gatekeeper at all, and no disciple of the Sword Water Manor moved to stop him. After seeing the person who had announced himself, almost everyone subconsciously bowed and greeted the guest with Confucian etiquette. The young man dressed in Confucian robes and a headscarf had a jade pendant hanging from his waist. With an indescribable pace and rhythm, he walked unhurriedly into the main hall where the heroes of the Sword Water Manor were gathered. After he crossed the threshold, he looked around and once again introduced himself. Lakeview Academy, Sage Zhou Ji. Within the main hall, almost everyone stood up and bowed to this person. The young man returned the greeting and then took 2 or 3 steps forward, looking at the young master of the Sword Water Manor. Song Fengshan's expression was gloomy. The young woman sitting nearby signaled with her eyes that they should not act rashly. The young sage from Lakeview Academy said calmly, "Is Han Yuanshan of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain in the manor?" Song Fengshan suppressed the anger in his heart and twitched the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, "Unfortunately, Han Yuanshan was in the manor yesterday, but He is no longer here today. He said that it was a sudden decision and that he wanted to travel the great rivers and mountains. May I know why this teacher from the academy is looking for him? If it's not urgent, I can pass on the message to Han Yuanshan. The young sage smiled. Han Yuanshan is a scholar of the Swordwater Kingdom and is already a disciple of our Confucian school. However, he cultivates the martial arts of the devil path. He has evil intentions and has harmed the country. I want to take him to Lakeview Academy to receive punishment. As for how to deal with him, the academy will decide when he arrives. Song Fengshan, I am not speaking as a sage of the academy. I just want to advise you that it is not too late to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff. It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep have been lost. Song Fengshan put his elbow on the armrest of the chair and held his cheek. He tilted his head and looked at the sage of Lakeview Academy with a smile. He calmly sized him up. It was rumored that every time these indescribably noble teachers left the academy to carry out orders, they would hang the jade pendant given by the sage of the academy on their waists. It could record what they had seen and cultivated along the way to show that their words and deeds were open and above board. The style of the jade pendant was the simplest and most elegant peace token in the world. However, different sages and gentlemen had different characters engraved on the side. However, without exception, there was a deep meaning. It often contained the expectations and advice of the sage of the academy. Song Fengshan was extremely rude and had no intention of answering. The young woman naturally had to smooth things over. She stood up and bowed to the sage of the academy. She smiled and said, if Han Yuanshan is really like this, the Swordwater Manor will act impartially and righteously. We will do our best to help the academy capture this person. Zhou Ju looked at the woman and said in a low voice, if the Bridge of Longevity had not been broken early, you would not be able to stand here and boast shamelessly. Otherwise, your end would not be any better than Han Yuanshan. People of the Diabolism are stirring up trouble in Jianghu. There are chivalrous people who will get rid of the Diabolism. However, if you dare to invade the mountains and rivers of a country, the academy will not let you off easily. Song Fengshan sat up straight and stared at Zhou Ju. You better be polite when talking to my wife. Fengshan. The young woman turned her head and called out softly. Song Fengshan saw her anxious eyes and sighed in his heart. He leaned back on the chair and did not speak any more. At this time, Do Yang, the self-proclaimed hierarch of the Diabolism, took a sip of wine and slammed the cup on the table. He sneered. The young sage turned to look at the Qi refinement warrior and said, after I finish the business of the academy, I will take off the jade pendant on my waist. I hope that you, Do Yang, can still smile at that time. Do Yang squinted at the teacher of the academy, who should be less than 30 years old, and said, others are scared to death of the reputation of Lakeview Academy. I am also scared. However, because I know the rules of your academy, I am not afraid of you. I know clearly what the threshold of a Confucian sage is, what the bottleneck is, and how big the gap is between a gentleman and a sage. Therefore, you, Zhou Ju, don't use words to intimidate me. To put it bluntly, if you take off the jade pendant, I will still be afraid of your academy and will not dare to fight with you. However, if you, Zhou Ju, have the ability to take off the Confucian robe and headband and act like a man of Jianghu, then I, Do Yang, will not beat the shit out of you. I will take your surname. Do Yang's words were domineering and satisfying. Even some of the righteous big shots felt that although this person had committed many evil deeds and had set off many bloody storms in the Jianghu, the fact that he could say such words in front of a sage from Lakeview Academy showed that he was indeed worthy of the name Jianghu. Could the Kong country be considered as having such a big shot of the Diabolism surpass the colorful clothes country and the Guyu country in the Jianghu? The sage Zhou Ju smiled slightly. He lowered his head and whispered to the jade pendant, "Teacher, listen to this. How can I tolerate this? It's fine if I don't beat up those sages of the academy. However, when I am outside and thousands of miles away from the academy, do I have to tolerate a chi refinement warrior of the diabolism? All right, you will definitely say that I have to tolerate it again and again, and that I can be a gentleman again. However, I really can't tolerate it. What? Teacher, what do you want to say? Hey, can you hear me? Oh, why is there a problem with the jade pendant? Teacher, you must discipline those guys in the Academy's Manufacturing Bureau when you go back. In that case, let's not talk anymore. When we return to the Academy, teacher, please help me change a jade pendant. In the end, the crowd saw the young master of the Academy, who was full of nonsense, reach out and tightly grasp the jade pendant that seemed to be trembling on its own. He shook it vigorously. In the end, he made a gesture with 2 fingers and turned it gently. A breeze lingered around the jade pendant and wrapped it up like a cocoon. Only then did the young sage take off the jade pendant with a smile and put it in his sleeve. The young woman walked to Song Fengshan's side when no one was paying attention. She smiled bitterly and said, "Fengshan, I remember now. This person is one of the direct disciples of the sage of Lakeview Academy. Among the disciples, this person is the youngest and has the worst temper. His ability, even if he is not the best, he is definitely ranked second. He obtained the identity of a gentleman at the age of 20. At that time, it was very sensational, and he was hailed as the best candidate for a righteous gentleman after Chui Ming Huang. It is very likely that the sage of the academy will personally inspect and assess him. Therefore, Lakeview Academy has protected him very well." Do Yang sat there in a daze and swallowed his saliva. Although he did not know that Zhou Ju was Zhou Yuan, Do Yang still caught traces of the content of beating up a sage and returning to being a gentleman. Therefore, Do Yang stood up and wanted to apologize. It was not shameful to admit defeat to a Confucian gentleman. Zhou Quan, who had temporarily left the academy as a sage, stretched out his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the insufferably arrogant devil Do Yang in the Combe Kingdom. He smiled and said, "Our Confucian ancestors once wrote a great poem," and asked the descendants, "Have you not seen a river of broken stones as big as a bucket?" The descendant Zhou Ju answered, "I have seen it." Ooh, with the burly Do Yang as the center, a strong wind swept through the area within 3 meters. The fierce wind was like a tornado on land, crazily surrounding this giant of the demonic way. Do Yang's and was truly a bone-thin corpse. The strong wind dissipated, and the bones fell to the ground. The young sage did not even look at the skeleton of Do Yang. He raised his head slightly and looked at Song Fengshan. He asked, "Now do you know that I was already very polite when I spoke to your wife?" Song Fengshan was so angry that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. However, the young woman beside him reached out and pressed down hard on the back of his hand. She smiled and said, "We, husband and wife, are naturally aware of Teacher Zhou's kindness." Zhou Ju smiled and said, "Since Han Yuan Shan is not here, I will not disturb your alliance chief ceremony. I will go find him. You can continue." The sage of the academy turned around and walked towards the door. Coincidentally, an old man and a young man were returning to the Sword Water Manor. They walked side by side towards the main hall, as if they had gone through a series of dangerous battles. Their bodies were stained with blood. Neither of them stopped or made a sound. They just passed by each other when they crossed the threshold. The young sage kept staring at the youth with the sword on his back. The latter felt strange and looked back at him. Their gazes met, even though the youth had already entered the main hall and no longer looked at him. The young sage, who had once been a gentleman of Lakeview Academy, still kept turning his head to look at the youth. "247. Zhou Ju, the sage of the academy, walked out of the hall, followed by the sword sage of the Brushui country. Their departure slightly made up for the momentum of the villa. After all, the Lakeview Academy was far away. It didn't matter if a sage left, not to mention that he didn't denounce the villa, which meant that the villa's 100 years of operation wouldn't be affected. Moreover, Song Yufan was still in Jianghu of the Brushui country, even if he didn't use his sword, and wasn't in the villa. As long as he was traveling in some corner of Jianghu, Song Fengshan's position as the chief of Wulin would be stable. But in an instant, Song Yufan suddenly turned his head and took a few steps forward. Intentionally or unintentionally, he first blocked Qin Pingan behind him, and then strode straight over the threshold. The old man straightened his clothes, bent down, and cupped his hands in front of his chest toward Zhou Ju. At this time, the people in the hall were shocked to find that the sky outside the gate rippled, and a 30-foot-tall old man in a Confucian robe appeared. His figure was ethereal and filled with divine qi. The sage had come to the villa in person, brilliant, majestic, and profound. Before Song Yufan noticed the mystery, Zhou Ju quickly withdrew his sight from the young man with a sword on his back. He shook his sleeves and removed the magic inhibition on the Academy's safety jade token, revealing his true appearance. The jade token engraved with the words anger control was quietly placed on his waist again. When Song Yufan saluted in Jianghu, almost at the same time, he bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The old man was like a tall statue worshipped in the imperial temple. He looked down at his disciple Zhou Ju without showing any joy or anger. He said slowly, "I'll let someone else handle the matter of Han Yuanshan from the Brushui country practicing diabolism. You should return to the academy immediately." Zhou Ju sighed, straightened up, and said helplessly, "Sir, can't we talk about it?" The sage of the academy said bluntly, "No." Zhou Ju said with a sad face, "It's tough." The sage looked at the old sword sage of the Brushui country on the other side of the threshold. He cupped his hands in front of his back and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Mr. Song. You're about to break through the realm. It's said that every time you travel in Jianghu, you visit Confucian temples everywhere to offer incense. If you have time, you can come to our academy to cultivate for a while after you break through the realm to stabilize your Jinshin realm." Song Yulan was more and more convinced. He did not remove the gesture of cupping his fists. "Thank you for your grace, sage." Although he didn't know what kind of grand magic the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy had used, he was able to come to Shu Shui country from the academy so quickly. The mountains and rivers that were thousands of miles away seemed to be just a few steps away from the saint of the academy. The scholarly sage, who was in charge of the Lakeview Academy, smiled. Because he was tall and big at the moment, hovering in the air, he could see all the people of Jianghu in the Combe country at the threshold. The elegant old man took a deep look at the young man with a sword on his back behind Song Yuzuan. His complicated and deep eyes flashed away. It seemed that there was appreciation, recognition, regret, and some nostalgia. In the end, the old man did not say anything. He withdrew his gaze and reminded Zhou Ju again, "Don't deliberately delay the journey. Return to the academy quickly." Zhou Ju's eyes lit up. "Is it about the north?" The sage of the academy turned a deaf ear to his disciple's unintentional disclosure of the divine secret. He did not want to say anything in front of the academy. He just smiled at the Jianghu guests in the hall. The Great Way leads to the same destination. Martial arts are also important in cultivating the heart. Only then can you understand the mystery of the way of heaven and nourish the foundation of martial arts. I hope you don't forget your chivalry. Our Lakeview Academy is also willing to open the door to you for self-reflection and self-understanding. The saint's words of advice were like the spring wind and rain, but he stopped when he was done. It gave people an indescribable feeling. Everyone in the hall was immediately convinced This was the real temperament of a sage, and the style of the academy. Therefore, the heroes of the Combe nation, both black and white, who had already stood up, bowed in unison. Compared to Zhou Ju's status as a member of the academy, which had intimidated him, this time he bowed to Zhou Ju with even more respect and admiration. The figure of the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy dissipated in the air, shaking out waves of golden light ripples. Before leaving, the sage glanced at the young man with the mind's eye and sighed with emotion. Qi Jingchun of the Cliff really chose this young man from Dali, who was temporarily at the threshold of the 4 realms of martial arts, to be the protector of those direct disciples. Except for a few people in Lakeview Academy, no one knew about this. The sage also saw it with his own eyes at this moment, so he followed the clues and deduced some of the scenery in the distance. At the same time, the sage warned Zhou Ju with his mind. Ju Ran, no matter what you see on the young man, don't act rashly. Remember to be careful with your words and actions. Zhou Ju replied with a smile in his mind. Sir, how can I not know this principle? The sage had left, and Zhou Ju found that the jade pendant on his waist had disappeared. It turned out that his teacher had taken it away. Zhou Ju no longer looked back at the hall and just sighed. It was not until he walked out of the gate of the Sword Water Villa that he looked back and smiled. What an eye-opener! Zhou Ju, was only a sage of Lakeview Academy, but even a great gentleman like Cui Minghuang of the Aquarius continent dared not underestimate Zhou Ju. It was not only because of Zhou Ju's Confucian cultivation that could not be underestimated, nor was it because of the experience of being a sage and then being beaten back to a sage. It was because Zhou Ju could see some scenes that even the sage could not see. Regarding this talent, the sage of the academy had personally instructed the mountain elder of Lakeview Academy to take care of Zhou Ju carefully and not let him go astray. In Zhou Ju's eyes, the people of the world truly lived up to their name. All cultivators, especially the disciples of the Confucian school, would manifest their psychic energy into strange images. Most of these images would take the form of tiny people the size of grains of rice, about the size of a fingernail. They would appear on the body of the person in front of Zhou Ju or in his qi dwelling. For example, there was a sage of the academy who seemed to be full of vigor, but his small figure was stooped and stumbling, as if he was climbing a mountain with a heavy burden and was sweating profusely. There was a teacher who was known for being old-fashioned and rigorous in his studies, but there was a flying woman with heavy makeup hovering near his head. There was a lifeless and lethargic student of the academy, but there was a small figure of a bearded swordsman in his heart, heroically traveling in the Qi residence. The sage that Zhou Ju had once beaten was full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. In the academy, he had always been known for his rigorous style and wonderful writing. However, Zhou Ju could see that between the pages of the sage's books there were butterflies and bees, full of the smell of cosmetics, and there was also a sharp flying sword covered in honey, flying randomly. Zhou Ju could not stand such a person, but he scrupulously adhered to his teacher's teachings and endured until one day when the sage was stripped of his title as one of the 72 academies in the Cliff Academy. It was rumored that Qi Jingchun had died, and the Cliff Academy had moved from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom. The disciples of the Cliff Academy were deserted, and the disciples of that literary lineage were on the verge of extinction. The sage then publicly hit Qi Jingchun when he was down, wantonly attacking the scholarly knowledge of Qi Jingchun as a means of fishing for fame and compliments, hoping to win the favor of some old teachers and successfully become a gentleman. Zhou Ju did not have a good or bad impression of the rival literary lineage, but he did not have a good impression of the sage who had a honeyed mouth and a sword in his heart. The key point was that this person used the purpose of his teacher's essay to attack the Cliff Academy, which was really annoying. In the end, Zhou Ju beat him up, beating him so badly that the guy was too embarrassed to go out for half a year. Chui Ming Huang was a painting of mountains and rivers which covered a vast area, but smoke was everywhere, and it was fragmented. In this person's heart there was not a single small person. As for the chief gentleman of the Aquarius continent, he was distinguished and elegant, and his name was known throughout the continent. His original form was actually a simple old farmer, diligently guarding his crops. Zhou Ju had this strange supernatural power since he was young, and he had an eidetic memory, and his literary thoughts were like a fountain. At the age of 9, he secretly entered the academy and followed his teacher to learn the teachings of the saints. At the age of 14, he became a sage, and after that, he stayed in the academy built by his teacher, living in seclusion and only interacting with his senior brothers and sisters. At the age of 20, he became a gentleman, and through the appraisal of a ritual instrument in the Confucian temple, Zhou Ju was quickly found to be a gentleman again, and there was hope for him to catch up with the two great gentlemen of the Aquarius continent. Zhou Ju walked on the road from the Sword Water Villa to the small town and sighed, "I feel a little ashamed." Walking on the empty road, a figure appeared out of thin air beside the sage Zhou Ju and asked softly, "Ju Ran, did you see something strange?" Zhou Ju smiled and said, "My good teacher, can you not scare your disciple like this? If you scare such a good seedling, you can go and cry." The ethereal figure of the Academy's mountain elder walked side by side with Zhou Ju. Zhou Ju smiled and said, "Teacher, this time I don't want to talk to you. You'll be starved to death." The old man in a Confucian robe laughed and said, "All right, you can wait to be beaten when you return to the academy." Only then did the sage really leave. Zhou Ju was alone on the foreign road, and he was amazed and shook his head. There was a golden body literary gall that was given to him by someone, but it was compatible with his spirit without any rejection. Therefore, the young man had the aura of a Confucian scholar and a trace of the aura of a gentleman. As the young man walked, there was a breeze in his sleeves, and his shoulders seemed to be carrying flowers and trees facing the sun. The grass was long, and the orioles were flying, which was even more beautiful. There was a little person sitting on the ground, burping and swaying a scarlet wine gourd. There was a little person with straw sandals standing on the water, and walking on the mountain, there was a little person flipping through books with a hairpin in his hair. He lowered his head and read an article, as if there were obstacles everywhere, so he frowned and scratched his head in worry. There was also a little person counting money, sitting cross-legged and smiling. From time to time, he would pick up a coin and bite it in his mouth, or wipe it with his sleeve. There was also a little person, full of jewelry, running around, handing out something here and another with both hands. As if he was constantly giving away his favorite things to others, he had so many strange ideas and all kinds of deep-rooted obsessions, but his mind was still clear. How could there be such a strange young man in the world? Zhou Ju stopped smiling and sighed. He said that he should emulate those who were good, but he did not want to be such a young man at all, because it should be quite tiring to be such a person. However, if he could become a close friend with such a person, it should be quite good. Zhou Ju was thinking about something, and suddenly his body rose from the ground, high into the clouds, and flew away. Beneath his feet was the mountains and rivers of Shui country, and between the sea of clouds he could vaguely see the ups and downs of the mountain range. Zhou Ju muttered to himself, "This time I've seen the heavenly lord of Taoism in the Ju-Lu continent. Why don't I listen to that person's suggestion and choose a bigger blessed land, and, as a banished immortal, go down and experience the scenery of other places? Otherwise, with my current realm, I've been unshakable for many years. It's like squatting in a latrine pit, and there's no movement at all." Of course, Chen Pinggan did not know that the sage Zhou Ju had seen so many of his secrets. The arrival of the sage of Lakeview Academy might be a once-in-a-century wonder to the people of Shui country, but to Chen Pinggan, it was actually not that shocking. Whether it was in his hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven, or later in the Great Sui Kingdom, Chun Pingan had seen too many incredible things. Even in the painting of mountains and rivers by the old scholar, Chun Pingan had seen the great god of Sway Mountain in the central continent, and he had even personally delivered the sword that split the mountain. In the hall of the villa, Chun Pingan did not stay for too long, because after Song Yubern said a few words, he quickly left. The old man's words stirred up great waves in everyone's hearts. The tens of thousands of imperial soldiers who came to besiege the villa have retreated. The young maid, one of the 4 evil spirits of Shu Shui country, actually returned to the villa with the 2 of them, but she did not dare to face the sage of the academy, so she hid in the dark. Fortunately, the sage did not make a fuss about it, which made her very happy that she had survived a disaster. After confirming that the 2 of the academy had left the villa, she entered the hall and sat down to talk with Song Fengshan telepathically. However, the girl was a chi cultivator, and her magic was related to the Heart Lake, while Song Fengshan's was a warrior, and his magic was condensed into lines. One needed to be in the 5th realm of chi cultivator, while the other needed to be in the 4th realm of martial arts. Song Fengshan's wife began to maneuver to appease the heroes. Song Fengshan, who had not said a word, looked relieved. Apart from feeling relieved, Song Fengshan's feelings were somewhat complicated. His grandfather, Song Yubern, had really blocked the army with his sword alone, and had even chiseled the formation and captured the general Chu Hao, which saved Song Fengshan a lot of planning. Not only that, his grandfather and the hidden young sword whiz, Su Lang, who had been persuaded by his secret letter, had joined hands to kill the sword, was a Guyu kingdom, Lin Gushan, and the owner of Manao Liang Tower, who had set up an ambush. Lin Gushan's head was cut off by Su Lang, and the green pearl became the best evidence of Su Lang's sword whiz killing the sword whiz. Unfortunately, the assassin of Manao Liang Tower had escaped with injuries due to his secret skill, which might be a variable. Song Fengshan smiled. Secretly to the girl, according to the agreement, after everything is done, I will help you become a mountain god of the Shu Shui country, and you will be able to have a golden body and enjoy incense. However, I will say the ugly words first. After becoming a golden body god, if you want your realm to skyrocket and lie down to enjoy life, you still have to act according to my plan. In the next few decades, you have to go against your nature and do good deeds to win the hearts of the people. If you break the contract, you will not be able to change your tyranny. You will ruin my plans for a small profit. When that time comes, we can only meet on the battlefield. The girl smiled charmingly in her heart. Young Heights Lord's plan is flawless. I do not dare to make trouble for myself. Song Fengshan said seriously, I will have to trouble you to make a trip to the prefecture capital and inform Han Yuanshan that the situation has changed. After the Lakeview Academy is done, there will be people who will find trouble with him. As for whether he will still use the identity of Chu Hao to enter the center of the Shu Shui country's imperial court, it will be up to him to decide. The girl sighed and stood up. She was ready to go to the prefecture capital to inform her lover Han Yuanshan. In and out of bed, I have a hard life. Oh, by the way, remember to ask the young man named Chun Pingan for a jia pill that he took from Chu Hao. No matter if young Heights Lord bought it with money or exchanged it with favors, you must keep it. In the future, if my Yuanshan insists on seeking riches in danger and pretending to be Chu Hao, this Ganlu Jia pill will be the key. Song Fengshan replied, I have my own plans. The girl knew that this person was ruthless and cold-blooded, so she did not say anything more and left the hall. The old man and the girl walked to the courtyard that the villa had arranged for Chun Pingan. Previously, on the way back from the mountains, the head of the Mian Liang Tower had been lying in ambush for a long time and ambushed Chun Pingan. Then, the sword Venerable Lin Gushan had arrived and entangled Song Yufan. If Chun Pingan and Song Yufan were at their peak, there would be no doubt about the outcome. They would definitely crush the 2 assassins from the Guyu kingdom. However, Chun Pingan's will of the spirit was severely damaged. He was not as skilled in controlling the Chu Yi and Chu Yufan as he was in the army's formation. As a result, he was evenly matched with the head of the Mianliang Tower. Song Yufan had a slight upper hand, but Lin Gushin's momentum was at its peak. He could not free himself to help Chun Pingan kill the elusive top assassin. After that, the green bamboo sword fairy and the young female nanny appeared one after another. Both sides seemed to have an ally as reinforcements. Logically speaking, Lin Gushin's side had a higher chance of winning. Su Lang and Lin Gushin joined hands to attack Song Yufan. The young female nanny and Chun Pingan faced off against the head of the Mianliang Tower. After that, the situation changed drastically. Su Lang chopped off Lin Gushin's head. The head of the Mianliang Tower saw that the situation was not good and fled again. Chun Pingan tried his best to control the Chu Yi flying sword 15 and pierced through his abdomen. However, the assassin still managed to escape the battlefield successfully. The young female nanny seemed to have used all her strength. With her demonic cultivation, she was able to turn the world upside down. However, the truth was not necessarily so. After all, the life and death of a foreigner had nothing to do with the overall situation of the Combwater Nation. Moreover, he had accidentally died in the deep mountains and forests. Maybe it would be better for her. When they reached the courtyard, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest were not in the villa today. They had been persuaded by Chun Pingan to go to the small town early. They said that they would leave today and go to the immortal ferry at the border. Chun Pingan did not hide anything. He told his two friends the reason for the matter. Zhang Shanfeng insisted on following, but was stopped by Su Yuanxia and dragged to the small town. After sitting down at the stone table, Song Yusha said softly, "General Chu, how is most likely dead?" Chun Pingan did not comment on this. Just like at the waterside pavilion, the woman with the saber pointed the tip of the scabbard at him. It was like a Jianghu person walking in the Jianghu. Then Chu Hao leading the army to the Sword Water Villa was like a general on the battlefield. Chun Pingan took out the deity armor pill from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. When the young female nanny asked for this item, Chun Pingan was unwilling to take it out. Song Yusha waved his hand and said, "Chu Hao was captured by you. Of course, this armor pill is yours." Chun Pingan shook his head and said, "Senior, you should take it. Since the demoness asked for it, this armor pill is definitely not a matter of money. I just don't like her behavior, so I don't want to give it to her." Song Yusha laughed and said, "Otherwise, the villa's savings will all be given to you. Otherwise, it will be against the rules. I will have a knot in my heart, owing money and favors. As for whether Fengshan has the expenses of the mountain, let him deal with it himself. Anyway, this guy is very capable. I don't believe that he can't get a few thousand snow coins." Chun Pingan grinned and said, "You're really a friend. In fact, it doesn't matter if I owe you a favor. Next time I come to the villa, you can treat me to more drinks." Song Yusha clicked his tongue and said, "Owing a favor is more uncomfortable than owing money." "You said it. Now, it doesn't matter if a friend owes you a favor. What? Does the world's reason belong to you, Chun Pingan?" Chun Pingan took off the sword-cultivating gourd and drank a mouthful of wine leisurely. He had no worries and no burden. After traveling in Jianghu, he drank a mouthful of wine, not to deceive others. It was really nice to take a breath on the battlefield. "Senior Song, you don't treat me as a friend. Just pay back the money and the favor in one breath. It's refreshing. If worst comes to worst, I won't come to the villa to drink Huadia wine and eat hot pot when I pass by Shushui country." Ooh. Song Yusha hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to accept the military armor pill. He joked, "What's wrong with you? I'm a little confused." Chun Pingan blinked and said, "When I was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in my hometown, My master who taught me to burn porcelain told me a principle. Give a cow for a favor, but don't spare a needle for business. Song Yusha was stunned and asked, "What's that?" Chun Pingan blushed and said, "It means that if you have a good relationship, it's okay to give a cow to a friend. But in business, the money of a needle has to be recorded in the account." Old Man Yao's uncouth logic was still not mentioned in the books, but in the Yenji County of Tsai Country, Taoist Chong Yao said something similar before he died. So Chin Pingan felt that this crude principle was most likely correct. Song Yusha laughed heartily and pointed at the young man. "Kid, you'll be rich in the future." Chin Pingan cupped his fists and smiled brightly. "I hope so." Song Yusha smiled and stood up. "I won't keep you in the villa. I'll go to the small town and treat you to a hot pot. Then you and your friends can go to the ferry." Chun Pingan nodded. After the old man went to find Steward Chu, he went back to his room in the small courtyard and changed into a clean set of clothes. He left a talisman paper made of golden material on the table. It was a talisman paper with a talisman drawn on it. The young man pressed it down with a wine cup. When the two of them left the battlefield, Chin Pingan accepted 300 xiaoshua money from the old man. He just wanted to make the old man feel at ease. No matter how much the young man's temperament had changed, for example, from a bumpkin who never touched wine to a little drunkard who knew the quality of wine. But some things could not be changed. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, it would still be the same. To be at a disadvantage was a blessing. To be greedy was to lose. These principles were mentioned in the books, and there was more than one book. In the end, the old sword sage of Shushui country came with a small package and 2 jars of wine. The two of them met in the courtyard. Chun Pingan's wine gourd was filled with wine again. There was 1 jar left which he would use when he went to the small town to eat hot pot. The old man said that he would help him carry the package with the xiaoshu money and some small items. After leaving the small courtyard, the white-haired old steward of the villa stood at the door. He cupped his hands and said to Chin Pingan with a smile, "Young hero Chin, come to the villa often in the future. From this year onwards, the Sword Villa will prepare a lot of Huadiao wine for you to brew and store. I guarantee that you will be able to drink the most authentic aged wine every time." Chun Pingan cupped his hands and said, "I won't stand on ceremony." Song Yulan and Chun Pingan flew out of the villa again. The old steward stood in the same place for a long time and did not want to leave. He smiled with gratification, looking at the old manor lord now. He was really different from the old manor lord who had been lethargic for decades. At this moment, the old manor lord was in high spirits, just like when he traveled to Jianghu in the past. Therefore, the Jianghu of our Shushui country would definitely be able to be romantic for decades. The old man strolled back and met with the 2 maidservants who were in charge of the courtyard. The old steward, who was usually serious in speech and manner, smiled a lot more, making the young swordsman feel flattered. They felt as if the sun had risen from the west. When the 2 arrived at the small town, the spies planted by the imperial court had all left on their own after receiving the news. They met Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng in the restaurant. The 4 of them still stayed on the 2nd floor and ate hot pot. Because of Song Yulan's self-introduction last time, the manager of the restaurant was a little reserved. After being scolded by the old man with the catchphrase melon hammer, he recovered a little. Zhang Shanfeng could not eat spicy food, but he did not want to get stage fright, so he had to eat while crying. Chun Pingan said seriously that drinking wine could relieve the spicy food. As a result, the young Taoist sprayed a mouthful of wine all over Chin Pingan. At the table, the old man drank a little too much. He did not use the martial arts realm to dispel the smell of alcohol in his stomach. He kept toasting to Chin Pingan and the other 2. He also nagged at Chin Pingan a lot of things in his heart. He chatted casually when he thought of something. Chin Pingan being reasonable is not something to be happy about. Girls don't like it, and men are no better. It's hard to survive in the world, and you have to listen to people nagging at you when you're about to die. Don't you think it's annoying? It's fine if the reasoning is wrong, but you can't do it even though you know it's right. Isn't that even worse? The young man was already tongue-tied after drinking and eating spicy food. He retorted, "I'll occasionally say some reasoning, but I really don't quarrel with people. At most, I fight." The old man also said, "If a girl tells you in the future, 'Chun Pingon, you're a good person,'" the young man's face was full of anticipation, "then it'll be okay." The old man slammed the table and gloated, "You son of a bitch. Okay, my ass. Your relationship is definitely over." The young man was dumbfounded. He quickly drank a big mouthful of wine to calm himself down. After eating and drinking, the three of them bade farewell to Song Yulan at the end of the street. As the three of them walked further and further away, Song Fengshan silently appeared beside the old man with an iron sword hanging on his waist. The old man looked into the distance and sighed. Song Fengshan snorted, "Am I your grandson, or is he The old man laughed. Although Song Fengshan's words were angry, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It turned out that the old man had packed nearly 2,000 light snow coins from Swordwater Villa in that bag. He did not leave a single one for the villa. At the table, Chun Pingon was constantly urged to drink by the old man. He was drunk. When he walked away, his footsteps were swaying and his whole body reeked of alcohol. For the time being, he did not have the time to care about the small bag on his back. An old man was indeed an old man. The young man was still too inexperienced. "248. Today, the first chapter is 7,000 words. Now the second chapter is 11,000 words. I made up for yesterday's leave." For the 700 miles before arriving at the Sword Water Villa, Chun Pingon had a lot on his mind. So the three of them were a little depressed. This trip to the Immortal Ferry at the border was completely different. Moreover, because they had talked about a lot of things and revealed a lot of secrets, the relationship between the three of them became more solid. One time, when they slept on the mountain peak, Su Yuanxia talked about it while drinking. Zhang Shanfeng also rarely talked about his family and sect. He took the wine gourd from Chun Pingon and drank a lot for the first time, especially when he talked about his master, the Fire Dragon Immortal. He scolded him. However, although he was merciless, the young Taoist's face was full of nostalgia. The peachwood sword was placed horizontally on his knees. When he talked about something, he had to drink to hide the tears in his eyes. During this time, the young Taoist sneezed several times. The bearded man joked, "What's wrong? Your master is a continent away. How can he hear your complaints? Is he an external Taoist master of Longhu Mountain?" Zhang Shanfeng said resentfully, "What heavenly master?" The old man had never been to the Central Divine Continent in his life. Every day, he talked about going to Mount Longhu to pay respects to the ancestral court. However, his waist was sore today, his legs were sore tomorrow, or he would sleep soundly. Every time he slept, he would sleep for 10 days to half a month. The longest time he slept was when it snowed for 2 months. The old man stood on the edge of the cliff and slept in the snow for 2 whole months. He only woke up when the snow completely melted. Before that, the disciples had already prepared a trip to Mount Longhu with their master, but it was all for naught. In short, the old man did not have the slightest sincerity. His senior and junior brothers complained and tried to persuade him again and again, but the old man turned a deaf ear to them. They could say whatever they wanted, but the old man just ignored them. Chun Pingon also took the initiative to talk about Mr. Qi. After all, Mr. Qi appeared in the ancient temple of Shu Shui country that night and met with Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. However, he only mentioned the Lizhu cave in his hometown. He said that he was born and raised there, and that Mr. Qi had taught in the school there for many years. It wasn't that Chun Pingon didn't want to talk about it. If he really did, with the help of alcohol, he could talk to his 2 friends about Mr. Qi all night. However, he did not dare to talk too much. During the short journey back with the young Chui Dong, the shameless disciple complained that Qin Pingan was silent. He was always showing off and talking about many things on the mountaintop, such as the interesting plans of the sages in different continents. Even though the young Chui Dong deliberately only in bits and pieces, the real real story was hidden. However, Chun Pingan already knew the importance of importance. Chun Pingan also talked about the process of his waterfall construction and the improvement of his realm. Su Yuanxia was a martial artist and was amazed. Even though she had expected it, she still gave Chun Pingan a thumbs up and said that he had a bright future and would definitely become a great guru in the God refinement realm. Seeing Zhang Shanfeng's blank face, Su Yuanxia gave an example. She said that Chun Pingan's current realm, if placed on the mountain, was about to break through the bottleneck of the lower 5 realms and could step into the 6th realm, the cave-dwelling realm, at any time. Only then did Zhang Shanfeng come to a realization. Then the young Taoist wailed, saying that the results of his diligent cultivation every day had been taken away by a dog. Chun Pingan laughed and teamed up with the bearded man to make fun of Zhang Shanfeng, because Zhang Shanfeng did not need others to comfort him. This guy's tenacity was actually not inferior to Chun Pingan's. He was never afraid of anything except for one thing: not having money in his pocket and not having enough to eat. If there was one more thing, it would be that the young Taoist did not do a good job subduing demons on his journey to the south. He had always felt guilty. The rest of the journey was calm and tranquil. After experiencing the treacherous storms of Yanji County and seeing the liveliness of Jianghu at Swordwater Manor, the 3 of them felt rather lonely. Fortunately, they quickly arrived at the border pass. The 3 of them all had official documents to pass through. Although the checks were strict, they still smoothly passed through the city gate and headed for the governor's manor. In the package given by Song Yuxian, in addition to nearly 2,000 pieces of snow money, there was also a letter written by the old man. As long as Chun Pingan handed it to the governor's mansion, he would be able to obtain permission from the imperial court to enter the forbidden area. Chun Pingan arrived in front of the tightly guarded mansion and went up to talk. He did not expect that these border guards could not understand the language of the Baoping continent. Chun Pingan also did not know the official language of the Swordwater country. For a moment, he spoke like a chicken talking to a duck. It was very awkward. Fortunately, the guard at the gate indicated for Chun Pingan to wait for a moment and let someone go in to report. Very quickly, a scholarly old man in a Confucian robe walked out. Chun Pingan handed over the letter to the governor's mansion. It was signed by Song Yuxian of the Swordwater Villa. The old aide of the mansion took the letter with both hands and did not dare to be negligent. He led the 3 of them to a seat in the side hall. After tea was served, he ran quickly to the official hall, where the governor handled military affairs. After a while, a short and dark old man walked in. He was not wearing armor or the uniform of a military official. His expression was wooden. He held 3 bronze seals in his hand and handed them directly to Chun Pingan. Then he turned and left without a word. When the 3 of them left the governor's mansion, Chun Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng were somewhat confused. That ordinary-looking governor of the Swordwater country was too swift and decisive in his actions. The bearded man with the long and short swords at his waist explained, "The generals who have truly climbed from the bottom to the top are not the type to boast." Then he smiled and said, "In the officialdom, this is called the noble speaking late." Zhang Shanfeng said unhappily, "He didn't even say a word. What's there to be late about?" The 2 of them had heard Chun Pingan talk about the disturbance at the Swordwater Manor and knew the attitude of the court toward the manor. Su Yuanxia couldn't help but sigh emotionally. To be willing to meet the 3 of us at this moment and even take out 3 clearance seals, this governor can be considered righteous. His friendship with the old sword Saint Song must be excellent. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Someone who can be friends with the old senior song can't be bad." Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The latter clicked his tongue and said, "Chun Pingon, these words of yours are quite knowledgeable. You even know how to brag about yourself in a roundabout way." Chun Pingon added, "Someone who can be friends with the old senior song can't be bad." Su Yuanxia gave him a thumbs up. "These words are honest and chewy." Zhang Shanfeng put his arm around Chun Pingon's shoulder and praised, "Your words are so smooth and impeccable." The three of them laughed as they left the pass from the south gate and continued to head south. Each of them had the same clearance seal hanging at their waists. After about 100 miles, they would enter the forbidden area under the jurisdiction of the immortal fairy. On the way to a small mountain, the three of them stopped to rest. Chun Pingon started a fire to cook. During this time, there were people in the dark who looked at them from afar. After seeing the clearance seals at their waists, they no longer paid attention to them and left quietly. The three of them ate and didn't drink any alcohol. They were about to enter the ferry, where the Qi cultivators gathered on the mountain. It was better to be careful. This time, Su Yuanxia was more to send off Chun Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng. However, it would be better if there was a ferry to the Qing Yuan country in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. As for the shops at the ferry that sold treasures and heavy weapons, Su Yuanxia was a pure martial artist. Now that she had another divine weapon, she was completely uninterested. Other than wanting to buy an offensive sword, Zhang Shanfeng also wanted to buy some rare talisman that was similar to the divine travel talisman. He also wanted to find someone to appraise the price of the pair of Azure Immortal Mountains divine sky bamboo chopsticks. The young Taoist would definitely not sell the white bowl that condensed spiritual energy into sweet dew, as well as the ancient Yu country's armor pill that Chun Pingon gave him at a cost. He wouldn't even take out these two treasures to prevent others from coveting them and causing more trouble. He definitely wouldn't touch any of the items that Chun Pingon brought out from the Luapa Mountain. He would keep the superior snake gallstone that he Xiaoliang returned to him on the Kuan ship after Liju Grotto Heaven fell. The snake gallstones in the Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River had all become ordinary stones. It was said that the snake gallstone was a special product of Liju Grotto Heaven. This meant that every time one was used, there would be one less in the world. Chun Pingon already knew that this was a rare commodity worth hoarding. The later he sold it, the more he would profit. He had to hide the golden body script given by Yenji County's city god, Shun 1. He also had to keep the golden body fragment and the silver body fragment that he obtained twice. Shun, when valued the Taoist master seal that was engraved with the words City God of Tsai Country's Tuaji County's seal of protection. He even said that only the virtuous can wield the divine weapon. It was said that this seal needed to be combined with the Five Thunders spell to unleash its mighty power. Chun Pingon immediately thought of Zhang Shanfeng, who was an external Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, and Lin Shui, who was currently studying at Cliff Academy but was practicing the Cloud Gem book. However, after careful consideration, Chun Pingon felt that it was inappropriate to give it to one of them. He felt that even if he were to give it away, he should leave it for later. First, he had to wait until Chun Pingon understood what a virtuous person was. Then he would have to wait until Zhang Shanfeng or Lin Shui could be considered virtuous. If it was in the past, Chun Pingon would have given it away without a second thought. But now he would not. As for the piece of ebony that was struck by lightning and still had some vitality left, the large white bowl with the diagram of the 5 great mountains, and the talisman that hid the withered bone amorous ghost, Chun Pingon would take them out and ask for their prices. As for whether they would be sold as pawns, he would see when the time came. He believed that the fairy shop would not force him to sell them. The Swordwater Villa had close to 2,000 pieces of snow money. Adding the snow money and snow money from the little boy in green, it would add up to a total of 4,000 pieces of snow money. When Chun Pingon thought of this, he was somewhat happy. However, he thought of another matter and could not be happy. Wei Pai, and the old man surnamed Chui, had once said something similar. Before Chun Pingon entered the inverted hanging mountain, he must first reach the 4 realms of the martial way, because only then would he be able to gain a firm foothold on the Great Wall. Using the most abundant formless sword intent in the world to temper his body and strengthen his spirit, it would definitely be of great benefit to any pure martial artist of the Qi refining 3 realms. According to the old man, if he did not even reach the 4 realms, he might as well not go to the Great Wall and embarrass himself. Even if he could walk up, he might not be able to climb down. He could only stay below the Great Wall of Sword Qi and deliver the sword to that girl. After that, Chun Pingon, could only stare helplessly and obediently return to the Luopa mountain to be the Mountain King. Chun Pingon wanted to stay there for a while longer. Very quickly, a group of people passed by on the path below the mountain. There were 7 or 8 people, old and young, all dressed differently. None of them looked like ordinary people. The 3 people on the hillside only glanced at them and did not look anymore. When outside, be careful of Taoist priests and monks. Wade through mountains and rivers. Avoid young women. This was an unwritten rule on the mountain. If you met a fellow Taoist who you did not know the depth of, don't look at them for no reason. Who knows if you will meet someone with a bad temper? Those people also glanced at the 3 of them and did not look at them anymore. Although they had not reached the ferry, how long could they walk for dozens of miles? Parting was imminent. Originally, they had agreed not to drink, but because Chun Pingon habitually drank a mouthful of wine, Zhang Shanfeng said that he also wanted to drink. Chun Pingon passed the wine gourd to him, and Su Yuanxia also took a mouthful. So they took turns like this. The 3 of them sat at the top of the small mountain, each taking a mouthful of wine, silently drinking without rest. In the end, the bearded man muttered, "I was once born in the army, and I was in the fierce border army. It was only because I could not stand people dying around me every day that I began to wander around Jianghu. I did not expect that in the end, people would still die. You may not believe it, but Su Yuanxia, was born in a scholarly family. That year, I gave up my brush and joined the army. Of course, my family is not a rich family, but it can be considered a county. I have not been back for many years. A good hometown where my parents are still alive, but now it seems like a hometown." The bearded man drank until his beard was full of wine. He sat cross-legged, his eyes hazy with drunkenness. During my years in the border army, I read some books early on. They talked a little about loyalty to the country. Most of the fellow soldiers in the army do not talk about these things. They earn military merits, earn money, and avenge their brothers who are one step ahead of them. Killing the enemy on the battlefield is just killing the enemy, nothing more. But on the battlefield, when the enemy slashed you with a knife or shot you with an arrow, then when you sew the needle and pull out the arrow, there is only pain and no pleasure. A bunch of old men lying in a wounded soldier's tent full of blood and filth, crying out in pain. No one should laugh at each other. The young Taoist leaned back. He really could not drink anymore. Chun Pingon could not carry 2 people on his back at once. He looked up at the blue sky. "Master always said that I have a good perception and a good foundation. Back then, I did not participate in the imperial examinations, but went up the mountain to cultivate. This life will definitely not be a loss. But how would I know where my perception and foundation are? If they were also taken away by dogs, I really want to beg those dogs to give them back to me. You don't need them. But I, Zhang Shanfeng, need to go down the mountain to subdue demons and devils. I need them. With my cultivation, I will not have to feel guilty anymore. I will not cause those people who pay me to do things to be separated from their families and become homeless." There was one good thing about Chun Pingon drinking. Even if he drank too much, he did not speak much. So he silently listened to his 2 friends pour out their hearts. sitting on the ground. He hugged the wine gourd with both hands and looked into the distance. He glanced at the north, then turned his head to look at the south. At this moment, Chimpingon did not have too many worries. In the end, he went down the mountain to the ferry. The young Taoist, who was thinking that he could not get drunk, had already been carried by the bearded man. Su Yuanxia's footsteps were steady, but she talked a lot when drunk. She loudly recited a few frontier poems and finally said, 1,000 cups of good wine are not enough. She burped and did not say anything else. Chun Pingon smiled and said, Beauty's two is still too much. Su Yuanxia rolled her eyes. What a waste of a sword immortal. Chun Pingon immediately corrected her. Great sword immortal. The young Taoist mumbled in his sleep, and the great heavenly master. This immortal ferry at the border of Shu Shui country and Songshi country was actually a bustling town without a city. This gave Chin Pingon the illusion that he had returned to his hometown in Longquan. The streets were bustling with people. There were not many chi cultivators, but more ordinary people who had been here for generations, as well as various merchants. The streets were filled with shops. When they arrived at the town, Zhang Shanfeng had already woken up, but he still had a headache and felt dizzy. Chun Pingon and Su Yuanxia had already sobered up. Su Yuanxia softly reminded them, let's not think about shopping around. Let's just find the place with the best location and the biggest shop. This was the valuable experience of Jiang Hu. Then the three of them found a big shop with a plaque that said Qingfu Square. It was 5 stories tall and had an imposing aura. It occupied a vast area, and there seemed to be a large courtyard behind the building. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. They did not know its specific use for the time being. The couplets on both sides of the shop's entrance were written, My shop is fair and honest. My shop's price is fair. Put yourself in my shoes. Please come back later. It was this rich and overbearing Qingfu workshop. On the street outside the shop, there were no shop assistants soliciting business. However, after the three of them walked into the shady lobby, a young woman in luxurious clothes walked over slowly. There was a green flying insect on each of her shoulders, as if it was carved out of jade. She directly asked, in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, Would the three of you like to appraise treasures or buy the shop's collection? When the woman asked, 2 green flying insects had already flapped their wings and flew around the 4 of them, emitting a soft, chirping sound. It turned out that it was to cover up the conversation between the 2 parties and not let others in the shop hear it. Su Yuanxia smiled and said, Let's appraise the treasures first, and then look at the quality of your collection. If there is something suitable and the price is fair, it won't be too late for us to buy it. The woman stretched out her hand and pointed to a place, smiling and saying, The appraisal of heavy weapons is on the 1st floor, the spirit weapons on the 2nd floor, and the Dharma treasures on the 3rd floor. The staircase is over there. The 3 of you can choose by yourselves. I will follow you all the way. Su Yuanxia nodded and strode towards the staircase. They would definitely stop at the 2nd floor. No matter how good the spirit weapons were, there was a limit to the price. What if they had an immortal weapon? Even if Chun Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng wanted to sell, the bearded man did not recommend to do it at this ferry. The woman followed behind the 3 of them and smiled, slightly. Since they were going straight to the 2nd floor, then her luck was not bad this time, and she could make some money. The other ladies on the 1st floor, who had similar looks and bearing, had some envy in their eyes. However, Qingfu Square had already arranged for the daily welcoming of customers. The size of the road to wealth would depend on their own luck. However, after a year, there was not much difference. Even if someone suddenly became rich, with the rules set by Qingfu Square's 500 years of history, they would not let others know, unless that person spilled the beans. When they reached the 2nd floor, the woman began to lead the way again. The corridor was paved with a beautiful piece of lichen produced by the Tsai kingdom. The embroidery was not inferior to the one in the lobby of Genshui Villa. She led the three of them to the door of a room and gently knocked on the door. After getting a promise from an old voice, the woman pushed the door open and entered. She stood at the door and waited until the bearded man and the other two had crossed the threshold. Then she gently closed the door. There was a big table in the room, and behind it sat a hale and hearty old man. There was a small incense burner, and the aroma was spiraling. There was also a potted ancient cypress plant. The ancient cypress plant was curled and extended horizontally. A row of little people in green squatted on the branches. They were originally whispering, but when they saw the arrival of the guests, they stood up together and stood on the branches of the ancient cypress plant. They bowed and said in a childish voice, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to our shop. May you be rich." It was indeed the work of immortals. Seeing this, Chimpingan was stunned. Su Yuanxia was experienced in Jianghu and knew how to hide her emotions. Zhang Shanfeng was originally from the mountain. Although he was very poor now, when he cultivated in the sect, he actually had a lot of knowledge. Therefore, the country bumpkin who gave the game away was actually Chimpingan. With such a small detail, the young woman put more attention on Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng. She felt that the young man with straw shoes and a sword on his back was most likely a wild individual cultivator who stepped on the path of cultivation because of a small opportunity. She did not need to spend too much time on him. The old man smiled and asked, "Treasure appraisal? What spiritual weapon?" "I'm best at appraising bronze, calligraphy, and painting, and fine wood materials. I also dabble in other miscellaneous items. I dare not say that I'm proficient in everything, but I've sat in this room of Qingfu Square for more than 40 years. The number of times I've misjudged can be counted on one hand. You can rest assured and take out your treasures." Zhang Shanfeng took out the pair of bamboo chopsticks from his sleeve and handed it to the old man. The old man, who was originally sitting on the chair, shone brightly and did not hide his surprised expression. He stood up and took the pair of green bamboo chopsticks with both hands. After sitting down, he carefully put the chopsticks on the table in front of him. He took out a special silk handkerchief from the drawer and carefully wiped his palms and fingers. Only then did he pick up the chopsticks with the engraved divine cloud bamboo and looked at it patiently without saying anything for a long time. After putting down the divine cloud bamboo and picking up the green immortal mountain, the old man sighed and looked up at the young Taoist. He said with a face full of regret, "The material of this object is excellent. Not only is it definitely from the bamboo sea cave, but it is also most likely made from the divine cloud bamboo of the green immortal mountain. After the green immortal mountain closed off the mountain for 100 years, the price of items made from the divine cloud bamboo of the green immortal mountain could be said to have skyrocketed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has skyrocketed. It is a pity that it was not made into a pair of pocket-sized ghost whipping whips, but into a pair of chopsticks. Too extravagant. Too much." At the end of his words, the old man gritted his teeth and almost beat his chest and stomped his feet. He almost cursed the previous owner of the chopsticks for wasting God's gift. The old man stretched out his hand and stroked the 3 words "green immortal mountain" on the chopsticks. He could only comfort himself softly, but if it was made into a divine cloud bamboo whip, the customer could directly go to the 3rd floor. How would I have the chance to see this object? The green immortal mountain of the bamboo sea cave. In such a big cave, there is only one mountain goddess, and that is Madame Zhu of the green immortal mountain. You must know that the founder of the School of Novels once described this legendary Madame Mountain Goddess in such a way: beautiful appearance, likes to go barefoot, and has extremely green hair. With just a few words, he outlined the elegant demeanor of a peerless goddess. The old man was completely immersed in his own reverie. Although the woman leading the way in Qingfu Fong was a little embarrassed, she was very happy in her heart. She was going to earn a big commission today. Fortunately, those sluts on the third floor, who were best at putting on airs, wouldn't be able to earn the money. The women on the third floor looked more like fairies than the other. They looked cold, but they were actually full of schemes. Whoever had the money would be the most handsome man in the world. Regardless of age, they were all vixens who liked to seduce men. After the deal was done, they were even willing to shamelessly give their bodies to the customers and lead them to the private courtyard at the back. They were so shameless. Shameless. Alas, she did not know when she would be able to work on the third floor. When had she ever been bad at serving people in bed? Even for female customers, she also had her own unique methods. She was confident that she could serve them comfortably. Zhang Shanfeng had to interrupt the old man's thoughts. Old mister, I just want to know how much this pair of chopsticks is worth. The old man quickly came back to his senses and looked at the woman with a smile. Chuaying, do I still have one more share in Qingfu Fang this year? The young woman was a little surprised, but soon smiled sweetly and said, Mr. Hong, you do have one more chance to keep the treasure in your pocket. But according to the old rules, you have to show it to the second owner on the top floor first before you can keep it for yourself. The old man laughed heartily. Of course. Then the old man said to the young Taoist, seriously, if this pair of chopsticks is said to be beneficial to cultivation, it is really not much. But if it is placed in the secular dynasty at the foot of the mountain, it will definitely be a treasure that the high officials and dignitaries will fight for. Because every time the chopsticks pick up food, it will be tainted with some spiritual energy. Therefore, it can strengthen the body and prolong the life. As long as there is no serious illness or disaster, it is not difficult for the ordinary people to increase their life by 3 to 5 years. Moreover, the two names of Qingshan Mountain and Shenxiao Bamboo can also increase the price by a lot, especially for people who like it. The old man glanced at the green bamboo chopsticks on the table and said with a face full of joy, Qingfu Fang, or I, Hong Yanghua, am willing to offer 450 pieces of snow money. Don't worry, I can guarantee that whether it is the upper floor of Qingfu Fang or in this fairy town, the other 16 shops, big or small, will not offer a higher price. Generally, the market price will at most be 300 to 400 pieces of snow money. I really like this item. This year, I have another chance to keep the appraised item in my pocket, so I am willing to offer such a high price. Taoist, what do you think? Are you willing to part with the bamboo chopsticks? The old man looked at the young Taoist with pleading eyes. For 150 pieces of snow money, this price really can't be higher. If you are afraid that I am picking up a bargain and don't believe in the golden name of Qingfu Fang, and are afraid that I am cheating you, it's okay. We can go to the second owner together, or you can go to the shops on the street again. Zhang Shanfeng glanced at Su Yuanxia, and the bearded man nodded slightly. Zhang Shanfeng grinned and stretched out a hand. One price, 500 pieces of snow money, and I will sell it. The young woman turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Well, with Mr. Hong's stubborn character, he only looked at the first sight and did not care about the value. Once he took a fancy to something he liked, he would definitely cut off his flesh, no matter how painful it was. I will make you happy. I will make you happy that money can't buy. The old man slapped himself and then stood up. He was still more happy than distressed and said generously, It's settled. Chuaying, take this pair of chopsticks carefully and send it to the top floor for the second owner to appraise, lest I am suspected of abusing my position for personal gain. After the price is confirmed to be fair, then I can pay for it out of my own pocket. Of course, your share will be included. The woman carefully kept the bamboo chopsticks and left gracefully. The bearded man knew that Zhang Shanfeng had profited from this transaction, and he had profited a lot. Only Qin Pingan was still standing by the table, secretly lowering his head and bending over, staring at the little boys in green. He felt that these little boys were interesting, silly, and cute. He was thinking if he should collect some of them himself and give them to the girl in the pink dress in Luopa Mountain. She would most likely like it, and it would save her from being bored in the bamboo house. And those little boys felt that such a country bumpkin could not even recognize them, so it was quite interesting. Both sides were quite happy to see each other. The old man sat behind the table, humming a little tune, and was even happier. The young woman returned quickly, smiling as she handed over the pair of bamboo chopsticks from Green Immortal Mountain. The second owner said congratulations on having one less regret, but he also said that the next time you invite him to drink, you are not allowed to show off this pair of chopsticks to him. The old man spat. How can I not show off? Then he quickly put away the pair of bamboo chopsticks, opened the drawer, took out 5 pieces of small summer money, and handed it to the young Taoist with the peach wood sword on his back. Although generally speaking, small summer money is 100 pieces of snow in a big shop, everyone knows that in private transactions, each piece of small summer money will cost an extra 4 or 5 pieces of snow. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and nodded. After receiving the 5 pieces of small summer money, he saw Chen Pingon still foolishly winking at the little boys in green. He gave Chen Pingon an elbow and smiled. Don't play dumb with me, take it. I'll pay you the interest first, but I still owe you the principal. If you feel bad, you can deduct the 5 pieces of small summer money from the principal. As for the rest, I'll really owe you first. We'll talk about it in the future. Clearly, after knowing the true price of the Gu, Yu Kingdom's Jia Pill, Zhang Shanfeng did not feel that they could be friends. He pretended as if nothing had happened and could really settle the matter according to the 500 pieces of snow. Chen Pingon calmly accepted the 5 pieces of small summer money and kept them in his sleeve. He said, "We're even. If not, I'll return you the money, and you'll return me the item?" Zhang Shanfeng remained silent. Su Yuanxia smiled as she patted Zhang Shanfeng on the shoulder. "That's it, or you'll be too pretentious." Only then did Zhang Shanfeng grunt. Chen Pingon put his arm around Zhang Shanfeng's shoulder and said with a smile, "If you really feel bad, why don't you sell the peachwood sword?" Zhang Shanfeng elbowed him again and scolded jokingly, "Go away." Chen Pingon jumped away. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Su Yuanxia shook her head like 2 children. The woman from Qingfu Workshop was a little surprised. She stared at the side profile of the youth with a sword on his back. Could this be the true local tycoon? Zhang Shanfeng smiled at the old man. "I have nothing else to sell." The old man was greatly disappointed. However, Chen Pingon followed up and said, "I have something for you to appraise." The old man immediately sat up straight and stretched out his hand with a smile. "I think I'm in for a treat again." Chen Pingon took out the white bowl with the 5 great mountains true form drawing from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The old man's eyes were calm. He held the bowl with both hands and spun it slowly. After putting it down, he said, "The drawing on the surface of the bowl should be the 5 great mountains true form drawing of the ancient Yu Kingdom. Qingfu Workshop is willing to pay 150 pieces of snow coins. If it was the 5 great mountains true form drawing of the great dynasties, the price would be several times higher. However, the 5 great mountains of the ancient Yu Kingdom contain limited spiritual energy. When drawn on this white bowl, the effect will be greatly reduced." Speaking of this, the old man was a little emotional. He talked about a storm in the trade on the mountain. Thinking back, the shop that made a huge profit because of this bowl was the Baozhai that secretly stocked up a large amount of Dolly 5 Great Mountains bowls a few decades ago. His shop really made a lot of money in the past few years. After that, countless small shops followed suit and bought. Who would have thought that Emperor Dolly would lose his mind and change all the 5 great mountains? Many shops lost everything because of this. Fortunately, our workshop owner had a unique vision and stood his ground against the objections of the masses. He did not buy even a single Dolly 5 Great Mountains bowl at a high price. This saved Qingfu Workshop from a disaster. After Chen Pingon listened patiently to the old man's words, he asked softly, "Old mister, What is the effect of this bowl? I'm sorry. Once we talk about the power of Qingfu Workshop, I can't control my mouth. Young master, let's get down to business. After the old man apologized, he pointed at the white bowl and said with a smile, "The five-colored earth is something that every country and dynasty must have. Where does the five-colored earth come from? Other than the treasured lands of the mountains and rivers that are nurtured by oneself, it can also be man-made. This type of bowl is used to take the soil from the five great mountains and put it into the bowl after a period of time, according to the quality of the five great mountains bowl and the quality of the five great mountains bowl. A small handful of five-colored earth will be produced. Of course, the five-colored earth can also be sold. With the appearance of young master's five great mountains bowl, if you have enough five great mountains soil from the ancient Yu kingdom, it can be sold for this amount of five great mountain soil." The old man spread out his palm. The young woman covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Chun Pingon asked tentatively, "How much is 50 snowflakes?" The old man could not help but say, "5 snowflakes." Then the old man explained, "Many of these spiritual weapons that can continue to make money are priced according to 60 years on the mountain. 5 snowflakes a year. After 60 years, it will be 300 snowflakes." "Ha ha! Young master, don't be anxious. You might think that Qingfu Workshop is cheating you and is only willing to buy this bowl at half price. This is because the five great mountains bowl is a little special. In some unstable countries, their five great mountains true form bowl might be worthless. Think about it. If the country is gone, where is the five great mountains? Then where does the five-colored earth come from? If not for the fact that the ancient Yu kingdom is still stable, Qingfu Workshop would not be interested in buying the five great mountains bowl and would be willing to pay half price. This is fair." Chun Pingon thought for a while. "Can we not sell this bowl?" The old man smiled. "Of course you can. To be honest, if I buy this bowl for Qingfu Workshop today, when the ancient Yu kingdom changes overnight, I will have to bear the risk, and my salary will be deducted." Chun Pingon kept the white bowl with a chuckle, although it was not 50 snowflakes a year. When he thought of 5 snowflakes a year, that was a full 5,000 taels of silver. Do you know how much the earliest house in the Peach Leaf Alley in Dragon Spring Town cost? It did not even cost 1,000 taels of silver. Of course, now that the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven had collapsed and bordered the territory of the Dali dynasty, the prices of houses in small towns had skyrocketed. However, 5,000 taels of silver could still buy a few houses in Dragon Spring County City. The most important thing now was to quickly write a letter to Wei Pai and the old man surnamed Chui, asking them to help collect the soil of the 5 great mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom. Then, when he returned from the inverted mountain, he would personally make a trip to the 5 mountains of the ancient Yu kingdom and take as many kilograms as he could. He hoped that there would be enough space for the Flying Sword 15. Su Yuanxia suddenly said softly, "This bowl can be sold." Although the old man had lost his composure because of the pair of green Immortal Mountain bamboo chopsticks, he was actually very shrewd when doing business. "Brother, do you think that the Dali cavalry will definitely go south? Therefore, the ancient Yu kingdom might not be able to protect its territory?" "I don't think so. With Lakeview Academy overseeing the central region of the Aquarius continent, I believe that the Song clan will not go south. Even if that day really comes, there are so many dynasties and vassal states in the middle. If they attack them one by one, how many years will it take for the Dali to go south without stopping?" Since the old man had exposed it, Su Yuanxia did not hide it anymore. She smiled and said, "Even with Lakeview Academy's obstruction, I still feel that it will not take long for the Dali to go south." The old man smiled and did not say anything. He did not want to argue with others on this matter. Qingfu Workshop was only doing business, and harmony made money. Su Yuanxia smiled at Chun Pingon and said, "Safe in the bag." Chun Pingon looked at the bearded man. The latter's gaze was firm. Chun Pingon nodded and took out a white bowl without hesitation. He placed it on the table and said, "Sir, do you still want to buy it?" The old man laughed heartily and said, "I will not cheat anyone. I will buy it without any mistake. If Chingfu Workshop makes a loss in this transaction, just take it that I have bad taste. If you want to deduct my money, so be it." They exchanged the money and the goods. Chun Pingon received 150 pieces of little snow money. As Su Yuanxia said, it was safe in the bag. After that, Chun Pingon took out the ebony and the talisman with the voluptuous ghost attached to it. The old man appraised them one by one, and was full of praises for the ebony. He promised that he was willing to pay 300 pieces of little snow money. He said that the Qi refinement warriors of the School of Agriculture and the medical school would be interested in this item. However, he was only willing to pay 50 pieces of the talisman, which was made of good material. Chun Pingon thought about it, and only sold the ebony and took back the talisman. Chun Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng had nothing to sell. It was time to spend money like water. The old man sent the guests to the door with a smile. He did not forget to say to Su Yuanxia, "Come again in the future if you have the chance. Let's take a look at the situation in Guyu country. Whoever loses will treat to a drink. How about that?" Su Yuanxia smiled and said, "Sure. Actually, no matter who wins or loses, it is not a loss to be able to drink with old Mr. Hong." The old man laughed out loud. "Just because of this sentence, I will treat you to a drink next time." Su Yuanxia cupped her fists and bade farewell. When she heard that Zhang Shanfeng wanted to buy a Taoist talisman sword that could slay demons, the young lady brought the three of them directly to the 4th floor. She chose a big room with a wooden sign that said "Cold Light." There were people from Chingfu Workshop guarding the door. After the lady greeted the person, she gently pushed the door open. Rows of sword racks were next to each other. The room was filled with sword aura, and there were all kinds of swords. Zhang Shanfeng had just stepped over the door when he suddenly said that he did not want to look anymore. This made the young lady feel disappointed. However, Chun Pingon said, "Ignore him. Let's look at the swords." Zhang Shanfeng did not want to enter the room, no matter what, so the bearded man dragged him in. The young lady introduced more than a dozen magic swords of different prices. In the end, although Zhang Shanfeng was dejected, he could not help glancing at one of the ancient bronze swords. The scabbard had long been lost, and the word Qinwu was engraved, because there were many scars on the sword. Even if the sword was made of excellent materials, Chingfu Workshop only offered 400 pieces of snow coins. Chun Pingon bought it without hesitation. When he took out the money, Chun Pingon hesitated. The young lady smiled and considerately took the initiative to leave the room. When she returned to the Cold Light room, Chun Pingon had already piled the 400 pieces of snow coins on a sword rack. After checking and confirming, she put the ancient sword, Xinwu, into a scabbard that had already been prepared and handed it to Chun Pingon. Walking out of the Cold Light sword house together, the young lady led the three of them not out of the main entrance of Chingfu Workshop, but from a second-floor air bridge to a high-rise building in the backyard. Then they walked out from there and left Chingfu Workshop through a side door in the backyard. After the young lady told the three of them the route of the ferry, some rules and prices, she waved goodbye to the three of them. When she turned around, the guard of Chingfu Workshop had already closed the side door. With her back to the door, she secretly clenched her fists. Her face was full of joy, but she quickly recovered her calm face and quickly walked back to the main building of Chingfu Workshop. Her face was full of sadness, and she sighed and complained to her companions about the poverty of the three guests. Chingfu Workshop was less than 2 miles away from the ferry. There was a ferry to Yunsong country. Although it was still a long distance away from Qingwan country, it was naturally much faster than Su Yuanxia's walking. Moreover, after getting off the ferry in Yunsong country, one could immediately board the ferry to Qingwan country. Therefore, Su Yuanxia would take this ferry to leave Shu Shui country. The ferry that Chinpingan needed belonged to an old route that had existed for thousands of years. It had a long history, although it wouldn't go directly to the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. It would still greatly shorten the long journey by hundreds of thousands of miles. When they approached the ferry, Chinpingan, who was holding the Jinwu sword, and the young Taoist priest almost stopped at the same time. The young Taoist priest lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Su Yuanxia sighed and said to Chinpingan with a smile, "At that time, Taoist Chong Miao of Yinji region inadvertently mentioned that in the southeastern part of the Aquarius continent, which is near the Qinghuan country that I want to go to, there will be a huge water and land Taoist ceremony held half a year later. At that time, countless Taoist immortals will gather, and there will be a few famous Taoist immortal masters of the Aquarius continent. Of course, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to go and take a look, but he didn't know how to tell you. He always felt that if he changed the itinerary at the last minute, it would be too disloyal and unfair to you. Now that you bought this sword, this guy felt even more ashamed to say goodbye to you. After all, he said that he would accompany you all the way to Old Dragon City. I reckon that this guy now has the heart to die. All right, Chinpingan, you can use this Shinwu to dig a hole in the ground and bury him. Once and for all." Chinpingan jumped up and slapped Zhang Shanfeng's head. "Look at your silly look. You're like a sissy. Who are we? Don't you look like a child? Sword, take away. Money, oh. Person, scram." The young Taoist priest didn't raise his head, but his shoulders were slightly trembling. Chinpingan didn't speak anymore. After throwing the Jinwu sword to Su Yuanxia, he quickly left alone. When the young Taoist priest raised his head with red eyes, that young man from Dali Longquan, who carried a sword on his back, had already walked far away, as if he sensed Zhang Shanfeng's gaze. The straw sandals youth raised an arm high, clenched his fist, and waved it with all his strength. $2.49. I recommend two places. One is the Jianlai Circle on the Zongheng app, and the other is Jianlai's Baidu Tieba. Deities often appear there, and many of the analysis posts are very good. The ferry that Chinpingan took was not at the same place as the ferry to Yunsong country. After paying 10 snowflakes, taking a wooden plaque, and returning the talisman seal from the governor's office, Chinpingan followed dozens of people to the ferry. The location was actually the entrance to an underground karst cave. The cave was 50 to 60 feet wide, and it was covered with cliff carvings of immortals from past dynasties, such as Fish Scale Fairyland, Longevity of the Sun and Moon in a Jar, and Yaolin Cave. Most of the strokes were forceful. After entering the cave, it suddenly opened up, and the light was bright. The group walked down the stairs, and after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, they entered a huge cave hall. On the east and west walls, there were lifelike paintings of flying in the sky. The women's faces could be clearly seen, and their bodies were plump, but they did not give off the feeling of being bloated. On the shore of the ferry, there was a 3-story ship. The stern of the ship had carvings of dragon heads and dragon tails. Other than its huge size, which was almost comparable to a dynasty's Great Lake warship, its style was no different from a secular ferry. Other than Chinpingan's group, there were already more than 300 people gathered there. There were all kinds of shops at the ferry, and most of them were exquisite. They did not hang plaques or couplets, and only hung signs outside their doors. They sold paintings, pastries, and fruits, as well as some local specialties around Chaoswi country. For example, there were small lichens and cockfighting cups from Tsai country, pine needle paintings from Songshi country, and elm leaf carvings and root carvings from ancient Yu country. Chinpingan had paid 10 snowflakes to rent a single room on the second floor. Actually, the first floor only cost 3 snowflakes, which was 3,000 taels of silver. Although it was a celestial ferry and the journey was long, this price was still very shocking compared to the expenses of a secular dynasty. Fortunately, Chun Pingan was someone who had ridden on the Kuan boat before, so he was not surprised. He also sold the 5 Sacred Mountains reel-shaped bowl and the Thunderbolt ebony at Qingfu Square, earning an additional 450 pieces of snow coins. His profit was not bad. Plus, Chun Pingan needed to practice his boxing and walking stance every day, so he had to fork out more money. It was not easy to save. There was a fairy qi cultivator sitting on a wooden armchair on a small stone platform by the shore. He held a teacup that was covered with partridge spots, and he drank countless mouthfuls. But the tea was still not empty. He reminded everyone in a clear voice that the ferry would depart south in an hour. Before boarding the ferry, they could buy some cheap and good local products to bring back to their hometowns. Then, he emphasized the lichens of the colorful clothes kingdom and the potted plants of the mountain orchid kingdom, exaggerating and flattering them. He even mentioned the signboards of the 2 shops. Indeed, many ferry customers were tempted and went to the 2 shops to spend a lot of money. This made the shopkeepers of the other shops either roll their eyes or envy. Money could make the world go round. They did not have the money to build connections, so they could only do this. Chun Pingan stood silently in the crowd. He suddenly thought of Lu Gaohua, the son of the governor of Yanji County, and the tree spirit scholar of the ancient Yu Kingdom. He also thought of the cockfighting cups that they had brought with them. He heard that the prices were several times higher elsewhere, so he also went to buy a pair of cockfighting cups, 1 snowflake for 2. He put the boxwood box that contained the porcelain cups into his bag, and then went to buy some fresh fruits with real money, carrying a big bag of them in his hands. In the sea of people, the youth wore straw sandals and carried a sword case on his back. He also carried a bag of fruits. Although there were many people, and people were only 2 or 3 steps away from each other, compared to the hustle and bustle of the county market, this immortal ferry was much quieter. Most of the people gathered together and whispered to each other. Few people spoke loudly. Some children who could not control their lively nature were also held back by the hands of their family elders, who firmly forbade them from running around. After all, this was the legendary gathering place of immortals. The qi cultivators on the mountain, who went out, would not engrave the name of their sect on their foreheads, let alone reveal their true state of cultivation. There were a total of 10 realms in the 5 lower realms. There were only so many realms. They were dead, but humans were alive. Saints were similar in nature, but their habits were different. The road to Tao was long, and they could easily cultivate for decades, or even centuries. Who knew what kind of temperament a qi cultivator would have in the end? If one did everything without any scruples and only relied on a pair of fists and cultivation to do whatever he wanted, he would definitely be trampled on by others one day. However, he was fortunate to be born in an immortal mansion that had the word sect in it, such as the Divine Grandeur Sect, the Wind Snow Temple of the Jimu Mountain, and especially the Lakeview Academy that shocked the Aquarius continent. Even if he was not a direct disciple, he was still qualified to run amok in a continent. Unknowingly, it was like hanging a peace sign. Otherwise, he would have a teacher in the Golden Elixir realm or the Nascent Soul realm who taught him. This was also a powerful protective talisman. The grudges on the mountain could be the result of a few lifetimes of ordinary people. Therefore, it was better to squash enmity rather than keep it alive. The Wind Thunder Garden and the Xinjiang Mountain were the best examples. What happened to the once high and mighty fairy Su Jianao? Her world's first-class blade strengthening gourd was taken back to the sect. Her sword heart and cultivation were both shattered. It was said that there was no news of her at all. How many young qi cultivators who adored her were still grieving? Chun Pingan was silent. He just took off the wine pot and drank, waiting for the ferry to depart to the south. This trip was 200,000 miles south. At the ferry landing, there would be other immortal ferries that would go straight to the old dragon city. From there, they would cross the continent to the inverted mountain and enter the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, There was no chance for him to travel the Jianghu with his friends. Even if he wanted to drink, he could only drink alone. The ferry was about to set sail. The guests began to board the ferry one after another. Chun Pingan found his own room on the second floor, compared to the heaven room on the Kuan boat that he boarded at the ferry landing of Wudong Mountain. It was very cramped and narrow. There was only a bed, and a small balcony that could only allow 2 people to stand outside. Chun Pingan put down the bag of fruits that cost more than 10 taels of silver. He took off the sword case and the bag and sat on the clean and comfortable bed. For some reason, he thought of the wooden bed in his ancestral house at the Mud Bottle Alley. Chun Pingan leaned back and lay down. The poor were afraid of winter while the rich were afraid of summer. However, it seemed that the rich also had many ways to avoid summer heat, not to mention the qi cultivators on the mountain, who had great magical powers. Chun Pingan sat up and rolled up his sleeves and trousers. His wrists and ankles revealed the vague appearance of a talisman. His vital qi flowed slowly, as if there was an invisible burden. It did not look very eye-catching. Moreover, there was no record of it in the true elixir works that Li Shixing gave him. This was the work of Old Yang. It was called the 8 Tales of Vital Qi Talisman. The old man did not explain it in detail. He only said that it could help pure martial artists to use their vital qi to refine their body when they were sleeping. Moreover, as long as Chun Pingan reached the qi cultivator realm, the 4 talisman would automatically disappear. If he could not break through the bottleneck, Chun Pingan would go to the old dragon city at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent. He would go to a dusty medicine shop to find Zheng Dafeng and ask the former gatekeeper of the small town to help him remove the shackles. Chun Pingan rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked to the balcony of the ferry. According to the local records of the Combe country, the formation of this underground waterway was when the last real dragon in the world was chased by the immortals. It dived into the ground and opened it up with its huge body. Finally, it drilled out of the ground at the entrance of the Combe country and rode the wind to the north of Dali. After the final battle, there was the small cave of Dali Pearl. Therefore, this waterway was also commonly known as the Dragon Road. There was a waterway on both sides of the waterway so that the ferries from the north and south could travel between them. In the middle, there was an endless fence. Every 10 miles, there would be a fluorescent lantern hanging on the stone wall, illuminating the nearby waterway. But at night, the lantern would be extinguished so that the passengers could rest and sleep without being affected by the light. There were some noises next door on both sides. It seemed that there were many people living there. The restrictions on the second floor of the ferry were relatively lax. At most, 5 people could live there. There were no beds to lie on, so they could sleep on the floor. After all, it was not a small expense to spend 10 pieces of snow. It was not easy for a qi refinement warrior to cultivate, especially for an itinerant cultivator who had no roots in the mountains. Earning money, especially big money, was extremely risky. If there were no shortcuts and connections, it was no exaggeration to say that one's head was tied to one's belt with one's hard-earned money. It was only human nature that one wished to break every piece of snow into 8 pieces. Chun Pingan's room faced the waterway on the other side of the waterway. The ferry began to move forward. He found that there were already many people holding fishing rods near the railing on the first floor. There was no bait on the hooks, just empty hooks. However, the fishing hooks flashed with fluorescent light and were directly thrown into the underground river. They were actually dragging fishing. From time to time, there were really stupid palm-sized fish being hooked. They were pulled onto the deck and thrown into the fish basket. But if they caught a snow-white, finger-long silver shrimp, the fishermen would be very happy. It turned out that this thing had a great origin. It was a unique thing in this underground river. In Combe country, it was simply called river dragon. In the south, it was nicknamed silver. This thing could absorb water essence and reiki. Young shrimp were half an inch long. After more than 10 years, it could grow to the length of a finger. After 100 years, it could only grow to the length of 2 fingers. It was like the jade armor of a general, but it was exquisite and clear. Such a 100-year-old river dragon was full of reiki and extremely delicious. It could be sold at the sky-high price of half a piece of snow in the south. If the passengers on the first floor could catch 6 big silver, it would be a wasted trip. They could make a lot of money and kill time. Why not? However, it was easy to catch a 1-finger-long river dragon, but it still depended on fate and luck to catch a 2-finger-long river dragon. The river at the Combe country's ferry port had been excavated for thousands of years. It was rumored that someone had once caught a 3-foot-long river dragon. Its golden shrimp tentacles shocked everyone. In the end, it was sold to the old Dragon City Lord. Unfortunately, no one knew how much the rich immortal of the half-continent offered. Chun Pingon had liked fishing since he was young. It was rare that he did not think about anything. He leaned on the railing and stared at the fishermen for a long time. He thought that there should be fishing rods on the ship, but he did not know if it was expensive. If 1 or 2 pieces of snow could be bought with money, then he could go to the railing to try his luck. Back in the house, Chun Pingon ate fresh fruits that did not have any reiki. He began to think about the matter of practicing martial arts. The journey of 200,000 miles took 2 months. During this time, they stopped at the Immortals ferry ports and restocked. In total, it took about 4 to 5 days. The speed of this ferry was much slower than that of the Kuan ship. This was normal. The Kuan ship was the cross-continent ferry of the North Continent. It was far from comparable to this ferry. Chun Pingon did a rough calculation. If he did not eat and sleep, he would have 4 to 6 hours a day. He would try to practice martial arts for 9 to 20 hours a day. Coupled with the fact that his punches had changed from slow to fast, which was a huge advantage, he could practice the 6-step stance 3,600 times a day. In 2 months, 60 days, he could practice the martial arts for about 200,000 times. It sounded like a very simple calculation, but when it was put into practice, Chun Pingon, who was very skilled in martial arts, knew that it could drive people crazy. Even Chun Pingon, who thought that his strength was good, felt that it was a little difficult. In the past, when he practiced martial arts, whether it was going to the Great Sui dynasty or going south to Shu Shui country, he encountered mountains and rivers along the way, each with its own scenery. But this time, he had to face the wall in this Fangzhong area as if he was withered. The most important thing was the stance walking. It was 2 different things compared to the suffering he suffered when he practiced martial arts with the old man in the bamboo house. The latter was more of a test of physical pain and the drifting of the spirit. The former seemed easy and leisurely, punching out one punch after another, but the later it was more like a blunt knife cutting the flesh. It was just like the snowy day when he entered Dali from the ancient plank road in Huangting country. In the end, every breath he took was like swallowing a knife. No one of the old man said that when a martial artist tempered himself, he not only had to fight with the heaven and earth, but also had to endure the pain of the mountain crushing the body. He also had to fight with his own heart, slowly stewing the word fixed. Chun Pingon took a deep breath. After closing the balcony door, he began the stance walking. His footsteps were light, his punches were fast, and his fist intent was flowing. After that, it was boring day and night. Chun Pingon did not even go to the ferry restaurant to eat. He only ate dry food and wine to fool around with 3 meals a day. Even though the weather in the underground river was cool and refreshing, Chun Pingon was still sweating profusely. He walked out of the house and stopped at the wooden door at the edge of the balcony. After 1 round of punching, he turned around and did it again. Over time, the floor of the house was covered in sweat. Every time he practiced until he was exhausted, he would take a short rest. In this narrow room, unlike when he traveled far away, he always had all kinds of worries. He just calmed down and practiced his martial arts. There were 24 hours a day, excluding the 4 hours of sleep and several breaks in the middle. The end was a full 18 hours of punching. He was completely oblivious to himself. It seemed that there was only such a small place in the world. There were no mountains or rivers, no surging rivers, no mountain wind, and no snow. It was as if spring, summer, autumn, winter, sickness, and death were all between the abbot. 20 days later, the wooden door of the viewing balcony did not open even once. In the night, Chinpingon lay on the ground. His clothes were soaked, and the floor was wet. He was like a fish that had been pulled ashore, gasping for breath. Chinpingon grinned. He wanted to laugh, but could not. If the master of the Maorao Tower, who was proficient in assassination, sneakily attacked him at this time, what should he do? He looked down at the sword-cultivating gourd. He could only rely on these two little ancestors. In the next 10 days, Chinpingon had to take off the wine pot at his waist and even the straw sandals on his feet. He rolled up his sleeves and trousers and walked back and forth in the room barefoot to practice his martial arts. From the body-refining realm to the chi-refining realm, Chinpingon seemed to be only one breath away from stepping over the remaining foot. However, that foot seemed to be deep in the mud. No matter how hard he tried, Chinpingon could not pull it out. After a whole month of practicing his martial arts, his progress was still slow. He could only pull that foot out of the mud a little. In between practicing his martial arts, the world outside was not completely silent. After the neighboring passengers on both sides got used to the ferry life, they were no longer restrained. The room on the left was like a room full of Jianghu heroes. Every day they would drink and eat big bowls of meat and talk about the Jianghu. It was just that during their conversations, they mostly chatted in the official language of other countries. It was rare that a few words of the Baoping continent would pop out. When Chinpingon practiced to the extreme every day, he would jump out from the mysterious state of selflessness. The slightest movement would be as loud as thunder in spring. Therefore, when he listened to the chatter over there, Chinpingon only felt a little irritated. On the other hand, the guests on the right next door were like the immortal masters of the small sects on the mountain who were traveling down the mountain. They were relatively quiet. However, they had to practice twice a day. They had to recite the sect's rules in unison. The sound insulation of the wooden boards was not good. These chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms also used their unique breathing techniques. It was also a troublesome matter. If these were still tolerable, then there was something that would happen every few days. Chinpingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. Those who lived on the 3rd floor of the ferry above his head were all rich people. Probably above Chinpingon's room was a pair of immortal couples from the mountain. They were unusually affectionate, and there were often creaking sounds of the bed that could be heard through the floorboards downstairs. That was not all. The female chi cultivator was probably also someone who could not control her emotions. She would often cry out softly. Obviously, she had been bullied badly by the man. Chinpingon could not understand. Since the woman was suffering so much, then she should not give in to her man every time. Since they were husband and wife, why not both parties talk about it openly? Chinpingon could not do anything about this. He could not possibly go upstairs and knock on the door and tell the man that he should take pity on his Tao companion in the future and not ask for a yard after taking an inch. Chinpingon was an outsider. How could he say such things about other people's bedroom? Moreover, he was not reasonable and would definitely not be reasonable. It was just that Chinpingon also realized that although he did not like the disturbance upstairs, the Jianghu people on the left were very fond of it. Once there were creaking sounds of the bed and the woman sobbing, they would immediately stop talking and everyone would laugh. Chinpingon learned the truth from a few sentences that he could understand from the Aquarius continent. They were actually observing a peak battle of the martial arts grandmasters and were discussing it very attentively. And the immortal masters on the mountain, on the right, also seemed to have telepathy. When the 4 of them encountered such things, they would always tacitly remain silent. However, their breathing was obviously more chaotic than usual. It seemed that they were very angry and also very annoyed. Fortunately, Chun Pingon began to gradually adapt to these worries that hindered the state of mind of the martial arts. There was one day in the middle of the day when the bed above his head shook loudly. The woman was crying incessantly. Chun Pingon just quietly drank his wine and ate his dry food. He only hoped that the floor would not collapse and that the woman and the bed would not fall on top of his head. The ferry stopped at other ferries several times along the way. Chun Pingon did not even open the door before, so he did not experience the local customs of the southern countries. Chun Pingon calculated the time. It was probably the grain of Mang season now. If it was in his hometown, it would be a busy farming season. There was a saying that the grain of Mang seeds were urgently planted. Even some young and strong men who baked porcelain in the dragon kiln would be allowed to go home to help. That year, when he was the head of the dragon kiln, although he had a bad temper and liked to scold people, he was very magnanimous in this kind of matter. Other kilns usually only gave 3 days of leave, but Old Man Yao would give 4 to 5 days. It was just that Lu Xianyang and Chun Pingon were pitiful kiln workers who had lost their ancestral land early on because the kiln was short of manpower. The fire in the dragon kiln did not care whether you were short of manpower or not. Therefore, in his early years, Chun Pingon was more tired than the people who worked in the fields. Chun Pingon had been practicing martial arts for an entire month. Unknowingly, he had already walked the stance 100,000 times. His greatest interest at the moment was to know if any of the fishermen on the ship had caught a rare river dragon as long as 2 fingers. After another day of practicing until noon, Chun Pingon suddenly found that there was still some wine left in the sword-nourishing gourd, but the dry food was not enough for 3 meals. He had to hang up the wine pot, carry the sword case with the straw sandals, and open the door for the first time. He was going to a restaurant at the end of the ship to buy some food that was easy to store. It was not far away, because it was lunchtime. It was the time when the passengers went out. When Chun Pingon went out, the group of Jianghu heroes in the room on the left were also going out to look for food. Chun Pingon slightly slowed down his pace, keeping a distance of 5 or 6 steps, and followed the 5 people. One of them could not help but look back at this strange neighbor, whom they had met for the first time. Soon, someone pulled his sleeve, indicating that he should not make trouble. That person quickly withdrew his gaze. The young swordsman carrying the wooden case walked the Jianghu alone. Although he was young, he looked calm and steady. Indeed, it was best not to provoke him. If he was really a 1-in-a-million swordsman, they could not afford to offend him, even if they were not from bad backgrounds and were from famous sects at the foot of the mountain. On the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, it was better to be safe than sorry. If they took this immortal ferry, it would be 1-in-a-million. If they were unlucky, they would be stuck in their teeth even if they drank cold water. If they were really unlucky and met a 1-in-a-million swordsman, what should they do? Arguing with the chi trainers on the mountain? This Jianghu martial artist once had the honor of seeing a swordsman fight with his own eyes. He was quite far away. That young swordsman was only in his 20s, but after his natal flying sword was unsheathed, his sword chi was like a rainbow sweeping everything before him. In the face of several famous Jianghu bigwigs, such as the Jianghu swordsman who spat out sword chi, or the boxing grandmaster who was invulnerable to swords and spears, all of them made a hole in the head of the swordsman on the mountain. Ordinary chi trainers were still fine. After all, there were hundreds of schools of thought, and not all of them were immortal masters on the mountain who were good at attacking. However, to compete with a swordsman on the mountain, especially a swordsman who had cultivated a natal flying sword, was like an old man who had eaten arsenic and was tired of living. Along the way, it was peaceful. He bought a few kilograms of dry biscuits from the waiter in a crowded restaurant. After paying, he returned to his house. After closing the door, he opened the wooden door of the balcony and stood on the balcony. eating the dry biscuits and drinking wine with the sword-nourishing gourd in one hand. There were still some fishermen on the railing of the first floor, but Chun Pingon chewed slowly and drank wine slowly. After watching for half an hour, he only caught some ordinary fish. Not even a young silverfish was hooked. Chun Pingon suddenly remembered something. The youth Cui Shi had once practiced the sword furnace stance with him out of boredom at the peak of a large mountain. He said that there was a high-grade blessed land in the world that was extremely special. It was connected to a heavenly abode, and the two were completely different from all the other heavenly abodes. The Shun Ho sect of the Southern Stream Kingdom in the Aquarius continent had a blessed land all to themselves. It was called the Qing Tan Blessed Land. The blessed land was somewhat similar to a vassal state, but it was much larger in size and had its own system. It contained the rules of the heavenly Tao and was of different sizes and heights. It was often rich in production and could be continuously seized by the celestial sections. The structure created was that the bigger the sect, the bigger the mountain, the higher the peak. For example, the Black Pearl Cave was one of the 36 small caves in the world. Back then, the pair of Dali double walls who turned the tide and continued the Song family's throne walked out of the Black Pearl Cave. They were the heroes of the Dali dynasty who were close to the water and enjoyed the moonlight first. The world was huge. Chun Pingon had traveled far twice. Even though he had not walked out of the Aquarius continent, he had already experienced it. The small town that Old Yang mentioned was unimaginably huge. Chun Pingon had also experienced it. However, during this trip to the south, Chun Pingon missed many places. He did not have time to visit some places and had to take a long detour. For example, Qing Xia Island in the Book Slip Lake, where Gu Ken and his mother were. Chun Pingon hoped that the mother and son would live well and not be bullied by others. However, he also hoped that Gu Ken would not turn around and bully others after becoming a Qi refinement warrior. In the end, she would not become a mountain immortal like the young master of the old dragon city, Fu Nanhua. Some places were not suitable for the time being. For example, Xinyang Mountain, where the mountain-moving ape was, Qingfeng City, where the Su family was, and Jinwu Mountain, where Ma Kuxuan was. If he went there, he would not be able to reason with them, and he would not be able to defeat them with his fists. If he was not in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, he would only be trampled to death by others without the restrictions of Mr. Qi and Master Wan. Chun Pingon was still aware of this. Chun Pingon drank his wine. At the restaurant, he learned that the boat would be stopping at Yanfu Ferry for half a day tomorrow. He could get off the boat and enjoy the scenery. Near the ferry was a famous scenic spot called the Tay Lake. At this time of the year, the mountain flowers were blooming. As long as he walked out of the ferry and walked towards the nearest mountain, he would be greeted by the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers along the way. If he was lucky, he could even catch a flower spirit called the Vanilla Lady. They were naturally fragrant and elegant. They were the best living creature-scented sachets and were deeply loved by female Qi refinement warriors and wealthy madams. Chun Pingon felt that it was good to go out for a walk. He could relax and take a breather. After staying in seclusion for a whole month, he felt that he was going to rot. After making up his mind, Chun Pingon turned around and left the balcony. He closed the door and continued to practice his boxing. At dawn the next day, the ferry docked at the shore. The karst cave hall was small and exquisite. It was filled with fragrance. Compared to the spacious and spectacular Combe country, it had a different charm. The ferry shook slightly. Chun Pingon, who had slept for less than 4 hours, opened his eyes. He got up and began to pack his luggage. He had to bring everything with him. He did not dare to stay in the room on the boat. Perhaps it was because of the reputation of the Tay Lake that it was indeed a good place. Chun Pingon realized that more than 400 passengers on the boat wanted to get off the boat to enjoy the scenery. Mixed in the crowd, Chun Pingon got off the boat. There was a group of men and women with extraordinary temperaments beside him. The two elders' breaths were especially long, like the slow-flowing river. They walked with light steps. Even if they were not immortals from the mountains of the middle five realms, they were probably not far from it. Chun Pingon was not someone who liked to eavesdrop. It was just that he had been practicing his boxing in the house all this time. He had no choice but to listen. It was rare for him to hear people talking in the language of the Baoping continent. He subconsciously pricked up his ears. They talked about the general situation of the north and south of the continent. They talked about the latest happenings in the mansions of the major immortals. They also talked about some famous people in the dynasties and countries. Most of the conversations were light. The two elders talked the most. The younger generation beside them listened attentively and rarely interrupted. Even when they asked questions, they were respectful. They were very different from some people in Chun Pingon's impression. For example, the sword cultivator Lu Baqiao from the Wind and Thunder Garden, the sword cultivator Chao Jun from the Hassa continent in the Chao family's ancestral house in the Mud Bottle Alley. Recently, he even met Zhou Ju from the Lakeview Academy. They did not seem to have such a reserved personality. The last elder with a small black jade seal on his waist spoke about the crash of the Kuan boat in the Dashi Mountain and the heavy casualties. He was very angry. Although he admitted that the Taoist lord of the Ju Lu continent was very powerful and that even the Taoist lord of the Baoping continent, Qi Chen, might not have a chance of winning, he still disapproved of the Lord of Heaven's domineering way of doing things. The other elder was very worried. He said that although the crash of the Kuan boat was indeed caused by the soaring sword, aura, and the destruction of the Kuan boat, why would the central dynasty of the Baoping continent, which was full of sword cultivators, want to destroy a ferry from the North continent? What good would it do? At that time, the only power that could gather so much sword aura could only be the imperial court of the great dynasty. However, the emperor had already personally gone to the divine grandeur sect and swore that there was no such thing. After that, accompanied by Qi Zhen, he personally met with the Taoist lord of the Ju Lu continent, Xie Shi. The latter only said that the cultivators of the Ju Lu continent would investigate the truth. When he was near the entrance of the cave, Chun Pingon suddenly stopped and then sped up. He cupped his fists towards the two elders and asked, "Immortal masters, may I ask, what happened to the passengers on the Kuan boat?" One of the elders turned a deaf ear to this. He did not even look at the young man with a northern accent and carried a sword on his back and continued walking. The elder with the seal stopped and said patiently, "Almost none of the passengers of the lower five realms survived. Even many Qi refinement warriors of the upper five realms died. At that time, countless sword auras surged from the top of a mountain into the sky. It was no different from an all-out attack by a sword immortal of the upper five realms. Think about it. How powerful was that?" The elder looked at the young man's slightly changed expression. He sighed and continued walking. Chun Pingon stood in the same place. His shoulder was bumped a few times by the bustling crowd, but he did not notice. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that almost everyone had walked out of the cave and went to the supreme liquid pool to enjoy the scenery. Chun Pingon slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. The sun was shining brightly outside. Further away, he could see a large mountain with a gentle slope. The sky was filled with gorgeous flowers and grass that were in full bloom. After killing Lady Snake Scorpion in Yanji County, Chun Pingon actually obtained a treasure. However, he did not take it out to sell at Qingfu Square in Shu Shui country. It was a brush washer. There were 16 words at the bottom of the brush washer: spring flower and autumn moon, spring wind and autumn tree, spring mountain and autumn stone, spring water and autumn frost. The words were small and flowed slowly like tadpoles. Chun Pingon liked the word spring, and there were a pair of sisters and maidservants on the Kuan boat. Their names matched those words. At that time, Chun Pingon felt that it was a pity that there was only spring water and no autumn fruit. Otherwise, if they were fated to meet again in the future, for example, when they rowed the Kuan boat at Mount Jiao at the ferry of Wudong Mountain again, he would definitely take out the brush washer and show it to them so that they would know that there were such interesting coincidences in the world. Chun Pingan stood at the entrance of the cave. There was no sorrow on his face. He was just in a daze as he looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Finally, Chun Pingan turned and walked towards the ferry. Behind him, beautiful flowers bloomed. The young man did not look. When he reached the ferry, he returned to his room on the second floor. He closed the door and continued to practice. Another month passed slowly. In 2 days, he would have to disembark from the ferry. Late at night, Chun Pingan had unknowingly practiced the fist stance 200,000 times. He changed into a clean set of clothes and opened the wooden door of the balcony barefooted. It was rare for the ferry to be so quiet. Chun Pingan saw that there was no one around and lightly jumped onto the railing. Finally, he sat on the railing and looked at the flowing river next door. He drank without thinking about anything. As he drank, he finally realized that there was no more wine in the wine pot. In the sword-nourishing gourd, there were dozens of pounds of wine brewed by the Sword Water Manor. Before he boarded the ferry, he only let the bearded man and the young Taoist drink some. Because he had been very restrained in drinking for the past 2 months, he had been drinking until now. Chun Pingan shook the wine gourd with all his strength. There was really no more wine left. However, he did not want to give up. He raised the wine pot high and stretched his neck. Even if there were only a few drops left, it was fine. Not a single drop was left. There was really no more wine left. Therefore, on a 4-story ferry coming from the river next door, a guest who lived in a wing room on the top floor was also sitting on the railing of the balcony. She stared blankly at the youth, who was shaking the sword-nourishing gourd with all his strength and wanted to drink. Finally, she put down her arms and hugged the good-looking sword-nourishing gourd with her chin on the mouth of the gourd. She thought that the youth would not have drunk so much that he became stupid. She became playful. She raised the emerald wine pot in one hand and put the other hand to her mouth. She shouted, "Here, here, little drunkard, I have wine here. Take it if you want a drink." Chun Pingan maintained his original position and glanced over when he heard the voice. A young girl wearing a dark green robe, seeing that he did not move, simply threw the wine pot in her hand. The wine pot flew in a beautiful arc and landed 20 feet in front of Chun Pingan's eyes. It flew back to her hand with a whoosh. The young girl was overjoyed and laughed to herself. The 2 fairies brushed past each other. Chun Pingan was expressionless. There was no ripple in his heart. He just thought that she would not be a fool, right? He put the sword-nourishing gourd back on the balcony and closed the wooden door. Chun Pingan continued to practice boxing. If the wine was gone, he could buy more. If the person was gone, Chun Pingan did not know. Therefore, this was the first time that Chun Pingan stopped practicing boxing and went to the restaurant in the middle of the night to buy wine. The restaurant had already closed, and the door was closed. He had to go back to the house and continue practicing boxing. "250. After the Mang Seed, the 200,000 miles of the Dragon Path was nearing its end. The ferry was about to reach the southern end of the Dragon Path. Since he had already practiced the stance for 200,000 times, Chun Pingan was not as tense as before. He was relatively more relaxed. After failing to buy wine that night, he went to the restaurant the next day and bought 3 jars of wine. He filled the blade-strengthening gourd. The price was very expensive, but the taste was not bad. It could not be compared to the aged wine of the Sword Water Villa. Then Chun Pingan took down the 2 talismans pasted on the wall. They were both made of ordinary green talisman paper. One was the talisman of tranquility. It could help Chun Pingan to concentrate and calm his chi to a certain extent, preventing him from being disturbed by the outside world. The Taoist temples at the foot of the mountain would often put up this talisman every time they ate. The other was the talisman of dispelling filth and cleansing dust. During the scorching summer, the high officials and nobles of the secular dynasties would go to the Taoist temples to ask for this talisman. Not only could it emit a faint spiritual aura, it could also absorb evil spirits and all kinds of filth. Therefore, the study room became clean and clean. Although the two talismen were the most basic talisman in the true works of alchemy, and their ranks were very low, they were of great help to Qin Pingan. Otherwise, the people on the ferry would definitely fight Qin Pingan to the death. After 2 months of practicing martial arts day and night, Qin Pingan was sweating profusely. Who would dare to live in this room on the second floor? The two talisman papers were both one-use alchemy books. Now, their spiritual aura was dim, and they were almost no different from ordinary books. Qin Pingan was used to being careful and did not want to leave any traces. He did not even throw them into the river. He still kept them in his square-inch object. After all, they were the heroes of his 200,000 years of practice. He could not burn the bridge after crossing the river. It would be good to keep them as souvenirs. Now, Qin Pingan was more or less certain that the stack of talisman papers that Li Shixing gave him, especially the golden material and the pages of the ancient book, must be priceless. He must cherish them even more. The reason was simple. A demon-subduing pagoda talisman made of golden talisman paper could easily defeat the civil and military officials of Yanji County's city god palace who were possessed by demons. As for the talisman paper of a top chi cultivator of Combe Country, the golden armored warrior, who invited the gods, the talisman paper from the Taoist talisman sect, not to mention the rank of the talisman paper, just the quality of the talisman paper, might not be comparable to the golden talisman paper given by Li Shixing. Before getting off the boat, Qin Pingan had already tidied up his room, carried his luggage, and returned the wooden board to the ferry. He got off the boat with everyone. Not far in front of him, there was a conversation between a man and a woman. The woman's voice was very familiar. Qin Pingan only glanced at her slightly. It was a young woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth. Qin Pingan felt sad. The lady who lived above him had suffered a lot recently. Qin Pingan guessed that the woman and her husband must be sincere in their love. Otherwise, they would not be so accommodating. During the process of getting off the boat, Qin Pingan heard a lot of things. For example, someone caught a pair of rare twin flowers at the Supreme Liquid Pond at the Yanfu Ferry. If it was a single flower charm, it would only be worth a dozen pieces of snow. But if it was a pair, the buyer would not have the extravagant hope of getting it at all unless he paid 50 to 60 pieces of snow. During the 2-month journey, the fishermen only caught a few 2-finger-long river dragons in the end. There were no adventures. The ferry went on and off. When many rich chi cultivators finally got off the boat, the poor squires had to carry a lot of parcels of various sizes. They had to be extremely careful when they walked so as not to break them. Most of the parcels were precious. Some of the extravagant items were probably not cheaper than human lives. This ferry was vast, and it was still a lively scene with many shops. It was just that the goods that the shops were selling had changed to the local specialties of the nearby countries. Qin Pingan had nothing to do, so he went to the shops one by one. He actually discovered many strange spirits. Most of them were lively and cute plant spirits. There were also little people who looked like children, white-haired old men and women, as well as young girls. They had different figures and faces. But the biggest spirit was only a finger tall. They were either locked in a green bamboo cage or standing on an inkstone. There was also a spinning lady with wings who was working hard behind a pocket-sized spinning wheel. There were all kinds of interesting things. Qin Pingan made use of some customers to bargain with the shopkeepers. He learned that these strange little guys were similar to the ancient cypress-potted plant of old Mr. Hong in Qingfu Square, and the little boy in green, who stood on top of it and said good luck and fortune in unison. The price was determined by the degree of rarity. The cheap ones only cost 1 piece of snow. The expensive ones cost 34 pieces of snow. Chun Pingan finally came to a conclusion. It seemed that the further south one went, the more common these kinds of spirits were. Chun Pingan visited all the shops and stalls, but he did not buy anything. This time, it was not that Chun Pingan was stingy. He thought that after delivering the sword, it would not be too late to buy it on the way back to Dolly after returning from the inverted hanging mountain and the great wall of Sword Cheap. Walking out of the karst cave, Chun Pingan felt that he could see the light again. He found that the entrance of the cave was still covered with cliff carvings of famous people. Compared to the ferry of Shu Shui country at the end of the north, the carvings were even denser. It was as if they were fighting for position. Some of the cliff carvings seemed to be sulking with their neighbors. Chun Pingan looked at them one by one at the entrance of the cave. Of course, they were all good characters. Each had its own charm. But in his heart, he felt that they were not as good as the young man Chui Dong's. Outside the ferry was a valley. The road was flat and wide. The shops on both sides of the road were more luxurious than the shops on the shore of the ferry. People came and went on the street. It was a peaceful and prosperous time. Even the dog lying on the side of the road showed a sense of leisure. The first thing that came into view was a 3-story building on the left. The eaves were high, and there was intrigue. The plaque with golden words, "Inu Ferry," was hanging. Chun Pingan was now familiar with the place. He knew that this was the place to pay for the ferry to Old Dragon City. After entering, he inquired at the counter and learned that the earliest ferry to Old Dragon City would arrive at noon today. The price of the first-class cabin was 20 Shui coins, and the medium-class cabin was 10 Shui coins. Chun Pingan asked about the price of the last-class cabin. The man explained with a fake smile that the Yangji Hall ferry to Old Dragon City was 10 Shui coins for the medium-class cabin. There was no such thing as the last-class cabin. Around the lobby of the building, there were slightly sarcastic eyes and smiles. Chun Pingan did not feel shameful. He took out 20 Shui coins and bought a boarding jade pendant. The pendant was engraved with Yangji Hall and 11 of the first-class cabin. Chun Pingan looked at the 11 and remembered the seal left in the bamboo building of Luapa Mountain. He felt that it was a good sign and very auspicious. Chun Pingan walked out of the door with a smile. After calculating the time, he began to shop. He planned to buy 2 sets of clothes. He did not need shoes. He was used to wearing straw sandals for so many years. Moreover, there were 2 pairs of brand-new shoes in the Fengzuan item. Although the shops on the street were much more stylish, the things they sold were almost the same as the shops on the shore of the Dragon Road ferry. It was the same kind of flowers and plants, but the price was cheaper. Chun Pingan looked at these little guys who were very festive. He never got tired of looking at them. It was just that he looked at them and did not pay. He was a little disliked. Chun Pingan walked and stopped in each shop. Then he found a particularly rich shop. Chun Pingan stood outside the door and was a little stunned. It turned out that there was a screen placed at the door that was as tall as a person. On it, there was a woman with a long sword on her back and a purple gold gourd hanging on her waist. She stood on the cliff and looked at the sea of clouds. Her dress swayed, and she floated in the air. It should be similar to the landscape painting on the Kuan ship, which was made by the magic on the mountain. Several people were pointing in front of the screen. Their words were full of schadenfreude. They talked about the hundreds of years of feud between the Wind Thunder Garden and Jinyang Mountain. They talked about how the fairy Su was very graceful and otherworldly in her early years. The only time she wore clothes that were not from her sect was when she fought side by side with the founder of this shop to kill demons. That was why she made an exception and wore this dress for the first time. More than 10 years ago, this style of dress could be said to be popular all over the Aquarius continent. Whether it was the female cultivators on the mountain or the daughters of rich families, there were hundreds and thousands of people who flocked to it like ducks. A young woman sneered and said, Now, this shop is still unwilling to remove the screen. It is a big joke. I wonder if Su Jia will be so ashamed that she will dig a hole and hide in it after seeing it with her own eyes. A black-faced young Qi refinement warrior held back for a long time. Finally, he angrily spoke up for the fairy he had admired for a long time. No matter how much Fairy Su's realm has fallen, she is still a real fairy who is not stained by the mud. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. If Fairy Su is really standing here, do you dare to fart? A middle-aged man said with a cheeky smile, before Su Jia's state of mind was completely shattered by Yellow River, the last disciple of Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden. I could even lick the bottom of this fairy's shoes. Unfortunately, now, I am not bragging. If Su Jia is really standing in front of me, I dare to reach out and pinch her face and touch her waist. TSK, TSK. I wonder how it feels to touch. The young cultivator's face turned red. He was so angry that his body trembled. How can there be such a vicious bastard like you? The man laughed and said, How can there be? The answer is very simple. You can go and ask my parents. The young cultivator clenched his fists. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at the bastard. The man clicked his tongue and said, What? Do you want to kill me? Come on, if you kill someone here, not only will the murderer be jailed, but the sect will also be held responsible. Come on, if you don't kill me today, it won't be considered that you really admire Su Jia. If you don't kill me, I will go and touch Fairy Su Jia on the screen later. I want to touch her from head to toe. Ooh. The middle-aged man tilted his neck and smiled obscenely. The young cultivator turned around dejectedly. The man laughed wantonly and said sarcastically, A little coward who hasn't even grown out his hair, yet dares to fight with me. Don't go. I am really going to touch her. Oh, her face is so soft and smooth. What a beautiful little girl. Fairy Su, a little girl whose sword heart has been shattered. Perhaps the next time you two meet, it will be in that brothel. The young cultivator quickly left. He was not willing to listen to those filthy words that made people sad and indignant. Chun Pingon directly walked into the shop. He did not care about the quarrel between the two sides. He spent 30 taels of silver and bought 2 sets of the most ordinary clothes. In fact, this shop had a great history. It had a large business in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. Although this was only one of the hundreds of branches, the treasure of the shop was the magic robe. Even if Chun Pingon was a layman, he could tell with a glance that it was not inferior to Chu Hao's deity Chung Lu armor. After Chun Pingon walked out of the shop, the man did not leave. The spectators beside him had changed. There were both men and women. In front of the screen, the men had a regretful expression while the women sneered in dissatisfaction. The atmosphere was subtle. The idle middle-aged man began to flirt again, which made the women very satisfied. Even if they knew that the man was not a good person, after hearing that he was the shopkeeper of the shop next door, they still suggested to their male companions to go in and take a look. How could the latter be willing? They couldn't wait to smash the middle-aged man's face with a punch. It was true that the man's character was inferior, but his eye for business was indeed not bad. He kept making sarcastic remarks about Fairy Su of Xinjiang Mountain. The more he spoke, the more unbearable he became. Those women were also smart and quick-witted. They never agreed with the man's words. Instead, they would refute him with a few words. The men who came to attract business understood this tacitly and spat even more saliva, which made them feel much better. They looked at their male companions who were traveling with them from the corner of their eyes, as if they were happily telling them, Su Jia, who they fell in love with at first sight, is now reduced to such a state. Can they still admire her? The man danced with joy. When he was done talking, he simply walked to the side of the screen. He stretched out a palm and waved it gently. He kept a distance from the screen and pretended to slap the lifelike Su Jia a few times. He was cursing and scolding. Chun Pingon recalled the scene when Lu Baqiao, the the sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden, talked about Su Jia in the small town. At that time, outsiders entered the Liju cave heaven to look for opportunities. Only Lu Baqiao, who followed the woman from the Chen family from Yingyin and the young master from the Chen family from Dragon Tail Commandery, made Chen Ping'an feel that there were good people among the immortals on the mountain outside. What moved Chen Ping'an the most about Lu Baqiao was not that he was a genius sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden. When he talked about Su Jia, he felt that one day Lu Baqiao, would make Su Jia marry him willingly. It was not because of the so-called heroic spirit of a man. On the contrary, when someone asked him what he would do if one day Fairy Su, whom he longed for, did not like him because of his family background, he was confused. At that time, Lu Baqiao was confused and murmured, "Why would she like me?" When Chen Ping'an thought of Lu Baqiao, he could not help but think of himself. Therefore, Chen Ping'an took a deep breath and walked to the other side of the screen, looking at the man who was doing business next door. The man was about to take the woman to his shop to buy something when he suddenly found another guy who did not have eyes. He said impatiently, "What are you looking at?" Chen Ping'an said, "I'm looking at you." The man stared and said, "Look again if you dare." Chen Ping'an nodded and continued to stare at the man. He said slowly, "Okay." Even the young women on the mountain who were prejudiced against Su Jia could not help but laugh. This young man with a sword on his back was quite funny. The sect that they and their companions came from was not far from Xinjiang Mountain, so they often met each other. Everyone in the sect, from the Grand Masters to the outer disciples, had a feeling of reverence for Xinjiang Mountain without exception. The men in the sect, regardless of age, could not tolerate any outsiders speaking ill of Fairy Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain. But now that Su Jia had fallen into the dust and outsiders had disappeared, they slightly restrained themselves. The man who was doing business in the valley said angrily, "Do you want to die?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. The man said sternly, "Then why are you standing here like a block of wood? Do you know that I've been doing business here for generations and have met more old immortals than you have?" In the man's eyes, the young man with a hole in his head suddenly said, "Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden like Su Jia." The man was stunned, and his arrogance dropped. He was skeptical. Chen Ping'an said again, "I know Lu Baqiao." The man glanced at the sword case behind the young man and swallowed his saliva. Chen Ping'an said, "If I meet Lu Baqiao one day, I'll tell him what happened today." The man said sternly, "Who are you trying to scare? How can you know Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden? I also know the leader of the Shenyao sect and the ancestor of the Zhenwu Mountain. But do they know me?" Chen Ping'an said again, "I'm not sure if they know you or not, but Lu Baqiao knows me, so I'm sure." The man waved his hand and said, "Get out of here. Don't boast without a draft and hinder my business. Even the dog poop on the roadside knows how to walk by itself." How unlucky. Chen Ping'an asked, "There should be a flying sword message at the ferry, right?" Chen Ping'an said to himself, "Forget it. I'll find it myself." The man, who was beginning to feel guilty, deliberately ignored the strange young man who spoke with certainty. He took the men and women on the mountain with a playful expression and went to his shop to find something with their eyes. Afterwards, Chen Ping'an really went to the courier station on the mountain where the flying sword was used to transmit messages. It was at the end of the street. He spent 10 pieces of snow to write a letter to Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden, roughly describing what had happened today. As for Lu Baqiao, after receiving the letter, he disdained it and threw it aside. He still flew into a rage and rushed here on his sword. Chen Ping'an didn't care. There were some things that Chen Ping'an wouldn't be happy if he didn't do them, but there were some things that he could only endure no matter how unhappy he was. For example, the Kuan boat crashing for no reason. After he finished writing the letter at the relay station and stated the recipient, and the address of the mountain gate, the people in the relay station all had strange expressions. It seemed that their tone of speaking to Chun Pingon became gentler. Some people even saw Chun Pingon out of the relay station and asked if he needed to lead the way to the ferry. Chun Pingon smiled and said no and left alone. After leaving the relay station, Chun Pingon's mood improved a little because he found that Lu Baqiao, who didn't show off in Liju Cave Heaven, and even joked about calling him brother, was actually quite powerful outside. Even a flying sword relay station here had heard of Lu Baqiao. The ferry of Yangji Hall was located in the air above a towering mountain wall. Someone had carved a winding plank road on the mountain wall. Chun Pingon walked on it and saw many ferries that were already hovering in the air outside the cliff. Below the ferries, there were white clouds floating. The style of the ferries was similar to the ferries of Shushui country, but it was strange that they could sail with the wind. Chun Pingon waited to board the ship on the plank road next to the ferry of Yangji Hall. There was a huge cave here, and only a few vendors were sitting and selling. Chun Pingon silently sat on a bench made of old tree roots, nibbling on dry biscuits and drinking newly bought wine. He slowly swallowed. At noon, a Yangji Hall ferry glided smoothly from the sea of clouds and docked on time. Chun Pingon followed the crowd and boarded the ship. It would only take about 25 days to take the ferry south to Old Dragon City, because the Yangji Hall ferry traveled far across the sea. Its speed was much faster than the river ferry on the Dragon Road, and there was no need to stop on the way. The ferry only had 2 floors. Chun Pingon lived in a room on the first floor. It was slightly spacious, but there was no viewing balcony. The ferry climbed and passed through a layer of clouds. He opened the window, and the view was broad. Above his head was a big sun hanging in the sky, shining brightly. The sea of clouds rolled like a golden mountain range. Chun Pingon wrote a tranquil talisman and a filth-dispelling talisman. He closed the door and continued to practice. During this period, there was a thunderstorm night with lightning, a dazzling sunrise, and a cloudless emptiness. This time, Chun Pingon practiced the 6-step stance from fast to slow. Occasionally, he would open the window and look at the scenery outside to practice the sword furnace stance. More than half a day into the journey, a sword immortal came riding on the wind. At that time, the ferry had just passed through the thick sea of clouds. The young sword immortal followed closely behind. He was so fast that some of the chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms were dumbfounded. That person broke through the sea of clouds with his sword and chased after the ferry. His momentum was astonishing. A wide path was opened up behind him in the sea of clouds. It took a long time for it to close up completely. He suddenly stopped in front of the ferry and gently jumped off the flying sword. He landed on the bow of the ferry and elegantly sheathed his sword. Immediately, a Yangji Hall expert came to greet him. As for whether he had offended the Yangji Hall and broke the rule of not allowing anyone to board the ferry, the Yangji Hall elder did not mention a word. Later on, the elder's action was very wise, because although the young sword immortal had broken the ferry's rule, he was not a domineering person. He smiled and said his name, and even took the initiative to pay 20 pieces of snow. Wind, Thunder Garden, Lu Baqiao. His name resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The old garden lord, Li Tuanjing, was known as the strongest person in the Aquarius continent's 10 realms. He alone suppressed the entire Xinjiang mountain for hundreds of years. Even though it was rumored that Li Tuanjing had died at the end of the Great Battle, Li Tuanjing casually broke the Marshall Mountains formation restriction with his sword. That was a magnificent feat that everyone witnessed. Moreover, Li Tuanjing's last disciple, Huang He, appeared out of nowhere and displayed a talent in swordsmanship that was not inferior to Li Tuanjing's when he was young. He beat Su Jia of Xinjiang Mountain to the point that he could not fight back, especially when Huang He stood beside the collapsed Su Jia. and stepped on the purple gold sword strengthening gourd with the tip of his foot. That scene left a deep impression in everyone's mind. After Huang, he took over as the Garden Lord of the Wind Thunder Garden. Lu Baqiao easily broke through the first realm, and his momentum was swift. It was said that he almost broke through 2 realms consecutively. Lu Baqiao did not let the elder follow him. He went to the 11th room on the first floor alone and gently knocked on the door. Chun Pingon had been concentrating on practicing his fist techniques. Although he vaguely sensed the ripples of qi that tugged at the sea of clouds, he did not stop practicing his fist techniques. It was common for immortals to fly freely on their swords in the sky and brush shoulders with fairies on the clouds. Therefore, even if he sensed the footsteps in the corridor, he did not associate it with the person on the sword. Therefore, when Chun Pingon opened the door and saw the familiar smiling face, he was greatly surprised. Lu Baqiao entered the room. After Chun Pingon closed the door, he sat on the bed and noticed the 2 talismans. He joked, "Chun Pingon, you're rich now." It was because it was Lu Baqiao that Chun Pingon did not let him in after putting away the talisman. Chun Pingon laughed at Lu Baqiao's teasing. He leaned against the window sill and left the bed to the sword cultivator in the Wind Thunder Garden. Lu Baqiao propped his hands on the bed. "You don't know how hard it was for me to chase you all the way here. When I received your letter from the goddess fairy in the Wind Thunder Garden, I immediately rushed to the fairy." Chun Pingon asked, "You didn't kill anyone, right?" Lu Baqiao rolled his eyes. "Kill who?" When that guy heard that I was Lu Baqiao, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to me. I didn't even have the chance to slap him a few times on the way here, so I could only go to the shop next door and buy that screen. I kept it in my star sphere and then asked around. It wasn't easy to confirm that you were on this Yangji Hall ferry, so here I am. Chun Pingon was puzzled. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Baqiao asked in return, "Must I have something to ask of you?" Chun Pingon nodded. "Otherwise? Can you chase me so far if you have nothing to do?" Lu Baqiao said resentfully, "You're really boring. You haven't changed at all since you were in Liju Grotto Heaven." Chun Pingon thought for a while and decided not to ask about Jiang Mountain's Sujia. He guessed that Lu Baqiao had been watching the 3 bloody battles on Marshall Mountain. He must be feeling terrible. Chun Pingon did not want to rub salt into his wound. He originally wanted to ask if Lu Baqiao had successfully obtained the talisman sword in Dali's capital. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate to ask about the secret of the Great Tao. In the end, Chun Pingon could only ask the most boring question. "Are you really fine?" Lu Baqiao said helplessly, "I'm really fine. When I returned to Liju Grotto Heaven, I didn't see you. I heard that you went to the Academy of the Great Sway Kingdom. After that, our Wind Thunder Garden. Anyway, I haven't been idle for a moment. Don't think that I have nothing to do all day. In fact, I just came out of seclusion some time ago. After stabilizing my realm, I was bored out of my wits. I just happened to receive your flying sword message and thought that we should meet up and seal our brotherhood." Chun Pingon could not stand Lu Baqiao's enthusiasm, so he did not respond. Lu Baqiao's eyes were full of resentment. He pointed at Chun Pingon with his orchid fingers and said shyly in a woman's voice, "How can you be so heartless? Back then, under the moonlight and flowers in your hometown, we traveled together." Chun Pingon tiptoed and sat on the windowsill. He crossed his arms and looked expressionless. It was as if he was saying, "You can only disgust yourself and disgust me. Chun Pingon, I want to see who can last until the end." Lu Baqiao was the first to admit defeat and sighed. "I knew that even after visiting you, you would still be like this. Chun Ping and, do you know, all the sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent who is not shocked by my Lu Baqiao's talent and does not see me as a candidate for the upper 5 realms?" Chun Pingon smiled. "I also just found out. At the relay station, after they heard that I wrote a letter to you, they immediately became more polite. There were even people who sent me to the gate and asked me if I needed to help lead the way. They were very enthusiastic, as if I was some big shot. This is the first time. Ha ha. Looking at the happy smile on Chun Pingan's face, Lu Baqiao was stunned. What was there to be happy about? Because of Lu Baqiao's fame, it allowed Chun Pingan to bask in the limelight. When Chun Pingan gave Lu Baqiao a thumbs up, the sword cultivator of Wind and Thunder Garden, whose talent was so good that even Li Tuanjing had to look at him in a new light, finally understood the reason. When his friend was powerful, Chun Pingan, would be happy. In truth, the reason was simple. It was just that the world was too complicated, and there were too many smart people. Especially when they interacted with the people in the mountains, they would not be able to understand the simplest things. Even though he had almost broken through 2 realms, Lu Baqiao was not happy. Thus, he followed the young man sitting on the windowsill and laughed happily. Lu Baqiao could not help but ask himself, if your friend is better than you, much better than you, to the point that you are unable to catch up in your lifetime, would you feel uncomfortable? Lu Baqiao was very satisfied with the answer. Thus, he felt that he and Chun Pingan would definitely be friends and brothers. Lu Baqiao did not continue to stay. In fact, after he had broken through, he had been forced to take up a position in the sect by the new garden master, Huang He. There were still a lot of things that he needed to take care of, although the so-called taking care of things was for the old men who were good at these things to take care of. Lu Baqiao stood up and asked with a smile, "Do you lack money when you go out? I have a few dozen small coins on me. Can I lend them to you?" A few dozen small coins. He said it like it was a few dozen taels of silver. What a rich man. Chun Pingan jumped down from the windowsill and shook his head. "No need," Lu Baqiao said seriously. "Then I'll go back first. Remember, the next time you return to Pearl Grotto Heaven, you must come to Wind and Thunder Garden to find me. Otherwise, Lu Baqiao twirled his fingers again. "Will definitely be heartbroken by a heartless man like you," Chun Pingan said seriously. "If you talk like this again, I won't go to Wind and Thunder Garden even if you beat me to death." Lu Baqiao laughed heartily, although there was still a trace of indescribable haggardness between his eyebrows. He bid farewell and left. When he reached the door, he remembered something and turned his head. "I have a very good friend in Old Dragon City. He's trustworthy. If you have any problems, and it's too late to send a flying sword message to Wind and Thunder Garden, then you can rest assured and look for him. His name is Sun Jiashu, and he's the 2nd richest guy in Old Dragon City. I once mentioned you to him in a letter, so as long as you tell him your name, he'll definitely meet you. Moreover, this guy will definitely get along with you." Chun Pingan said straightforwardly, "Okay, don't send me off. You're too polite and make us seem distant. We'll have plenty of chances to meet in the future." Lu Baqiao walked out of the house and saw that the guy really didn't send him off. He couldn't help but laugh and scold him. After closing the door, he didn't immediately leave on his flying sword. At the other end of the corridor stood the old Qi refinement warrior who was in charge of this ferry. Lu Baqiao trotted over and chatted with the old man for a while before flying into the sea of clouds and returning north on his flying sword. The day before arriving at Old Dragon City, they encountered an extremely rare scene of flying fish leaping into the sea and flying in the sky. Millions of flying fish with colorful wings swam back and forth in the sea of clouds majestically. The Yangji Hall's ferry specially hovered in the air for this, informing the passengers that it would stay for an hour so that everyone could enjoy the beautiful scenery. They also explained that the reason for this spectacular scene was because this southern sea flying fish called Rainbow Phoenix was celebrating a certain flying fish in a big clan that had successfully grown a pair of veritable rainbow phoenix wings. It was a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the Yangji Hall also reminded everyone not to try to find and capture that special flying fish. Once they angered the school of flying fish, the ferry would definitely be in trouble. Unless there were immortals of the Jindan and Yuanying realms escorting them, They could only wait for death. At the same time, the Yangtze Hall also comforted everyone. The rainbow phoenix flying fish were gentle and not afraid of people. Once they left the sea and flew into the sky, they were more willing to be close to people. Therefore, it was very likely that the ferry would be surrounded by flying fish. There was no need to worry. Even if they took the opportunity to catch a few flying fish for breeding, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just take it as a small benefit that the Yangtze Hall gave to the distinguished guests. Even Chun Pingan walked out of the room and came to the stern of the ferry. Looking at the free rainbow phoenix flying fish under the sunlight, they were colorful and beautiful. Chun Pingan took off his wine gourd and leaned on the railing to drink wine. As expected, the school of rainbow phoenix flying fish slowly approached the ferry. They all slowed down their speed at the same time. There were some mischievous and curious flying fish that left by themselves and came to the side of the ferry guests. If someone extended their hand out, they would mostly escape, but there were some that would stick close to the hand and even stay on the palm. Chun Pingan had actually heard of them before. According to legend, the colorful robe nation's largest immortal, the spirit rhinoceros sect, had a magical treasure called the colorful robe. It was woven from the feathers of the colorful swan and flying fish. Wearing it would make one invulnerable to all spells. The most amazing thing was that the person wearing the colorful robe could even make all the flying swords of the Middle Five Realm sword cultivators retreat when they got close. Chun Pingan also followed the crowd and extended his hand out of the railing. But not a single flying fish was willing to go near. They could only awkwardly stop. Other than drowning their sorrows in wine, what else could they do? The ferry once again headed south. When it finally landed, it stopped at the old Dragon City ferry. Unknowingly, Chun Pingan had also arrived at the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent from the northernmost point. Along the way, he carried his sword. (251) In the past few thousand years, in eastern Bottle Continent, there was a flowing emperor in the north and a strong Fu family in the south. The Fu family of Old Dragon City was very rich, but how rich? Just the treasures that were slightly inferior to immortal weapons, there were 3 of them, and they were all bought with money and passed down from generation to generation, until it reached the hands of the current family head, Fu Li. It was said that the Fu family had just returned from the Central Plains, and now they had another half immortal weapon. Not more than 3 times? The Fu family did not care about that. There were many interesting people in the Fu family. For example, they did not write a family tree, and their descendants were named casually. The status of the women in the Fu family was very high, and in history, the number of female heroes who were city lords could not be counted with 2 hands. The children of the Fu family could read, buy, and collect books, and all the private libraries had the largest number of rare books in the Aquarius continent. But even the branches of the Fu family that left Old Dragon City did not participate in the imperial examinations and did not become generals or ministers for any emperor, and only cared about lying in the mountains of gold and silver, eating and waiting for death. The generations of family heads did not have any prejudice against them and raised them. Therefore, the rich Fu family had produced many outstanding disciples who were the best at chess, calligraphy, and painting, and were skilled in the zither. There were also descendants of the Fu family who wrote the most classic recipes and published travel books about mountains and rivers that were popular in the continent. They had bought countless mountains in the vast territory of the north, but they were empty and did not build immortal residences, leaving them abandoned. There were too many weird people in the Fu family, but the Fu family had a rule that could not be changed. Only the strongest person in the family could wear the ancestral dragon robe. The Yangtze Hall's ferry dock was more than 300 miles away from Old Dragon City. It was not a secluded place with beautiful scenery. Almost 100 different kinds of ferries were docked there. It was noisy and crowded. There were non-living ferries made by the Mahis craftsmen and also living fairies similar to the Kuan boat. They were grotesque and variegated. Chun Pingon saw too much for his eyes to take in as the ferry descended. Before the ferry docked, Chun Pingon heard a saying that a mortal living in the city would not be able to finish touring Old Dragon City in their lifetime. When Chun Pingon was on the ferry, he tried to see the entire Old Dragon City, but found out that it was covered by a sea of clouds and was regretful. Due to Lu Baqiao's appearance, the old man from the Mutton Fat Hall, who was in charge of the ferry, took the initiative to come to Chun Pingon's side and explain to him. It turned out that the rolling sea of clouds was one of the Old Dragon City's half-immortal weapons. If one looked up at the sky from the city, they would not see a single cloud. The old man also told Chun Pingon a shocking legend. It was said that 800 years ago, there were close to 1,000 evil cultivators who came to Old Dragon City. Among them, there were 2 Earth Immortals, and as many as 10 top chi cultivators of the Golden Core and Nascent Soul Realm. In order to occupy Old Dragon City, they secretly worked together for nearly 100 years, and everything was ready. When the army arrived, it happened to be the critical moment when the old city lord passed away, and the new family lord was not born yet. The 12 branches of the Fu family in Old Dragon City were already fighting among themselves, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Especially the 2 patriarchs of the Fu family, each holding a half-immortal weapon, fought fiercely. Even though there were layers of spells and restrictions that greatly suppressed the lethality of the half-immortal weapons, half of Old Dragon City was still destroyed. In the end, a female chi refinement warrior who appeared out of nowhere seemed to be dozing off in the sea of clouds in Old Dragon City. After she appeared, she glanced at Old Dragon City, which was engulfed in smoke, and then at the gathering of more than 1,000 chi refinement warriors. After she yawned, she stretched out her hand and grabbed. The sea of clouds that occupied a radius of 1,000 miles was condensed into a bead in her palm. She threw it into her mouth and then sneezed. Hundreds and thousands of wind tornadoes appeared in the South Sea and blew. From the sea to the north, the evil chi cultivators who were determined to occupy Old Dragon City were blown to death by the wind tornadoes, not to mention the chi cultivators of the lower 5 realms who were just there to make up the numbers and were only responsible for waving the flag and shouting. Almost half of the immortals of the middle 5 realms were blown to death by the wind tornadoes. After that, the evil chi cultivators who escaped the disaster fled in panic. After that, they were chased by the Fu family, who had stabilized the situation for 100 years. Chun Pingon was stunned when he heard that. The old man finally smiled and asked, "Why? You don't believe me?" Chun Pingon shook his head. Of course, he did not believe it. Who in the world could blow so many chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms to death with just one divine ability? The old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Actually, I don't believe it either. Even if the heavenly lord Qi Zhen of the divine Bulletin sect, the Sword Immortals and Saints of the Wind Snow Temple, and the martial arts mountain joined forces, they should not have such power. It's just a story made up by the later generations. But then again, this kind of frightening story has to be exaggerated like mine to be interesting." After bidding farewell to the old man, Chun Pingon got off the ferry. There were rows upon rows of tall buildings, and the streets were unbelievably wide. However, there were still people walking shoulder to shoulder. Chun Pingon was surrounded by people and felt a headache. He had not even entered Old Dragon City, but it was already so crowded. How was he going to find the dusty medicine shop and Zheng Dafeng? When he was chatting with the old man of the Yangji Hall, Chun Pingon tried to ask about the inverted mountain. He wanted to know if he could take the cross-continent ferry there. However, the old man was at a loss. He only said that of course he had heard of the inverted mountain. The mountain seal of the second disciple of Taoist ancestor was very domineering. A Taoist master from another world could nail such a big nail in their vast world. He did not take the statues and saints enshrined in the Confucian temple seriously. However, the old man had never heard that there was a ferry at the ferry port of Old Dragon City. The old man did not even know the exact location of the inverted mountain. He only heard that it was close to the South Saw continent. Therefore, after getting off the ferry, Chun Pingon was like a headless fly. He could only take one step at a time. He had to obediently walk the 300 miles and enter Old Dragon City first. Along the way, Chun Pingon asked around. After confirming that the general direction was correct, Chun Pingon discovered that there was no one walking in the middle of the main road. Instead, there were many carriages coming and going like the wind. Some of the carriages exuded a dazzling aura. The fine horses pulling the carriages were each more handsome and peculiar than the other. Some people rode on ferocious tigers, long snakes, and big turtle red-crowned cranes. Although everyone was a Qi refinement warrior, the streets were orderly. Old Yang, Old Man Shui, and Wei Pai had all suggested to take the ferry to the inverted mountain after attaining the 4 realms of martial arts. Therefore, Chun Pingon did not insist on rushing. However, when Chun Pingon landed in Old Dragon City, he did not know why he wanted to rush to the inverted mountain as soon as possible. He did not care about the 4 realms of martial arts anymore. Chun Pingon had already traveled from the north to the south of the Aquarius continent. He had traveled for millions of miles. Chun Pingon had never been so eager before. Therefore, he went to a place that looked like a relay station. Chun Pingon was very generous for once. He spent 10 snow coins to hire a carriage. There were 2 snow-white horses pulling the carriage. The coachman was not a young man, but a beautiful young lady. She had a natural candid aura and was not shy at all. After Chun Pingon boarded the carriage, she casually suggested that the employer should sit beside her. She would introduce the famous shops on both sides of the street to the guests during the journey. She would introduce the delicious food and priceless antiques and paintings. She grew up at the ferry outside Old Dragon City and was very familiar with it. She was sure that Chun Pingon's choice to take her carriage this time was not a wasted trip. The carriage slowly passed through the crowd. After entering the central area of the street, the young lady suddenly spurred the horse to speed up. Together with the other carriages, they quickly drove towards the west gate of Old Dragon City. Chun Pingon sat behind the young lady, who was skillfully driving the carriage. He ate dry biscuits and did not dare to drink. This was because before he got off the boat, he had already put the sword-cultivating gourd into the cotton bag on his back. Wei Pai had warned him that the 10 realms of earth immortals and sages above Jindan and Yuanying could still see through his camouflage and recognize the sword-cultivating gourd. The young lady was very cheerful and outgoing. She talked endlessly to Chun Pingon about the history of the shops and tall buildings. She also introduced the great immortals who lived in the shops and what they had said and done. Chun Pingon had walked through the Jianghu under the mountain where the big monsters of the 5 realms lived. It was not until today that he found a place that was similar to his hometown. It seemed that the immortals of the 5 realms were finally not that valuable. Chun Pingon asked the young lady if she had heard of the dusty medicine shop in the city. The young lady shook her head and said that she did not know much about the situation in Old Dragon City, because Old Dragon City was too big and it was separated from the inner city and Fu City. Every time they passed through the city gate, they would have to pay a high fee. As long as they were not from the city, even if they were Jindan or Yuanying immortals, there was no exception. Therefore, she had only been to the outer city of Old Dragon City a few times. Every time she went there, the money that she had saved up would definitely be used up. However, if it was the Fu family and the other disciples of the 5 great families, not only would they not have to pay to pass through the city, they could also ride the wind in the inner and outer city. Of course, if they had the ability to buy an old dragon flipping cloud pendant from the Fu family, they could also ride the wind freely. Other than the Fu family city, which was the most central part of Old Dragon City, they could also ride the wind freely. The young lady driving the carriage asked Chin Pingon if he could guess how much an old dragon flipping cloud pendant would cost. Chun Pingon tried to guess the price as high as the sky. He said that 1,000 pieces of snow would cost him money. It would cost 1,000,000 taels of silver. The young lady laughed heartily and turned to Chin Pingon and stretched out her hand. 5,000. Chun Pingon was afraid that something would happen to the carriage. He did not care about the shock in his heart and quickly said, "Young lady, drive carefully." The young girl snorted and turned around, her back facing Chin Pingon. However, the young girl raised her chin high and proudly said, "Young master, I really don't want to boast. Even if I let go of the reins and close my eyes, the carriage can still run steadily all the way to the western gate. However, in order to prevent the guests from worrying, I pretended to drive. Seriously." Chun Pingon said softly, "Don't pretend." The young lady laughed out loud. "All right, I'll be serious for young master." Chun Pingon looked at the young lady's back and could not help but laugh. Then he turned his head to look at the bustling scene on the side of the street. A cool breeze brushed his face. It was very strange. All the way to the south there was often wind and sun. However, Chun Pingon's skin was a bit fairer. He was no longer the black coal kiln worker. The young lady seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. She knew that the young man was looking at the street. She secretly turned her head, and then quickly turned her head again. It was just a glance. She secretly looked at the side of the young man's face. The young man was not handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. The young lady suddenly laughed out loud. "Young master, you look very good." Chun Pingon was probably infected by the young lady's cheerful mood. He joked, "If I let you look at me a few more times, can you charge me less for a piece of snow?" Chun Pingon's change must be caused by Alliance Su Yuanxia and Lu Ba Qiao. These fellows were the main culprits. The young lady laughed. "That won't do. From the shop to the city gate, it's a round trip of about 600 miles. I have to make 10 trips to earn a piece of snow." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "It's quite tiring." The young lady who had her back facing Chun Pingon shook her head vigorously. "Young master, what's so tiring about this? I've always liked to run back and forth like this since I was young. Even if I have my own shop in the future and earn a lot of money, I will still personally drive back and forth. I can also get to know many customers just like you, young master." "Oh." The young lady then became a little worried, "But buying a shop requires a lot of money. I think my life is in danger." The young lady laughed loudly. "It's in danger." In the end, the young lady still ended up happy. Chun Pingon smiled and encouraged her. "Earn slowly. You'll be richer today than yesterday, richer tomorrow, and richer the day after tomorrow." The young lady's fighting spirit was immediately high. She turned her head and smiled brightly at Chun Pingon. Back then, because of Old Dragon City's young master, Fu Nanhua, Chun Pingon actually had a bad impression of Old Dragon City. It was not much better than Jinyang Mountain. However, Chun Pingon liked this young lady from the bottom of his heart. Of course, it was not the kind of love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was the feeling of the young lady, who was like a sunflower. Chun Pingon was willing to interact with such people. It was the same for the young Taoist priest and the bearded man who had already parted ways. The young lady continued to introduce the two sides of the streets. Chun Pingon followed her finger and looked at the streets one by one. Time passed by amidst the sound of the horses' hooves. In less than 2 hours, Chun Pingon could already see the outer city walls of Old Dragon City. It was much higher than the walls of any of the passes he had seen before. Before the horses stopped, Chun Pingon asked, "Do you know Sun Jiashu?" The young lady turned her head in surprise. "Who?" Chun Pingon had no choice but to repeat the name, Sun Jiashu. The young lady could not help but laugh. She did not speak for a long time until the horse carriage stopped. The young lady suddenly stood up and pointed at the street behind her. She swung her arm and randomly drew a big circle. "Young master, do you see that?" Chun Pingon nodded. The young lady's eyes narrowed into crescents. From our city gate to the ferry, the 300 miles of streets and shops are all his. Chun Pingon stood on the horse carriage with the young lady. He was a little confused. They all belonged to son Jiashu alone? The young lady nodded vigorously, and was especially proud. Yes, they all belonged to young Master Sun. Then the young lady lowered her voice, and mysteriously said, I heard from the shopkeeper that young Master Sun is a very good person. Although he is the best at doing business, he has the heart of a bodhisattva. Almost all of the older generation with bad tempers on the streets talk about how good young Master Sun is to their family elders. They say that a long time ago, there was a big fire on the streets that destroyed 2,000 to 3,000 shops of the Sun family. At that time, young Master Sun had just become the head of the family, but not only did he not pursue the matter, he even paid for everyone to rebuild the shops. Moreover, I heard from many women that young Master Sun is especially handsome, so he is the most kind and handsome man in Old Dragon City. 1,000 feet away from the city gate, the road was filled with such carriages. Then, from the stream of people, a young man in plain, white hemp clothes walked over. He walked straight to the horse carriage where Chun Pingon and the young lady were standing. The young man was tall and slender, but he didn't give off the invisible pressure of a crane in a flock of chickens. He only had a clean temperament, as if he came from a scholarly family, gentle and refined. Between the gaps of the carriages on both sides of the road, there were many pedestrians hurrying along. Someone accidentally bumped into the young man's shoulder and quickly apologized. The young man smiled and shook his head, saying that it was fine. The young lady turned to look at Old Dragon City and muttered, Young master, how can there be such a good young Master Sun in this world? Chun Pingon was left speechless. The young man who had been standing there for a while finally smiled and looked up at the two of them. He softly said to the young lady, Thank you. The young lady was confused. She looked down and asked doubtfully, Why are you thanking me? The young man smiled and didn't explain the reason. Then he looked at Chun Pingon. You are Chun Pingon, right? I am Lu Baqiao's friend. Not long ago, I received his flying sword message, so I came here to wait for you. Chun Pingon jumped off the horse carriage. Standing so high and talking to people, it was too rude. He tentatively asked, You can't be. Chun Pingon finally managed to hold himself back from saying the name that followed. The young man nodded and said, Yes, I am Sun Jiashu. The young lady sighed and said helplessly, Young master, why do you have to have the same name as young Master Sun? It's so unfair. The young man smiled and didn't speak. The young lady said goodbye to Chun Pingon. The horse carriage slowly turned around and finally left. Chun Pingon followed Sun Jiashu to the west gate of Old Dragon City. He couldn't help but ask, Young Master Sun, the whole street is yours? Sun Jiashu didn't pretend to be reserved. He nodded and said with a smile, When my ancestor was at his best, the whole outer city of Old Dragon City belonged to my family. Later on, Old Dragon City became bigger and bigger. Our Sun family lost a few big business deals, so we became not as rich as the Fu family. But now, of course, the Sun family is still very rich. And let's just say that I, Sun Jiashu, am rich. Chun Pingon secretly looked at Sun Jiashu. The young man didn't have any ornaments on him. He didn't even have any rich aura. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, Old Dragon Cloud pendant? No one in our Sun family has it, and I am no exception. In fact, I want to buy it, but the rigid rules passed down by my ancestors don't allow the descendants to spend money on such small things. I can't change the rules of my ancestors, so I can only endure it. In fact, it's very annoying. Chun Pingon wanted to say something, but stopped. Sun Jiashu turned his head and said, Why? Do you want to ask if I can return the 20 snow pendants that I spent money on? Of course not. Friends are friends. Business is business. Chun Pingon scratched his head and said, I want to ask, if Old Dragon City is so big, do we have to walk all the way to your house? Sun Jeshu didn't say anything. He just smiled and looked at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon sighed and said frankly, Okay, if you don't want to return it, then don't. Sun Jiashu suddenly said, No wonder Lu Baqiao said that we will hit it off. Chun Pingon asked curiously, You are often scolded as a money grubber? Sun Jiashu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently shook his head and said, Lu Baqiao said that both of us like to be poor and generous. What and what? Lu Baqiao's words were inexplicable. Let's not talk about being generous or not. Sun Jiashu was poor? Sun Jiashu suddenly said, I have an unorthodox skill. I can see the money that a person passed by, but didn't take it. Then he stopped and turned to look at Chun Pingon. The things you gave out are worth more than the entire Old Dragon City. Chun Pingon was stunned. In the inner city of Old Dragon City, in a secluded alley, there was a newly opened pharmacy. It was only the size of a palm, but the shopkeeper's man actually hired 7 or 8 beautiful women and pretty girls. Without exception, they all had a pair of long legs. The man had nothing to do all day and never worried about the pharmacy's business. He was busy flirting with the women and saying some lewd things that he claimed to be romantic. The women looked shy on the surface, but when they turned their heads, they rolled their eyes. Today, the man carried a small stool and sat at the entrance of the alley. He was eating melon seeds and looking at the women passing by on the street. The man's eyes lit up. He thought that the flowers at home were indeed not as fragrant as the flowers in the wild. Then today, another woman walked in front of the man. She was dressed very gorgeously. As for her appearance and figure, the man had already thrown away the melon seeds, picked up the stool, and ran away. $2.52, greater than 11,000-word chapter. After paying the entrance fee at the west gate of Old Dragon City, they walked through the long city gate. Sun Jiashu took Chun Pingon to a large carriage. At first glance, other than the large carriage and the gentle horse pulling it, one could not tell that the carriage was rich. The coachman was an old man who did not like to smile. When Chun Pingon sat in the carriage, he found that it was a completely different world. There were 4 white futons, and the wall facing the curtain was a row of bookshelves that reached the top. There were books placed there, and there was a charming brass incense burner with purple smoke curling up. Chun Pingon and Sun Jiashu sat opposite each other. Chun Pingon was actually a little reserved, afraid that he would step on this clean little study room. Sun Jiashu looked at Chun Pingon's straw sandals and smiled. When I was very young, according to the family rules, my grandfather began to take me everywhere. Before I turned 18, I changed places almost every year. So I worked as a shop assistant, a fisherman, a woodcutter, a rice vendor, a government official, and so on. I actually know how to weave straw sandals, but it's very rough and can't be compared to the pair under your feet. Sun Jiashu sat cross-legged on the futon. He did not have any lazy posture, but he still gave people the feeling that he was very relaxed. He smiled and asked, Chun Pingon, do you know what I was most afraid of doing in the past? Chun Pingon was not a god who could calculate, and he was not a roundworm in Sun Jiashu's stomach. Of course, he could not guess. Moreover, Sun Jiashu was a very strange person. Although they had not met for long, his impression of him was getting blurrier and blurrier. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, It's picking mulberry leaves. It's not easy to pick a full basket of mulberry leaves. My grandfather would reach out and gently press the basket, and it would become half a basket. He would pick another full basket and press it again, and I would have to pick for half a day again. It's enough to make people feel desperate. Moreover, every time I went up the mountain, I would be cut by the barbs of the grass and trees. When the sun shined and sweat came out, it would be painful. On the contrary, when I was transplanting rice in the field and was bitten by leeches, I found it interesting. My grandfather liked to smoke tobacco, and it would fall off after being burned. Chun Pingon deeply agreed and said, in my hometown, it was very troublesome to be bitten by leeches in the paddy field, because I could not bear to use salt and vinegar. I had to struggle for half a day with those annoying leeches. In the end, my leg would bleed. Fortunately, there was a kind of grass next to the field. If I put the grass on the wound, I would quickly stop the bleeding. After I left my hometown, I never saw it. Son Jiashu smiled and nodded. Those who come from poor families are not particular and can bear the hardships. Of course, a rich young master like me can't compare. No matter how much I suffer, it's hard to compare to you. Son Jiashu was slightly surprised, but then he nodded and said, that's possible. A man who owned an entire street outside Old Dragon City and a young man who he said had missed out on Old Dragon City were chatting about such trivialities in the countryside. Surprisingly, both of them felt that it was perfectly normal and not awkward at all. The carriage moved steadily. Although the incense burner kept emitting purple smoke, the carriage was not filled with smoke. There was only a fresh smell of spring breeze and grass. Chun Pingon said, you have such a big family business, and you came to pick me up. How much money did you lose? You could have asked someone else to do it. Son Jiashu shook his head and said, how to make money is one thing. Haggling over every penny, even a copper coin, needs to be calculated clearly. But how to spend money depends on one's habits. Take me, for example. I've been working hard to make money all year round. What for? It's so that I don't have to be too stingy when it comes to making friends. Chun Pingon suddenly understood and said, that's very reasonable. He couldn't wait to take out the remaining bamboo slips in his Fongsuan object and quickly engrave Son Jiashu's reasoning on them. When he really had money in the future, if anyone said that he was a good person, he would use Son Jiashu's words to refute them. Along the way, they had a pleasant conversation. Son Jiashu told Chun Pingon a lot of interesting stories and embarrassing stories about his travels back in the day. Chun Pingon had always been a very good listener. Moreover, from the conversation, Son Jiashu's originally vague impression gradually became clearer. He was a very calm and peaceful, rich man. It was not a big deal that he, Son Jiashu, was so rich, but he didn't have to deliberately make things difficult for others. He didn't have to deliberately lower his status and get along with people whom he, Son Jiashu, recognized as his friends. From inside out, he was truly on an equal footing. Chun Pingon felt that this was what a real rich man should be like. The carriage arrived at a rural area. Under the horses' hooves was a yellow mud road, so the carriage was a little bumpy. Son Jiashu saw that Chun Pingon was a little strange, so he smiled and lifted the curtain. Outside the window, there was a large cluster of reeds. As the carriage moved forward, there were even golden rapeseed flowers, which were pleasing to the eye. Theoretically, the flowering period of the rapeseed flowers had already passed. Chun Pingon just thought that Old Dragon City's soil and water were different from his hometown. Son Jiashu explained, this is the ancestral land of my Son family's ancestors. Later generations try to maintain the original appearance as they are afraid of spoiling the feng shui of the ancestors. It's also a way to remember our ancestors. When the Son family entertains important guests, the gods and emperors on the mountain are all placed in the Son residence in the inner city. It's a place filled with gold and jade, and it's not inferior to the Fu family's old dragon residence. But when we entertain real friends, we are still willing to bring them here. About 10 miles ahead is the Son family's ancestral home. It's not big, and it has 3 courtyards. The house faces a river, and you can fish there. I hope you will like it. Chun Pingon smiled brightly. I like it. Why wouldn't I like it? Son Jiashu smiled and asked, Why don't we get off the carriage and walk? Of course, Chun Pingon did not have any objections, so the two of them got off the carriage and walked to the Sun family's ancestral home. Son Jiashu then explained the general situation of the ancestral home. He casually said, Within a radius of 100 miles, everything belongs to the Sun family. There are 6 villages, about 2,000 families. We raise silkworms, grow tea, and all the products are bought by the Sun family at a price slightly higher than the market price. The villagers' income is not bad, and they can be considered to be living and working here. This made Chun Pingon truly understand how big Old Dragon City was and how generous the Sun family was. When they could already see the outline of the Sun family's ancestral home, Chun Pingon asked, Does Old Dragon City have a ferry that goes to the inverted suspended mountain? Son Jiashu nodded his head. Yes, the Old Dragon City is actually the biggest trading hub of the Aquarius continent. We will go wherever we can earn money, but to go through the inverted mountain to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to earn money. Not everyone has the ability. Even the Fu family and the Sun family of the Old Dragon City have to be careful when doing business. They have to take care of everything. Speaking till here, Son Jiashu was a little emotional. He slowly said, After a few thousand years, not to mention the Fu family, the 5 families of Old Dragon City, other than the Sun family, have all changed a few times. More than half of them died at the inverted suspended mountain. The Sun family almost fell a few times because of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Now, there are only 6 ferries in Old Dragon City that can go to the inverted suspended mountain. The Fu family has 2 ferries. The 6 ferries are very big and can carry at least 2,000 people at a time. The Fu family's ferry is a floating mountain built by a treasure-swallowing whale and a Mahist magnate. It is also known as the inverted suspended mountain. There are pavilions and terraces on it, and the scenery is very good. It is the preferred ferry for the immortals on the mountain. Almost every time, there will be many golden core and nascent soul cultivators. The Sun family's ferry is a mountain sea turtle that was captured and tamed by our ancestors. The back of the turtle shell is as big as a mountain and can accommodate 2,400 people. Of course, there are more goods. The real money to make a trip to and from the inverted suspended mountain is definitely not the cost of the ferry, but the various resources and specialties of the Aquarius continent and the Julu continent. As long as they can be sent to the inverted suspended mountain, it will be a huge profit. However, the journey is long, and there are many accidents. The ferry will suffer heavy casualties, and it is not impossible for them to lose everything. Therefore, the Chi cultivators choose the most suitable ferry according to the year, season, and divination. It is already a great knowledge. At the end, Son Jiashu said with a hint of self-mockery. He smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, the Fu family of Old Dragon City, and our 5 families are all disciples of the Shang family of the 100 schools of thought. The ancestors of each family are different from the Confucian sage in the Confucian temple. However, even until now, the Shang family's knowledge is not mainstream. I heard that in the earliest days, there was a Confucian sage who was appointed to the Confucian temple and had a high position in the Confucian temple. He once said that dog meat is not served. He was actually talking about the Shang family. This kind of evaluation is considered polite. They said that the Shang family is despicable, that they are at the bottom of the 100 schools of thought, that they are stinking of money, that the Shang family must be heartless, and that the moral of the world is deteriorating day by day. Therefore, although there are many Shang family in the 9 great continents, they are definitely not the mainstream of any dynasty. These were the inside stories of the 100 schools of thought. Chun Pingon could only listen to them. He did not dare to make any judgments or jump to conclusions. When they arrived at the Sun family's ancestral house, there were no beautiful maids or pretty maids. There were only a dozen old men and women who looked after the house. Son Jiashu treated Chun Pingon to a meal. It was not dragon liver or phoenix marrow, but it was not a simple meal. It was all seasonal vegetables, fish, shrimp, chicken, and duck from the vicinity of the house. It was very appetizing. The only main dish should be a soup made with a few seafood ingredients. Chun Pingon was used to eating freshwater seafood and was not used to it. Sun Jiashu did not persuade him to eat more. Anyway, Chun Pingon could eat whatever he liked. After the meal, the two of them took a walk by the river outside the house. Chun Pingon asked, "Young Master Sun, do you know a place called Dusty Medicine Shop in Old Dragon City?" Sun Jiashu thought for a while and said, "I have not heard of it before, but I can help you find it soon." Chun Pingon thanked him. Sun Jiashu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Chun Pingon did not need to be so polite. He bent down to pick up a flat stone and threw it sideways. It floated all the way to the opposite side of the river. On the opposite side of the river was a field of rapeseed flowers. It spread all the way out, and everything in sight was golden yellow. Chun Pingon had already placed the bag in his room. He put the blade-strengthening gourd on his waist again. Of course, he still carried the sword case on his back. He took off the ginger pot and drank a mouthful of wine. The river water flowed slowly, like a peaceful old man. Sun Jiashu stopped and said, "I have roughly calculated. There are only 3 ferries left to go to the inverted hanging mountain. The other 3 have not returned. One is our Sun clan's mountain sea turtle. The other is the Fu clan's treasure-swallowing whale. And the last one is the Fan clan's Osmanthus Island. From a safe point of view, I suggest you take the treasure-swallowing whale. Because in these 10 years, the weather on the cross-continent route to the inverted hanging mountain is bad. The mountain sea turtle is not as good as the treasure-swallowing whale, and even worse than the Osmanthus Island. After all, no matter how good the mountain sea turtle's temper is, it is still a living creature with flesh and blood. The crash of the Kuan boat in the middle of the Aquarius continent is an example. As for the treasure-swallowing whale, it can swim in the deep sea, and it is the safest. That route is a route that the Fu clan has been familiar with for many years. They know how to avoid the big monsters in the water. If you want to save money and be comfortable, then take my mountain sea turtle. If you stay on it, I dare not say you will enjoy life, but you will not have to worry about food and clothing. You will not have to worry about anything." Chun Pingon hesitated for a long time and said, "Either the mountain sea turtle or the Osmanthus Island. I will definitely not take the treasure-swallowing whale." Sun Jiashu was surprised and asked, "Why?" Chun Pingon was a little embarrassed. "In my hometown, Liju Grotto Heaven, I almost killed the old Dragon City's young master, Fu Nan Hua. How would I dare to take his ferry?" "Ooh." Sun Jiashu could not help but put his hand on Chun Pingon's shoulder and pat it heavily. "Chun Pingon, I have seen many heroes, but there are not many who are as bold as you." Chun Pingon sighed, because from Sun Jiashu's tone, he knew that Fu Nan Hua was not someone to be trifled with. Sun Jiashu held back for a long time and could not help but laugh, although there is more than one old Dragon City's young master, and there are many other descendants of the Fu clan who have the chance to inherit the ancestral dragon robe. Everyone knows that Fu Nan Hua is the most favored by the city lord, Fu Jiang. One of the ancestors of the Fu clan who has a half-immortal weapon is Fu Nan Hua's teacher. It is just that he has been in seclusion for the past few years, and it is rumored that he is trying to break through to the 5 realms. Therefore, Fu Nan Hua is the most likely to become the next city lord. Chun Pingon, you are really something. If this news is spread out, I guarantee that within a month, your name will immediately shake half the continent." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "This kind of reputation, I don't want it." Sun Jiashu laughed even more happily. "Although I have interacted with Fu Nan Hua many times, and we are not even simple fair-weather friends. But of course, Fu Nan Hua cannot be compared to Lu Ba Qiao. When I heard the truth today, I wanted to laugh. It seems like I am too unkind. So, Chun Pingon, you should take it easy too. To be friends with people like me, don't be too close to me. You must interact more." In the end, Chen Pingon said, "Actually, I am not very familiar with Lu Baqiao. We have only met twice." Sun Jiashu was a little sullen. Then in the letter, Lu Baqiao said that you have gone through fire and water 100 times. What is going on? In the letter, he praised you to the point that you are one of a kind, and even said that if I do not personally welcome you, he will break off all relations with me, and then spread my nickname to the entire Aquarius continent. Chun Pingon probed. His nickname is Sun Tzu? Sun Jiashu raised his hand to support his forehead and laughed bitterly. You can guess that. Chun Pingon laughed. Although we have only met twice, but I know Lu Baqiao's temper. He is the most unreasonable. Sun Jiashu sighed. My relationship with Fu Nanhua is nothing more than a result of old age. But you and Lu Baqiao are like old friends at first sight. The coachman appeared in the distance. Sun Jiashu turned back to take a look and said to Chen Pingon, I have to go to the Sun residence in the inner city to meet a guest. I have an appointment. About the dusty medicine shop, at the latest before the sky turns dark, someone will inform you. And since you have a death grudge with Fu Nanhua, then in the near future, if you want to go out, you must inform me first, and I will arrange the itinerary. This way, the Fu family's treasure-swallowing whale can be ruled out. You can sit on my mountain sea turtle and head to the inverted hanging mountain. You will depart in 20 days. During this period of time, you can stay at my ancestral home. Whatever you want, as long as old Longqing has it, I can deliver it to you. Don't feel embarrassed. Before you open your mouth, you can keep telling yourself that grandson is very, very rich. As friends, we should share blessings and hardships together. Enjoy the blessings first, then fight side by side in the future, and then suffer the hardships together. That's not a loss. All right, I will not be polite with you. Chen Pingon nodded with a smile and blinked his eyes. Lu Baqiao is the one who said that, right? Sun Jiashu gave a thumbs up. No wonder Lu Baqiao wants to be your friend. You know him. Sun Jiashu left and followed the old coachman that Chen Pingon couldn't see through. They took a carriage to the inner city of Old Dragon City. Thus, Chen Pingon, who was alone, started to practice the six-step pile walking along the river. The calm river, the endless rapeseed fields, and the ordinary muddy road. If not for the lack of a stone arch bridge and the Wan family's sword shop, Chen Pingon would have thought that he was in his hometown. Chen Pingon continued to practice his martial arts. After walking for more than 10 miles, he arrived at a small village built along the river. He could hear the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs, as well as smoke rising from kitchen chimneys. Chen Pingon stopped practicing his martial arts and looked around. Beside him was a small wooden bridge that spanned across the river. At this moment, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Chen Pingon was about to turn and walk back to the Sun family's ancestral home when he saw a group of plainly dressed children walking out of the rapeseed fields on the other side of the river. Most of them were young students of private school. There were also a few even younger ones with snot hanging from their noses at the back. There were 2 older boys holding wooden and bamboo swords that were probably made by their family elders. The style was simple and crude, and they could only be considered the rough embryo of a sword. The 2 of them seemed to be competing in swordsmanship. One after the other, they walked on the ridge of the field, chopping at the rapeseed flowers. There were also loud shouts full of vigor. The poor rapeseed flowers on the ridge of the field were chopped into pieces by the 2 children. Soon, a young child at the back suddenly cried out. At first, he was quite happy, but then he found out that this rapeseed field was his family's. If his parents found out, wouldn't his buttocks burst open when he got home? However, he did not dare to stop the 2 older swordsmen, so he could only cry his heart out. Fortunately, one of the swordsmen soon realized that something was wrong. He took out a piece of frozen rice candy that he baked at home and gave the child a few words of advice. The child, whose face was covered in tears and snot, immediately smiled like a flower. He swaggered behind the two swordsmen and watched as the two swordsmen drew their swords. They were very powerful. He thought that when he grew up and had strength, he would ask his carpenter father for a sword and chop all the rapeseed flowers. How impressive would that be? Would the neighbor's little girl, Chui Hua, only like to play with the little scholar at the back of the village? At that time, she would definitely stick to him every day. Chun Pingon watched with amusement. Wasn't this the scene of him when he was young? Lu Xianyang liked to do these kinds of annoying things the most. Not only did he use a wooden sword to chop rapeseed flowers, he also liked to push down the high and low ridges of the fields and throw stones at the ducks in the river. He was scolded and beaten by women every day. Later, he and Chun Pingon both became kills workers. Lu Xianyang didn't do much and felt that it was boring. He liked to go into the mountains to catch snakes and pheasants. However, Gukan appeared behind Chun Pingon and carried forward Lu Xianyang's skills. However, compared to Lu Xianyang, who did bad things openly, the young snot-nosed Gukan was much more alert. He was almost never discovered by others. He had perseverance that Chun Pingon admired, as well as a precocious craftiness that didn't match his age. Under the hot sun, Gukan could stick his butt out and wait for half a day just to catch a rice field eel. Every time it was mealtime in Clay Bottle Alley, Gukan's mother would shout at the top of her lungs. Chun Pingon squatted by the river and threw stones into the water. The children majestically walked over from the single plank bridge, head after head, like a long string of candied haws. Seeing Chun Pingon's unfamiliar face, the children weren't afraid. They only looked at him a few more times before walking to the village, not far away. However, a child holding a bamboo sword kept looking back at the sword case on Chun Pingon's back. In the end, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and turned to run. He came to Chun Pingon's side and asked with perfect pronunciation, "Are you a swordsman?" Chun Pingon stood up and clapped his hands. He asked with a smile, "You too?" The child rolled his eyes and felt that this question was very childish. He said angrily, "I still lack a peerless secret manual." Chun Pingon held back his laughter and nodded. "Me too." The child lowered his head and looked at the bamboo sword in his hand, and then looked at the sword hilt in the wooden case on the guy's back. He asked, "Can you let me see your sword?" Chun Pingon shook his head. No. The big child's mouth twitched. He glanced at the red wine gourd on Chun Pingon's waist. "You are too stingy. You don't look like a swordsman in the Jianghu. I think your wine gourd is definitely not filled with wine, but water. You are just pretending to deceive people." Chun Pingon asked, "Then have you seen a real swordsman?" The child nodded. A little girl with a red face said shyly, "The furthest we have been to is the market a few dozen miles away. We have never seen a swordsman." Soon, an honest child agreed. "The teacher told us about some swordsman's poems." The market sells some very expensive children's books. There are many heroes of the Jianghu in the books. Among them, the swordsman is the most powerful. All the bad guys can't beat them. The child who admitted that he had seen a real swordsman turned around and stared. The two children behind him immediately shut up. The other slightly older child, who was holding a wooden sword, asked Chun Pingon, "How good is your swordsmanship?" This question really stumped Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon had to say, "I have seen a very powerful swordsman with my own eyes. They are not drawn in your children's books." The child with the bamboo sword sneered. The straightforward child with the wooden sword believed most of it. He asked, "Then have you learned swordsmanship from those heroes? If you can show me some swordsmanship, I will believe you are a real swordsman. If you can, then you can take me as your disciple. I want to learn swordsmanship from you, not the kind that cuts rape flowers. For example, if you can cut down the bridge in our village with one strike, I can be your disciple right now." Chun Pingon couldn't help laughing. With his swordsmanship, he still wanted to be his disciple. Chun Pingon didn't know that the Sun family's ancestral house was a famous paradise in the old Dragon City. Although most of the people who lived here were ordinary villagers with simple temperament, There were also many masters who helped the Sun family to keep an eye on the feng shui of this ancestral house so that it would not be destroyed by outsiders. It was just that the difference between the top and bottom of the mountain seemed to be like heaven and earth. In fact, there were some situations that the immortals didn't know. In addition to the two elders of the Sun family's ancestral house, there was also a woodcutter who lived in seclusion on the mountain, and an old man who had many children and grandchildren here. They were all real great cultivators. There were 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator. There were the old ancestors of the Sun family who didn't care about worldly affairs, and also the reclusive masters who came here to seek refuge. Of course, there were also people who were hired by the Sun family at a high price. It was inevitable that there were immortals too. At this moment, the 4 great Qi refinement warriors gathered in front of the woodcutter's cottage. As it was one of the eyes of the array, the woodcutter, who looked like a strong young man, waved his hand casually. The mountain's feng shui fog spread and gathered into a picture scroll. Everyone's vision was always following the young man who carried a sword on his back, who was practicing boxing along the river. The 4 of them began to bet on this person's realm. Someone said that since he was Sun Jiashu's friend, he was a talented sword cultivator and his fist intent was just a disguise. He must be a young cave realm sword cultivator. Someone refuted that he might not be in the middle 5 realms. The other 2 argued about whether the young man was a 4th realm or a 5th realm martial artist. One of them said that the young man was a 4th realm martial artist who had an excellent foundation and not an ordinary 5th realm martial artist. In addition to his excellent talent, the young man must have had the help of an expert since he was young. He must be the son of a top-rich family who grew up soaking in medicine. He might be from a 1,000-year-old family whose wealth was comparable to that of a country. Although the 4 immortals each took one side and argued until their faces turned red, they were still happy and harmonious. In the small medicine shop in the inner city, the frivolous man squatted on a bench and came to the entrance of the alley again. However, he did not bring melon seeds today. Instead, he brought a miscellaneous book bought by a woman in the shop. There were many superficial stories in the book, most of which were about the deeds and teachings of the sages of Confucianism and Taoism. The book was about the great principles of heaven and earth. In the past, the man would never read this book. However, after squatting at the entrance of the alley for so long, no woman was willing to talk to him. The man thought that maybe it was because he was not scholarly enough. He took the book in his hand and flipped through it. Maybe there would be a surprise. In the hot summer, the clothes of the women were much cooler. The man sat under the shade of a small tree and pretended to read the book. In fact, the corners of his eyes were like sweat sticking to the faces and bodies of the women. Among them, there was a mature woman with an enchanting figure who almost stole the man's soul. She murmured silently that her butt was wider than her shoulder, and she was as happy as a fairy. Unfortunately, the man realized that he took a book and pretended to be a scholar. No woman was willing to look at him. With the exception of a certain woman, she came again. She had a waist like a bucket, a face with pockmarks, and a face that was even bigger than the man's buttocks. With a long face, the man finally began to seriously flip through the book. The young woman who lived nearby walked back and forth several times. Her waist was not twisting, but swaying. The man continued to pretend to be blind. In the end, the woman could not bear the scorching sun any longer. She reluctantly looked at the man she had chosen, and then went home satisfied. The man flipped through the book very quickly. In the end, he stopped at a page that recorded a Taoist sage whose suffix was Z. He explained the truth of Taoism by telling a story about the void boat. It said that there was a person who was sitting on a small boat in the river. There was a small boat coming towards him. The person shouted to warn him 3 times, but still bumped into the boat. The person cursed and scolded. In the end, he found that there was no one on the boat and laughed. In the end, of course, there was the sage's priceless advice that was passed down to the later generations. The sage said, "Going alone is unique. A person who is unique is the most precious." The sage said again, "Only a perfect person can travel in the world like a void, and not avoid people." The man did not think that this was nonsense. He could even understand the true meaning of it. However, even if he understood these big and useless truths, it was of no benefit to him. This was because he was not on the same path as the sage. Even if it was the teacher's school, he had secretly listened to him many times. He also understood all the principles. Even if there were some difficult and obscure parts, he had some understanding. However, it was useless for his own cultivation. However, what he could not understand the most was his senior, who was also cultivating in a small place. That guy did the crude things of a country bumpkin all day long, but was able to climb up the realms. After a trip to the palace of the Great Sway Kingdom, that guy was now a martial artist of the 10th realm. He liked to scold his master all year long, and would often say that his senior had good comprehension. He did not hate his master or his senior because of this. He just could not figure it out. Therefore, he had been living like a coward for so many years. He did not even have the heart to prove himself to his master. Therefore, he became more and more sullen, until his master chased him from the small town in the north to this old dragon city. He did not have any complaints. He was just worried that the old man would be left alone in the small town. Lier had left, and there was no one to praise. If he also left, there would be no one to scold. How boring would an old man who smoked tobacco all day long be? He was a pure martial artist who had reached the peak of the 8th realm long ago. He guarded a small medicine shop all day long and flirted with those long-legged women. His master, who rarely said a word to him, finally said something more. However, it was an unlucky sentence. "You, Zhang Dafeng, can forget about reaching the 9th realm of martial arts for the rest of your life." The man closed the book and used it as a fan to fan his ears. Then his face darkened. He skillfully picked up the stool and ran back to the medicine shop in the alley. That woman who dared to covet his beauty did not give up. She returned home and changed into a gaudy dress. Then she began to wander back and forth on the street. Trembling in fear, the man returned to the medicine shop. He collapsed on the shopkeeper's chair. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He raised his butt and wiped it. Wow, a beauty had secretly sat on it. The chair was still warm. He could not squander it. He quickly rubbed against it. A young girl's eyes were full of resentment. She unwillingly took out a few copper coins and threw them into the palm of a woman. Then she glared at the shopkeeper. The man understood and chuckled. The two women were betting on him. They wanted to see if he was wise enough to detect the beauty's warmth. How naughty! Someone came to visit. It was a handsome young man. Based on his clothes, it was clear that he was from a rich family. However, as for how rich he was, the woman in the medicine shop was born in the marketplace. Her eyes were shallow and could not tell. However, men like to look at beauties. Women like to look at handsome men. What was wrong with that? The women in the shop were all in high spirits. The man was suddenly listless. He said weakly, "Young man from the Fan family, what do you want now?" Facing the sloppy man, the young man was slightly reserved. Then he endured the discomfort in his heart. He pinched a small stool with 2 fingers and sat beside the man. He said softly, "Mr. Zheng, my father asked me to ask when you can officially teach me fist techniques." The man said perfunctorily, "Young man Fan, you can't rush to break through to the 4th level." The young man's face was bitter. However, he did not dare to rush this Mr. Zheng. The man thought that he had only taught the young man a little. It was not worth much. It was not even worth as much as this medicine shop in the inner city. Even a martial artist of the 5th or 6th level could teach him. The man could not bear to see him like this. He lowered his voice and said seriously, "Pure martial artists are not like chi cultivators. The latter like to advance 1,000 miles in a day. Those with amazing talent can break through a level in a day. However, martial artists are different. No matter how good your talent is, you have to be down to earth. Sometimes, even when you can break through to the next level, you have to suppress it. You have to peel off the impurities in your body and spirit and repair them bit by bit. What you are doing now, the ointment that I asked your father to help you decoct, and the hot spring that he created, are all cultivation. They are the cultivation that you need the most right now. You are not in a hurry to break through to the chi refinement realm." The man finally smiled and said, "Enough. What do you mean your father asked you to come? You are the one who is in a hurry." The young man who lived a luxurious life in Old Dragon City lowered his eyes in shame. It was too difficult to break through to the 4th level of the 3 levels of martial artists. That was why he was called a clay Buddha crossing the river. It all depended on one's talent. Even a level 7 martial grandmaster could not give him any pointers. A level 8 martial grandmaster of the long travel realm might be able to teach him a shortcut. But generally speaking, a level 8 chi cultivator was easy to find, but a level 8 martial artist in the huge Aquarius continent, how many could there be? It could be counted with one's fingers, and almost all of them were nobles that the great dynasties tried their best to win over. It was said that this even involved the illusory martial fate of a country. How could it fall into Old Dragon City's hands? Even if there was the Fu family and the Sun family were richer than his family, it would definitely not fall into the Fan family's hands. The man patted his chest and promised, "Little Fan, wait a little longer. As long as you really reach the bottleneck of the 3 levels, I will make a move. I will not let your Fan family's money go to waste. At that time, it will be hard for you not to break through." The young man came to the shop with a stomach full of worries. He left the alley with a refreshed expression. Along the way, there were Jindan elders secretly following and escorting him. One had to know that the Osmanthus Island Ferry, on the day the young man was born, was already under his name. He only had to wait for the day he became an adult, and he would be able to use the astonishing wealth that increased every year. As soon as the young man left, the women began to chatter again, asking about the young man's family background. The man stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. His gaze swept across their breasts, and he said in a despicable manner, "It's the old rule of the medicine shop. If any of you are willing to pay the price, this shopkeeper will tell her the young man's name, where he lives, and whether he likes a plump figure or a petite and delicate one." None of the women took the bait. The man said regretfully, "You can't bear to part with that little lover of yours. I really feel injustice for you." The women had already dispersed. They were whispering in 2s and 3s, whispering about the young man. The man leaned comfortably on the chair and muttered to himself, "I, Zheng Dafeng, have the same luck with women as the Chen brat in his early years. Brothers in trouble, brothers in trouble." The shopkeeper of the medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng, came from Liju Grotto Heaven. He was once in charge of guarding the door, collecting a bag of gold and copper coins from people. Not long ago, his master sent someone to deliver a letter to him, asking him to prepare to help Qin Pingon disperse the 4 8-tails of true chi talismans. But at the end of the letter, he also said that if Qin Pingon could break through on his own, Zheng Dafeng must ensure that the young man's life in Old Dragon City was smooth. Zheng Dafeng turned his head to look at the alley outside the shop and muttered, "The Fan brat is a martial genius in the eyes of the world. At most, he can stick a few half-tails of true chi talismans, right? Otherwise, his body won't be able to withstand it. That blockhead surnamed Chun, I haven't seen him for only a few days, and he's already so fierce, even in the matter of practicing martial arts. Even if Chen Ping and started learning that breathing technique, how many years has it been?" "Ooh," the man said self-deprecatingly. "Master, You really didn't accuse him wrongly. As expected, senior brother is more perceptive. At that time, I didn't think highly of Chin Pingan. Suddenly, a girl's face was full of anger, and she screamed at the man, "Shopkeeper Zheng, where's my book? Give it back to me." Zheng Dafeng coughed, took out the book from his bosom, and put it on the counter. The girl's face was red. "There's more." Zheng Dafeng angrily took out a girl's undergarment and wrapped it up in his hands and gently put it next to the book. He explained with a guilty conscience, "You put the package so openly and even revealed a corner of the book." I was a little curious, and after taking the book, I found that the undergarment was a little dirty. Out of kindness, I wanted to help you clean it. The girl with 2 pink cheeks quickly put away the undergarment, then grabbed the book and slammed it on the man's face and said angrily, "Big pervert, stinking hooligan." The man held the book and said seriously, "You misunderstand that I'm not a gentleman. Even if I'm humiliated because you're good-looking, I can forgive you. But since the undergarment is dirty, you can't let down my kindness of helping you clean it." There was a burst of laughter in the medicine shop, mixed with the women's laughing and scolding, as well as the girls' complaints. Zheng Dafeng's hands held the back of his head, and he smiled with squinted eyes. Outside Old Dragon City, near the wooden bridge, near the village in the paradise under the Sun family's protection, the 4 deities on the mountain had already removed the mountain and river formation. After all, it was not interesting to see a foreigner arguing with a group of village children. As for whether the young man with a sword on his back was a sword cultivator in disguise, or a pure martial artist in the body refinement realm, the 4 of them still could not come up with a satisfactory result. But after all, the 4 of them were experienced and knowledgeable great cultivators. Old Dragon City was the most chaotic place in the Aquarius continent. Many capable people from the 3 continents in the east would pass by this place. Most of them were willing to give face and become the guests of the Fu family and the 5 major families and accept a moderate amount of incense offerings. Therefore, the 4 Qi cultivators with high cultivation were not shocked by the young man. But, without exception, they all thought that the guest that Sun Jeshu personally brought to the ancestral house, no matter if he was a Qi cultivator or a pure martial artist, he must be a very outstanding young genius. Maybe the next time he came here, the young man would have already become a middle-aged man and become a Jindan guest, then he would be their generation. Or maybe he would reach the 7th realm and have the hope of being able to use the body of a martial artist to fight against the Tao of Heaven and travel with the wind. At that time, the 4 of them would have to show up to welcome the guest, and not just a friend of Sun Jiashu. By the river, the children led by the 2 little swordsmen started to instigate Chen Pingan to show off his swordsmanship, to prove that he was a swordsman who roamed the Jianghu and not a swindler who pretended to be a hero with a wine gourd. At first, Chen Pingan just missed the time when he was young, so he joked with the children and played with them. Later, he found out that although the children were young, they were innocent and had never seen the real Old Dragon City, let alone talk about the Jianghu and swordsmen. But some of their feelings were real. For example, the bamboo sword child. Although his mouth was full of sarcasm, but looking at Chen Pingan deep in his eyes, there was still a trace of hope. He hoped that he would be the Jianghu expert in the children's books and that he could use his swordsmanship to defeat the villains. The wooden sword child was very eager to be the disciple of the expert. He even thought of kowtowing and burning incense, waiting for the Lord, who carried a sword in his eyes, to be able to unsheath his sword. The other children all opened their eyes wide, waiting for Chen Pingan to show off his skills so that they could boast to their parents when they went home for dinner. Chen Pingan scratched his head. "Then I'll show you my skills?" All the children neatly pecked at the rice like chickens. The wooden sword child did not forget to provoke him and complained, "You're so wishy-washy. I know you're a swindler. Are you afraid of being exposed?" Chen Pingan laughed. Just as he was about to reach out to take off the blade, strengthening gourd, he thought about it and withdrew his hand. He did not drink anymore. He turned his head to look at the other side of the river. The river was 40 feet wide. Chun Pingon turned and faced the other side of the river. Watch carefully. The children did not move their eyes, not knowing what this guy was going to do. Chun Pingon jumped on the spot and shook his legs. Breaking through the fourth realm from the third realm was said to be like a clay Buddha crossing the river. Chun Pingon had completely forgotten about this. Chun Pingon slowly raised his arm and reminded them again. Watch carefully. The children nodded in unison. Chun Pingon reached over his shoulder and grasped the scholarwood sword in the wooden box. He pulled out the sword in an instant and threw it to the other side of the river. Using martial arts skills, the scholarwood sword turned in the air and pointed at the other side of the river. It flew straight, but it did not fly very fast. Let's go! Chun Pingon laughed loudly. His foot tapped, and his figure flashed. His feet stepped on the wooden sword one after the other. At first, it was a bit wobbly. After he steadied himself, the youth seemed to be riding the wind on the flying sword and crossing the river. Wow, he really was an immortal swordsman, not a swindler. The children were all dumbfounded, their faces full of envy and worship. Chun Pingon was the last to cross the river. He moved sideways and landed on a small ridge on the other side of the river before the scholarwood sword. He then caught the falling scholarwood sword. He stood in the middle of the golden rapeseed flowers. Around his hands and feet, strands of invisible true chi were collapsing and drifting. Chun Pingon was shocked. At first, he was no less shocked than the children. Then he turned to the children and gave them a thumbs up. Pointing at himself, he said with a smile, "I'm Chun Pingon, a swordsman." Chun Pingon threw the scholarwood sword in the direction of the Sun family's ancestral home. This time, the sword flew with great force. Chun Pingon got up again and chased after it. This time, he rode the wind on the sword with great familiarity. He finally had a bit of the style of a young sword immortal. One man and one sword crossed the river again. Chun Pingon stood on the sword with his arms crossed. He closed his eyes and raised his head high, silently feeling the mysterious flow of the world. A cool breeze blew against him. Chun Pingon was relaxed. He had already crossed the river like a clay Buddha, so he was now at the fourth realm. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.